Our story begins just a few days before the Best Master exam at the Beast Tamers School. Over there, Junior and everyone else already have their first beast, while the teacher says everyone's free to take a breather. Folks are buzzing about how nervous they're getting for the exam day. Some are totally convinced they're going to pass for sure, while others think the zombie is looking like a nightmare. And then there are those who are like, hey, whatever. This guy is a space-time traveler, but he's been stuck in this body for just a week, digging through its memories, and it's pretty clear what kind of world this is. Years ago, a bunch of beasts burst out from cracks, slaughtering humanity and causing a ton of suffering. But humanity pushed back hard. Amidst the brutal war, they gradually figured out how to tame those miserable beasts and control them for battle. That's how the profession of Beastmaster came to be, the most revered job in the world. During this time, beast tamers naturally became symbols of status and prestige. You could say that becoming a Beastmaster means stepping into the elite class of society. For the young people in this world, the biggest dream is to become a powerful spiritual master. In this world, everyone over 18 can hire their first beast. The stronger your soul, the higher the level of the best beast you can tame. But he thought that didn't really apply to him because the original owner of this body had already contracted his first beast before traveling through time. And guess what? It's just a harmless little snowball for humans and animals that can only act cute. This thing isn't lethal at all and can't even evolve. Sadly, he figured that from now on, he'd just be an ordinary person with a mediocre life. That's why he was so bored, even with plenty of people with the Midas touch around. They could hire beasts, and might even destroy the world. So he summoned that cute little beast, and suddenly, this guy comes up and calls him Lin Ze, telling him not to mind seeing a beast master. He could live a pretty nice life as an average office worker. In the end, it's not that bad since he doesn't have to take any risks. The guys start laughing, saying he shouldn't worry about becoming a beast master. The worst thing he could do is sell ice cream from a little cart outside a mall, right? Everyone bursts out laughing. Someone else chimes in that he could sell really cold bottled water. How about that? But our boy wasn't thrilled with any of these suggestions. Suddenly, the system finished loading and successfully activated. The achievement system had officially kicked in. In other words, it's hacking time, folks. He looks at those notifications and wonders, do I have a golden finger too? Wow, that celestial system sound is so good. The golden finger has finally arrived. He checks his stat window. Linze has the physical and spiritual attributes of an adult man. Awesome. He starts analyzing everything calmly and excitedly. There was also a window showing achievement points and some bonuses granted after achieving certain milestones. These points could be used to boost the Beastmaster's attributes and also unlock pet skills, which was exactly what he wanted. There was also a little snowball. It could increase growth by fighting or consuming energy-rich items. Once the growth hits 10%, evolution would be triggered, and the pet's power level would significantly increase afterward. Oh, so that little monster can evolve. But he knows that in this world, it's impossible to evolve monsters. So, hold on. Does this mean he has a huge path for an evolutionary method that strengthens melee combat capabilities, focusing on improving physical fitness, strength, weakening, and the ability to control ice elements? In the next evolution, he'd become a snow monk who can evolve up to level 5, or could he? Queen's Route, an evolutionary method that strengthens affinity with the ice element, focuses on enhancing magical set skills while weakening melee attributes. The next evolution is a Crystal Spirit, which can evolve up to king level. I like this one even more. So clearly that little snowball can evolve. I wonder if there's a hidden evolutionary path too. He picks up his little monster and thinks, if they're putting it like this, there's no need to set up a stall to sell ice cream, haha. Was he really thinking that? He's about to become a Beastmaster. Even the Queen's Route can evolve to king level. That's awesome. Just thinking about it makes him super happy. In the next evolution stage, Crystal 1, first, he'll try to use conquest points to upgrade the little snowball. But to evolve his pet, he needs some achievements. First, he needs to earn 200 points and also a spiritual crystal. After that, he'll need a strength spiritual crystal and 300 conquest points. But right now, there's only one available for him to collect. He then starts gathering spiritual crystal points, just like our dear Lingyu, right, dude? And now he starts using the achievement points. Finally, she managed to level up again. My growth rate is at 23%, and the evolution was successful. The growth rate hit 100%, so that means that monster can really level up. He spent 77 conquest points and has 23 left. Dude, what's the deal? The monster evolved, but there was no special effect, no change in characteristics. What a letdown. That monster is definitely a Class F pet. This really doesn't seem fair for him, but he still has to gear up and gather some spiritual crystals to unlock a new evolution path, 20 elemental essences, and a spiritual jade stone. Most people would never guess that little Snowball would need this formula to move a bit further. And those things aren't cheap at all, so he decides to head out to grab some cash and then go to the pet shop to buy some evolution materials. As he leaves, the guys keep saying that he should take his Snowball home to sell ice cream, but Linze tells our little monster to ignore that bunch of nonsense. Tomorrow, the Beastmaster ranking evaluation depends on him. The guy who was laughing earlier now seems worried and calls the protagonist a flashy dude. What did you say, Lin? Ze glances at him, thinking that the Zhang family is the second richest family in town, Zhang, and he can't compete with the South yet. He straightens his jacket, wondering who the real trash is now. We'll see in the final Beastmaster exam results. But the guy can't hold it back and starts laughing with his buddy. Oh, come on, you with your stuffed animal that can't even evolve. If I were you, I wouldn't even show up for the ranking exam. Just go home and sell popsicles, loser. Suddenly, someone shouts his name, telling him not to go too far. The guy says he's not scared of that loser and that he won't go too far. Another one asks if Miss Guan really likes trash, but Linze doesn't care. He tells her to forget it. They don't need to argue with him. When the time comes, they'll understand naturally. He needs to go to the pet shop first and then head home alone. She says it's fine. But why did he decline, huh? Well, as he walks, he wonders why evolution materials are so expensive. Months of savings just went down the drain. Suddenly, that girl is there again, asking if he's back. Her mom told her to ask if he wants to have dinner at their place tonight, but he's not really interested in her. He says, "All right, I'll swing by later just to grab a bite." He's not showing any interest in her. Is he one of those protagonists? She runs her hand through her hair and starts saying that the Beastmaster ranking evaluation is tomorrow. Can he go with her? What does this girl see in this guy? He responds that he'll go because he needs to participate in that ranking too. She thinks that sounds great. All right, then they say their goodbyes, and she mentions that they'll meet up at the exam tomorrow. And she's expecting him to put on a show for those fools. A little while later, back home, he's still thinking about how expensive the ice element essence is. And jade? No chance, that's pricey too. He keeps staring at the little critter, thinking that when it levels up in the future, it's gonna be super expensive. So, he gives the crystals to his pet to consume so it can evolve. The pet starts to puff up non-stop, getting bigger and bigger. Is it really going to evolve? Suddenly, it starts to glow so bright that he can barely see, and he flops down. What's happening? Now we notice arms, hands, and even a goofy little hairdo along with its feet. Wow, that transformation was so cool. It grew a few inches. Wait, is it a he or a she? His pet looks amazing, really awesome, but it could have been even bigger, right? But let's see. That's the Ice Crystal Spirit, part of the Ice Crystal attribute, at stage 2. Its growth rate is at 10%. Successful evolution, check. Now, his monster is at level 1, rank 2, stage 2, actually improved by a whole level. A high school student has a pet that's as strong as the 3rd, 5th stage and rank 1. This guy already has a pet at rank 2. Suddenly, she starts rubbing against him, and he feels everything getting so cold. And wow, even his room is freezing now. It seems like its strength has also improved drastically. He looks at his system's window and thinks that if it weren't for this system, he'd never have fed that. Little Snowball with such expensive materials. That was definitely a smart bet. Then, he starts to extract and gets his rewards. A spirit crystal, a strength crystal. Those spirit crystals can boost spiritual strength, and strength determines how many and what level of pets you can contract. In other words, it directly increases physical strength. That's super important. He takes it all in and starts to notice the change. His whole body begins to crackle, exuding a terrifying aura. His physical strength jumped from a 1 to a 2. His spirit ramped up from 0.8 to 1.8, and his spiritual power boosted from 80 to 180. He's also got 123 achievement points. He punches the wall to test his strength, thinking that he can't feel that constant chill he used to have around that little pet. Man, this guy got so strong that just one punch shattered the wall. If danger strikes, he's got the skills to survive, and he can level up even more. Look at that. His little pet is getting sleepy and is clinging to his leg, but suddenly he starts activating all his achievement points to try to evolve that pet a little more. Now the growth rate is at 100%, but before, it wasn't even ranked 2, stage 2. Wow, what happened there? Alright then, rank 2, phase 4, growth rate 24%. A new evolution. He watches his spirit pet, thinking that tomorrow is the test day. He's definitely going to surprise everyone. During the assessment, a little while later, here they are. The girl is being all lazy, asking if he's ready, but he says yes, after all. Today is the day he's going to show everyone what a real Beastmaster looks like. The other girl smiles, noticing that this guy is more motivated than before because a while back, she thought he wasn't even going to participate. He grins and says that people always change. Two girls point at her. Oh, that's Zhang Jin. a talented girl from the 3rd grade at Pingang No. 1 High School. It seems like she always likes hanging out with that guy, but the other girl thinks he must have confessed his love to her yesterday and got turned down. Why does everyone like that girl? But Linze doesn't care about the talk, while people are saying she's a genius at school and has tons of admirers and envy around her. But she seems to ignore all of it. Later on, she asks if he really plans to use that little Snowball for the qualification assessment. He smiles and says yes, after all. No one should underestimate his little Snowball. She grabs his head and says that if they make it through, she's going to invite him over to celebrate at her place, because this girl is just so into this guy that she wants him at her house, right? But he's down there, totally blushing. Out of nowhere, another girl shows up, telling her brother that it's that girl who stole her boyfriend, our friend. Talk about popular. That girl asks who she is and who her boyfriend is, but the girl says it's Zong Gang. Oh, that guy's a delinquent. Man, what an ugly dude. Are you kidding me? A forgotten crush, huh? Nope. She apologizes and says she's not interested in him. He confessed, but she shot him down right away. The girl is freaked out. After all, that girl must have seduced that guy. That's a certainty. She grabs Linze's hand and says, "Let's go. Don't hang out with these losers. They probably have more important things to do anyway." But suddenly, that dude steps closer, puts a hand on her shoulder and says he hasn't given anyone permission to leave yet. Since she faced his cousin, he can't just let her go like that. The girl gives off this intense vibe and just looks at him. The guy starts to tremble immediately. He winds up for a right hook and, with crazy speed, goes to hit her, but Lin Fei stops the punch with one hand. The girl is shocked at how fast he was to defend her. Everyone knows this guy is useless, so her brother should put him down quickly. Oh, so this guy wants to play hero, huh? But before he becomes a hero, he should really look at himself in the mirror. While Linze says nothing and just watches, that guy suddenly, out of nowhere, without saying a word, knees him right in the gut. The kick is so powerful that the guy goes flying straight into the wall. The girl is in disbelief that her brother lost to such a loser and asks if he's okay as he's getting back up. But Linze says he's her brother, and if she needs anything, just tell him. Unfortunately, the big guy doesn't have anything else to say. He just adjusts his teeth. What can you do, right? He got beat up. The other girl can't believe how good Linze is at fighting. Huh? This is kind of weird while he checks out his own strength. He didn't expect his strength to improve so much after enhancing his physique. One guy still getting up is getting even more furious. That guy is looking for a fight. He starts pouring power into his fist and charges at Linze. Linze just tightens his fist, and suddenly he starts unleashing his spirit beast while both of them watch to see what will happen. Out of nowhere, a wolf bursts from the portal. It's a ghost wolf, like a rank 2 beast, stage 1. The guy starts claiming that even 2 high school students couldn't compete with his rank 2 ghost wolf, but actually, his pet is only rank 1, stage 7. Now the girl starts sweating. After all, even though she's pretty confident, the chances of winning are nearly 0, but if there's no other way, then it's time to fight. She begins activating her spirit beast. Suddenly, Linze steps in front and she realizes he wants to use his Snowball. He smiles and tells her to relax. After all, no one's going to get hurt here. Or almost. The other girl smiles too, thinking this guy must be crazy. How can someone with the lowest rank in school fight against the number 1? Then the guy yells for his spirit wolf to charge full speed. Laser also tells his spirit pet to do the same. Just as the wolf is about to close in, a powerful freezing force starts to freeze its entire body. Amidst the icy mist, Linze's spirit pet appears using ice domination. With just one strike, she completely dominates that fight and freezes the spirit wolf entirely. They both are now stunned. Whoa! Wait, where's the little Snowball? Is that thing in front of her? Linze explains that it's the little Snowball that evolved while the guy is begging his dog to move quickly, but the dog is frozen solid. I guess it's not going anywhere, huh? Then Linze says it's now called the Ice Crystal Spirit. Suddenly all that ice, it's completely shattered and falls at that guy's feet. He starts sweating bullets, saying this is impossible. How could a student from HGH get taken down by a bastard like that? And look, the guy's rank was rank 1, stage 9. How is that even possible? He starts thinking that maybe this dude had a pet beast that was rank 2 or higher, which means they were totally duped. As they leave, Linze calls out, and they realize he hasn't told them they could go yet. This throws both of them off balance, and they start sweating even more. What's coming next? A little Snowball starts to form, wanting to turn into ice headed their way. With nothing left to do, all they can do is apologize and admit they were totally wrong. But he doesn't owe Linze anything. He owes that girl an apology. He turns to the girl and starts saying sorry. Once he gets home, he's going to teach his cousin a lesson. The other girl is completely shocked to see her older brother humiliating himself like that. Then he turns back and punches her right in the face, asking why she hasn't apologized yet. The girl tells them to forget it and just hurry out, giving both of them a little break. While Linze tells the little Snowball to lower its guard, watching those 2 clowns run away, the girl is pretty hyped up. After all, that guy managed to take down a level 2 wolf with just one hit. What happened to that little ice crystal spirit, huh? That's right, she evolved. But they don't have much time to chat about that. In the end, they need to rush over to the exam. It's not hard to spot the Imperial Beast Association. There are tons of people gathered around checking out the original stone. Some are saying there's nothing special about it. This is going to be the last ranking assessment of the year, and some people are going to lose their Beast Master rank forever and just become regular folks, and he needs to succeed. Suddenly, more people start pouring into the hall, chatting about how the evaluation for apprentices is happening today. Once everyone is in, they'll receive a small bronze medal with the words below, low, medium, and high. That's going to be the key to entering the Origin Stone realm. All they need to do is pick the challenge difficulty and get ready to face it. The tougher the challenge, the bigger the rewards. At the low difficulty, the beast's growth rate will be 5. At medium, it's 10. At high, 20%. And there's even room for a second beast. At the superior difficulty, that growth rate jumps to 30%. Plus, it opens up a second spot for a beast. It all sounds so enticing that some even dream of making it through the high difficulty. What level will Lin Ze choose? But before anyone starts picking their challenge level, the guy warns everyone that they need to match their own strength with the difficulty that suits them best. Otherwise, they might not make it. Back home, that shocks the girl, and she starts choosing her difficulty. 46 people went for low, 10 chose medium, 1 picked high, and another chose the superior level. Everyone's in disbelief because that superior difficulty is meant for experienced people over 50. It seems like the guy is still dreaming, but he's hooked. After all, everyone's been nagging him about it. They'll see who turns out to be right. No matter who it is, that guy won't make it into the Imperial Academy of Holidays this year. Everyone's stunned when they realize this guy picked the maximum difficulty available. Even the girl can't believe it. How can he possibly win a tournament at that highest level? If he fails, he won't get another shot this year. Oh, he tells her to chill, that he knows what he's doing, while everyone thinks he's an idiot or just hit the wrong button. No doubt about it, he's not gonna make it. This guy comes in hot, saying he didn't hear what was just said. You were supposed to carefully choose your difficulty level, but that decision was made after he thought about all your skills. In other words, he thinks he can tackle that higher difficulty all on his own, right? He's definitely thinking he can make it. This dude walks away thinking that today's youth are just so arrogantly self-assured, and he's already given his advice. Now, the choice is up to him. With everyone having made their picks, he's about to announce the start of the first qualifying test. Then, the power of the stone kicks in. A stone shines and emits a bright light. Suddenly, it starts pulling everyone in at once and distributes them onto a map that was on the stone. As this guy wonders what's going on, he realizes that Lin Ze really did make her choice carefully. This is pretty interesting. Let's see what happens next. Then, he's teleported and finds himself in a completely different place. He gets up trying to figure out what kind of place this is. It seems they've managed to enter the virtual realm of the Origin Stone. Then another guy shows up, saying that any injuries sustained in the current world won't affect you in real life, including the death of your pet. Well, that's something, right? So that means there's no need to worry. The system issues a notification. He's achieved an accomplishment that hasn't been claimed yet. The victory in the first battle is to defeat the Phantom Wolf. Whoa, he scored a win and a reward from a fight he didn't even know about. That's awesome. That reward is worth 100 spiritual crystal achievement points. These crystals are used to boost achievement points. Now, he's leveled up his spiritual attributes from 1.8 to 2.8, while the little Snowball is at rank 2, stage 1, getting close to being promoted to rank 2, stage 6. This time, the odds of winning are looking much better. Suddenly, the door swings open and they hear a roar from inside. Out comes a beast. Oh my, this is the first time I've seen a lizard mixed with a flame toad, the rank 7. Even though it's really ugly, it's pretty tough. Lin Ze didn't think the higher difficulty would be that much harder, but why is that monster only level 1? As the monster puffs up its cheeks, out of nowhere, it starts spewing fire at Lin Ze, who is just using an ice crystal spirit, a little ice pendant. His pet fires several ice spears at the reptile's power. The two forces collide, and a thick, freezing blizzard appears. The first beast was taken down easily and turned into just an ice sculpture. It seems like his spiritual pet is much more dangerous. So the first level is completed, and now there are just 5 levels left. The challenge continues. The door opens again, and out comes a really strange being, wrapped in bandages. Looks like a zombie. That's the bandage monster. Some kind of undead level 1, stage 9. It smiles, thinking that for many, a level 1 stage 9 can be quite a challenge. But for him, a teacher, and the other people watching the fight outside, it's pretty nerve-wracking. And when we return to the fight, what do we see? Man, it's already gone to the grave. In the end, it's child's play for his pet. The folks outside can't believe how this little brat got lucky. So that means he held back his attributes, huh? Let's see how he does in a real challenge. Now he's already completed the second level of the challenge. The door opens again, but this time it's a gate, and out comes a strange being that looks like a mix of wood. That monster starts grunting. It's the level 2, stage 2, Tupi Plant Plague Beast. It's really a beautiful challenge, and everyone outside keeps watching the fight. That pet's only at level 2, and it's maxed out right now. That beast is tough at stage 2. Rank 2. Is he going to make it past this level? That monster rushes to try and get both of them, while Linze's beast isn't attacking yet, but it's having no effect. That dead tree has a really rough bark and thick skin, which can actually block ice. Then, that beast slams the ground, and its vines start to emerge and move faster and faster. Suddenly, the vines grab the protagonist's beast and activate the root strangulation, so since it's tied up, it can't escape. Then, the monster leaps toward the pet. Some guys outside think he's about to fail, when out of nowhere this one guy notices something strange. The monster got caught in a trap, and now its feet are frozen. Lin Fei activated an extreme ice domination. That way, he managed to trap that monster. Oh, so he thought he only had one skill, huh? No chance. Now the pet strikes again and shoots several ice stakes at the monster, but the monster manages to defend itself again. Still, it's trapped and they can keep attacking as much as they need to. Now he starts activating ice stakes from the front and behind. The monster begins to roar and gets hit by the stakes. Then it falls. Job well done as he starts to melt the ice. Level 3 cleared successfully. Now the challenge continues, and there are only 2 levels left. A horrifying monster is waiting for him, but outside, several people have already failed the test. While some are frustrated, others are crying because they've failed again this year. But while many are crying, several are cheering because they succeeded. Now they're Beastmaster apprentices. Wow! Others think they're the only ones who didn't pass. Suddenly they start noticing on the screen a fierce beast against a pet at level 2, and then some remember that's the guy who challenged it. At the higher difficulty level, wow, it feels like that chapter was just a summary. We blinked and the fight was over. The guy's completely frozen and he's past the 4th level. Now it's time for him to move on to the final level, the last level. Everyone's in shock. How can that bastard be so strong? And some remember that among all the strongest high school students, this guy's name didn't come up. But the girl notices that Lin Ze will also become a Beastmaster apprentice. After all, she's already made it through. Suddenly, she hears people talking about some super strong guy fighting over there. What's going on? She looks up and sees Lin Ze's brother. He's gotten through the 4 levels at the higher difficulty, but now he's up against an oppressive monster. What kind of monster is that? A saber-toothed tiger. At beast level 2, stage 5, ready for a slaughter. No one had ever seen anyone fight a saber-toothed tiger before. It's impossible to defeat this monster with that skill, but look who's unfazed. Lin Ze. He's pumped that he gets to fight someone who's actually worth it, while his pet is already launching a bunch of ice stakes. None of those stakes hit the mark, but it looks like something came from that. Whoa, that monster is fast. The monster activates its assault claws and manages to land a hit on his spiritual pet, but it barely scratches it. If it had landed a full hit, it would have been over. This time, they want to see if he really has any tricks up. His sleeve. He's got a lot of strength, but is this really the end? The beast is way bigger and super strong, and even though the ice crystal spirit is a stage above the saber-toothed tiger, the strength between pets doesn't solely depend on their stages. It also factors in attributes, conditions, the environment, the master's strategy, and all those things that could affect the outcome. The ice crystal spirit has entered a fading state after all. It's been 2 consecutive battles, and the saber-toothed tiger is pretty powerful in a one-on-one. That monster's strengths are speed and power. If it keeps this up, it's gonna lose, and this fight needs to wrap up quickly. He needs to find a chance fast. The monster leaps as he tells her to hold on. Out of nowhere, he shouts that now's the time, and she activates ice spikes up close against the monster's claws. A huge fog rolls in. It all happened so fast that we barely saw what went down. His pet is on the ground, but so is the monster. Everyone's wondering what just happened. The monster starts to rise, wounded. So that guy actually managed to tie with a level 2 saber-toothed tiger. That says one thing. At least his pet is at level 2 in stage 5, and he had a few tricks up his sleeve. He keeps analyzing that fight while the saber-tooth starts roaring again, but his pet's already back, good as new, gearing up for another attack. She begins channeling power in her hands, releasing an incredible icy mist as the lion moves in. Then he activates his pet's power, freezing the lion's claws and drastically slowing it down. But it keeps charging ahead. We know that originally, the saber-tooth was a pet from extremely cold regions, which means it has cold resistance. Things are getting critical. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he's unlocked a new achievement just for using switching skills 10 times. Now he has the ability to unlock pet training skills. The first is Arctic Chains, a control skill. The second is an Ice Shield, and the third is an area attack. Wow, he can really make that pet super strong. Typically, pets can have a maximum of 2 basic skills, and the more skills they have, the more tactics they can mix if it's a primary attack skill that relies more on control. Although the Extreme Realm has attack range, and also, the control damage isn't that powerful, so he decides to use the Arctic Chain skill, spending 50 conquest points. But before he can even think about it, the beast is already leaping at his pet. Out of nowhere, it's hit by a hail of ice coming from below, and he manages to level up his monster. Now, it's at level 2. Stage 7, with a growth rate boosted to 54%. People around can't believe what just happened with all that light. Huh? How is it possible for the, monster to level up? Everyone goes into shock and they didn't even see how many materials this guy used. Even with combat experience, leveling up should only be possible after winning, right? So, he commands the monster to charge in, and the monster goes again. He tells his pet to try the Arctic Chains. Then, several chains shoot up from the ground, wrapping around the monster completely. Now he's managed to trap that thing, and all that's left is to finish it off. Now he activates the power of the ice spikes and launches them all at the lion. As the lion roars, it's completely pierced by the spikes. Nobody understands what kind of skill this is and why this guy can use 3 abilities. That lion is tough though. Even totally wiped out, it's still standing. The lion roars, not ready to lose this fight, but it's unable to do anything. So, they move to the next round. After all, the monster wobbled and fell to the ground. Another level completed. Our guy successfully passed the apprentice assessment with a higher difficulty. This guy's really good, and look who else is happy, that girl. No one can believe this guy actually passed. Some think he even bribed the examiner. It doesn't make sense for him to pass at that age with that level of difficulty, but the instructor has seen plenty of talented young people before. But this is the first time he's seen an unknown guy like this, who suddenly appeared and became a celebrity overnight. Now, Lin Ze's physical stats have shot up from 2 to 5, and his spirit has jumped from 2.8 to 7.8, sporting a spiritual power of 780. He's snagged 3 achievement points for his crystal spirit pet, which is now ranked 3 level 1, with a growth rate of 84. Plus, he's unlocked the abilities Ice Pendant, Arctic Domain, and Arctic Pursuit. Looks like he got a promotion thanks to the higher difficulty, and the boost in his strength is truly impressive. But wait, there's more. The system asks if he wants to hire a semi-pet, and he's pondering what kind of animal he should choose. I think he needs a moment to hit up the pet shop. Now he's a Beastmaster apprentice, and the system congratulates him for that. He's earned a whopping 209 achievement points and a spiritual stone. Now that the rewards are handed out, all he has to do is leave the test. Suddenly he's out there in the middle of the crowd, and everyone's eyeing him, curious about what this guy is up to. People are starting to ask what kind of food he fed that pet and what the secret is to reaching such levels. He might as well start handing out autographs. But then, this girl rushes over and hugs him, saying she knew he'd win. That's awesome. Now they can be together as pet tamers. An instructor comes up apologizing and saying that this kid is incredibly strong, and people are whispering that they've never seen an instructor apologize to a student before. He makes a proposal. Would Lin Ze be interested in joining the Beast Tamers Association? They can offer an official contract, and the perks and pay are pretty generous. Everyone is stunned to hear that offer. The girl urges him to agree quickly because only the best students graduate from the Imperial Academy and are eligible to join this association. The competition is as fierce as 1,000 troops crossing a single wooden bridge. It's really simple. If he agrees, he won't have to worry about expenses or the tuition for the Beast Academy anymore. But he thinks there's no such thing as a free lunch. He's sure there's something the guy wants in return. Plus, that Beast Tamers Association has a ton of rules, and he doesn't want to lose his freedom. Contrary to what everyone expected, he outright refuses that offer because he has plans after graduation. Some even offer to go in that guy's place, but the instructor doesn't. Pay them any mind, thinking he's a good kid. His current growth rate will definitely skyrocket hundreds of times stronger than it is now, enough to demand the highest benefits from the Tamers Association instead of that little perk being offered right now. In that case, the instructor won't force him to do anything. If he has any demands or changes his mind, he's free to find the instructor later. He shows Allison Wayne's badge while Lin Ze is all smiles. After the exam, they leave the academy, and suddenly, someone calls out to them. It's Lucian and Zhang from the neighboring class. One of them gets really close and asks if she can give her little brother's contact info, while the other is already asking if she can add his number on her phone and follow him on Instagram. After all, she thinks they might run into each other again in the future. Look at her hitting on Lin Ze so boldly. He says he's kind of in a rush and has something to take care of right now, so they'll talk later. Meanwhile, the girl behind him is struggling to contain her jealousy for sure. Then they start to run. After all, that girl doesn't want him adding anyone as a friend or giving his number to anyone. Out of nowhere, he gets a message telling him to go to the office. So he gets there and asks if the teacher has been looking for him, and there she is. She starts saying she heard he passed the test, with the advanced difficulty unlocked. He nods in agreement. Suddenly she walks over and gives him a super tight hug, talking about how she's the teacher who cares the most about him, but he remembers very clearly how much consideration she showed when he was getting grades. There was a whip cracking, but the reason she called him wasn't about that. It was because she has something valuable to give him. It's a collection of basic spiritual cultivation techniques. In that book, some methods and foundational techniques for spiritual cultivation are documented. It's a must-have course for masters and beast apprentices. Those spiritual techniques are essential for masters who train their pets, and it's the most important way to fight. The strongest masters have powerful spiritual techniques and can win a battle without breaking a sweat or relying overly on their beasts. They can not only team up with their pets in combat but also provide protection in fierce battles to keep the beast owners from getting hurt. Oh, he really appreciates this gift and is definitely going to practice. Right now, she just mentioned that if he has any problems in the future, he can count on her. He opens the book and sees that the first step is to create a spiritual power shield that can withstand any damage from all angles. Well, I guess the saying there is pretty different. Here it's, God helps those who wake up early, and there it's, the early bird catches the worm. Ha ha. He should learn the basics first, then dedicate more time to advanced courses, and eventually get into the Imperial Beast Academy. So, he starts his spiritual cultivation, and 10 minutes have already passed. Then he feels an energy flowing through his body and actually manages to form that barrier. A regular person would take days or even months to master that spiritual technique, but he only needed 10 minutes, thanks to his spiritual constitution being at 78. He successfully mastered a spiritual technique, but the system doesn't let it go without a reward, and immediately gives him 100 points. Now, he has 350 points and can spend 50 points to upgrade his spiritual guardian. So, let the hacks begin. Noberstan, since use, thank you for watching. And he starts absorbing various techniques from that book and upgrading them as well. By accident, he racked up a ton of achievement points. So naturally, it's time to level up his skills. He begins to channel the guardian spirit to level 3. Now, his protective shield is thicker and bigger, and he can even shield 3 or 4 people at once. He has 770 spiritual power points left, and every time he uses the guardian spirit's power, it costs him 10, meaning he can use it 78 times. That stone he got from the Beastmaster? He hasn't used it yet, so he makes another upgrade, bumping his power from 780 to 880. With so much spiritual power, it's tough to stick to just one protective shield, so he decides to pull a few more tricks from the book. He finds a perfect spell for long-range attacks, and even manages to discover one that can channel energy into his fist, allowing him to strike with an extremely strong impact. It's getting late, but he keeps training, soaking up more knowledge and growing stronger. Then he opens his eyes, his energy channeled, and decides to give it a shot. He tests that power on the bedroom wall and notices it only left a scratch and cost him 10 spiritual power. Now he decides to test another newly acquired power. Is he really gonna do this on his own wall? He doesn't care, and unleashes that power, spending 30 spiritual points. He notices he broke that wall. Ah, if I were the owner of this house, they'd see why I don't go outside. Then he tests the power on a tree. Now he's successfully learned 3 spiritual skills and is rewarded with a spiritual replenishment potion. That potion can rapidly restore all of his spiritual power. Since that power is really significant and has a high critical rate, he plans to use it at just the right moment. Every time he learns something new, he gets stronger. The system rewards him if he goes to the bathroom. Oh, the pet leveled up 300 times if he comes back. Oh, he earned 780 power points and used the paper rewarded with 1,000,000 potions. Then he quickly activated the remaining 150 achievement points, and now the spiritual arrow and the spiritual impact have been upgraded to level 2. Well, now that he's strong, he needs some cash to buy a second pet. The other day, at the quest center, there he is checking out some info. This is the first time he's going to consult the database to grab a mission, and with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. He notices there's a mission to chase off some ghostly dragonflies near the village, and the reward is 20,000. There's also one for killing a ferocious eagle eagle for 3,000, eliminating a swarm of demons for 1,000, and another for the death toll beetle for 40,000. Naturally, he decides to take the mission that pays the most, the death toll beetle. But since he's a newbie, the system says he needs to find 3 teammates, and the rewards will be split. Ugh, he should have gone for a lesser reward then. So, all he has to do now is get to Kinior village before 2 o'clock. In that dead man's gorge, there are already a few people waiting, and they're complaining he's taking too long. This guy with the stylish hair is the low-level Beastmaster, Zangale, and the other one is Zango Migang, also low-level. The girl is Jang Jo, also low-level, and she calls him handsome and asks him to follow her. So everything will be alright. He smiles, thanks her, and says he won't be a bother. She thinks this guy is really obedient. The dude starts saying that this mission might be a lot harder than he thinks, and he could even lose his life over a few measly silvers. The girl wakes up at that and doesn't like that talk. Apparently, the guy taught her what she was flirting with our precious player about. Well, that guy is temporarily in charge of that team as captain. At that moment, the task's reward is going to be a lot smaller for them. Lin Ze overhears all of this, thinking, those are people who don't have the qualifications to get into the Imperial Holiday Academy. This guy is just one of those types who survives by taking on missions based on his surface-level skills at beast taming. He smiles and says to just distribute the rewards based on the work done. The more you work, the more you earn. The guy agrees, and off they go to tackle that mission. So they get close to a hole that's getting darker and tighter. There's a loud noise coming from it, and suddenly they notice what look like footprints and the sounds of a troop. And that troop is the beetle army. There's an army of beetles in there, but these aren't your ordinary beetles, they're mutant beetles. One guy suggests just covering up the hole and walking away, thinking it'll be a piece of cake. He activates his horned rhinoceros, like a beast, level 2, stage 5, while the other activates his wind-type mantis, cutter, rank 2, stage 6. The girl isn't far behind and calls on her fear-type wasp, level 2, stage 5. He watches everyone's monsters, thinking he needs to see what they're capable of before jumping into action. That beetle army charges at him, some flying and others crawling on the ground. The guy sends the rhinoceros charging in full throttle, taking out multiple beetles in one go. Another one triggers a power boost, and in just one strike, he slashes through several beetles consecutively. But it doesn't really help much. There are still a ton of monsters bearing down on his spirit beast. Suddenly, the girl notices the mantis is getting surrounded and activates her Venom Wasp 1. That wasp shoots out multiple venom-loaded darts and hits several beetles that were closing in on the guy's beast. Just one hit takes down a beetle, 1 hit per enemy. The guy turns to the newbie and says that their trio's combo is great and he doesn't even have to do anything. But if he wants to pitch in, all he needs to do is shout. Half, half, half. Well, that part didn't come out great, but in Chinese, half, half, half means cool or sharp. Some players say half, half, half when another player shows off some impressive skills. It's kind of like a badge of mastery. But for us, it means something else. My brother, the guy looks back and asks if he still wants to get paid. He has to pay his share first, but the girl tries to be nice to him and says she'll share a bit of hers and he just needs to stay behind her and play it safe. In the battle, the beetles drop like rain. Our guy thinks they're wasting a bunch of attacks and aren't a threat at all. Out of nowhere, they hear a noise coming from the swarm of bugs and wonder where it's coming from. The sound continues to echo, dragging and calling more beetles. The beetles start to go into a frenzy. That swarm is getting louder and the numbers are growing. Now the guy sees that a new swarm has come out of the hole and the horns are totally different. He's figured out that there's a beetle king. The rhinoceros isn't attacking the beetles. But now, to no avail, those bugs are overtaking that beast's body. They're eating it alive. The mantis is done for. Its slender body is getting completely torn apart. Even the moth has had its wings shredded. Some guys start shouting that they need to grab their pets quickly. Did I just catch a hint of Pokemon there? Another one yells that the horned rhino needs to come back, but our guy says it's useless. Those death beetles just made a poison that paralyzes. Their beast can't hear commands anymore. Man, that cool girl lost her beast. Another guy angrily shouts why he didn't order his spirit beast to attack earlier, huh? Is he just some loser who only knows how to look down on others? But the guy said what he really needs to worry about. Right now, it's not about his pet anymore. It's all about keeping himself safe. That army of bugs back there already finished their snack, and the next meal is going to be them. At this point, the 3 of them are without their spiritual beasts, and all they can do is run as fast as they can. Otherwise, they'll all be done for. The guy said that mission wasn't actually a level 1 mission, so he starts running like crazy with that army of beetles on his tail, but he just can't move fast. Enough. Those monsters start flying, and they're inevitably going to catch up to him. Just in time, Linze activates his protective shield and manages to protect the 3 of them using a spiritual guardian. The guy is shocked that someone nameless can use spiritual techniques like that, something only a student from a beast spiritual academy could pull off. How can a high schooler do this? But Linze tells him to shut up and pay close attention. Behind him, a guy opens his mouth but doesn't know what to say. He's just sweating bullets. Linze summons the ice crystal spirit, which is getting cuter by the second. The three of them are stunned. What kind of pet is that? They've never seen anything like it before. Linze is deep in thought. If those beetles rank as pets, they're at most rank 1, stage 7. But the advantage is, there are still a lot of them, and they're pretty weak, so fighting them off isn't really an option. However, his spirit is rank 3 and has a scaling ability. He activates Arctic Domination and manages to freeze several beetles with a single scaling attack. The power is so massive that it freezes the entire army of beetles. He looks at everyone and tells them to retrieve their own pets before it's too late. But there's one catch. They have to be willing to give up all their rewards. Man, am I the only one thinking he should throw in some cash? Girl, why would she share with him if he isn't doing anything? As for the others, maybe they're just not worth it. So their leader agrees, but only if he lets them grab their pets and get out safely. But that other guy says that spinning top he used was a threat to them. Does he think he's Linze, the legendary candidate who barely passed the hard test? But he's claiming he is Linze, and the girl believes him. After all, she's wondering how a high school student could be that strong. But the dude just brushes past her, totally skeptical, just because he said so. And that doesn't mean anything. Calling the guy to hurry up and unfreeze everything. They need to get their pets. Out of nowhere, the other guy comes in and punches him right in the face. Now that he's gotten a reality check, the guy starts explaining that the strength he just showed is proof. They were too blind to see it coming. Then the monsters start to unfreeze, and Linze says time's running out and they have to move fast to grab the pets before the swarm wakes up. Still, that girl is worried about him, because when those bugs wake up, he'll still be there, and he smiles, thinking he's got a plan all lined up. After all, you have to catch the thief before the mastermind. That means he's going for the king first. The guy's still on the ground in shock, thinking that guy's going inside. Linze hops into the hole, telling everyone to get out of there. The hole is deep, but he makes it to the bottom. It's super dark, but he can see clearly. Looks like getting fit also sharpens your vision. Suddenly, a fresh wave of insects heads his way, and he puts up his impact shield, while the monsters can't do anything against it. But he can attack and defend with the shield, unlike those monsters. Bit by bit, he wipes out all those bugs, but some of them are crawling on the shield and manage to break it. After all, there are just so many. No matter how much spiritual power he has, he can't hold out like this. But he still has more conquest points while the bugs keep attacking the new shield he created. The ice shield's growth rate is at 10% and costs 50 conquest points. The area attack is also at 10%, but it costs 100 conquest points. He has 150 points left, just enough to learn everything at once. Awesome. Now his spirit pet has mastered the ice shield technique and the new frost ability. With this ice shield, his pet can move freely within the spirit guardian. The frost was exactly what he needed for area damage, but he first needs to gather ice elements from around, which can be used in conjunction with the Arctic Dominion. So he starts activating his ice spirit, and several monsters fall into his ice domain. That Arctic Dominion his pet unleashed turns all the bugs into mere ice sculptures. I'm starting to think this system of his is a cheat code or something, because that swarm of bugs was completely dealt with in a pretty easy way. Now, he wraps up his power using the newly generated one. The spirit pet gathers more power at its fingertip as more bugs rush in to bite them. It keeps expanding the frost domain, turning everything around into mere ice stones. Wow, that's some serious power. They managed to take down a total of 50 lethal beetles. The protective shield even broke. The move is so powerful, and the result is simply explosive. Now she has the high cycle ability and the Arctic domination, the Frost Nova, and we can't. Forget about the Arctic chains and the ice petals. He starts to check out his system, remembering that pets gain experience in battles and can also be upgraded. In other words, this is the perfect place and setting for leveling up. The growth rate of his pet is at 89. So, in that dark cave, they hear a huge grunt, and it sounds like more bugs are coming from there. Now it's time to face the king. He just tells the king to come on down easy. Outside, the three friends are worn out. They've done a lot of running. The girl is still worried about Linze and needs to call for help fast and report the danger level of this mission. The guy doesn't get why she cares so much about that kid who actively sought out death. Then, a guy sneaks up from behind. He asks for a moment while letting everyone see his bronze badge. He walks over asking where the entrance for the Deadly Beetle mission is. This guy is a beast tamer at the bronze level Lodar. He says the entrance is just ahead but warns them not to go in. Then he turns around and shows off his bronze badge. Everyone's in shock because they've never seen a bronze beast master before. After all, the beast master badge is issued by the Beast Tamers Association, which is divided into bronze, the top 30% of the best tamers in the world. silver, who are within the 12% best, and gold, which is about 3% of the best in the world. This guy is a bronze beastmaster. The association said the difficulty of this mission has changed, so they sent him in to clean up the mess. The girl quickly volunteers to go with him. He cups her face and thinks she's really pretty. Since she wants to tag along so badly, he decides to let the pretty girl follow him. The other two aren't qualified to go, and from their faces, it looks like they didn't want to go anyway. Once they're inside the cave, all the beetles are frozen, and the system congratulates them for achieving an exterminator milestone. He earned 300 achievement points and a bomb seed card. That bomb seed card instantly boosts a current pet's level for a short time, lasting 68 seconds. It's like a human hunter, but this time he's got a ton of rewards to collect. His pet's growth rate is at 94 at level 3, stage 3. Now he's one step closer to the next phase. Then he hears more noise coming from that dark cave, and it's almost time to bail. A giant paw approaches. It must be the boss beetle. The kid is thick and thinks this thing is massive. According to the details of that mission, the beetle crisis happened a week ago, which means that monster must have evolved not too long ago. The monster starts roaring, and the system issues a danger alert. A deadly armored insect attacker, level 4, stage 1. No chance. If he bolts now, he won't gain anything. And if he gives it his all, he might even turn a scooter into a Ferrari. But before he can move, a golem pops up with a rock attack from behind. That giant golem comes in swinging, and right behind it, there's a guy and a girl. She notices that Lin Ze is okay. Good thing she found him now, but Lin Ze is not happy to see this girl. He just asks why she's here and why she brought someone else. The guy butts into Lin Ze's fight and tells him to back off. After all, this is a pretty dangerous fight for someone like him. That's the deadly toll taker, the legendary Beetle King. The monster starts moving. That beast is a top-tier beast and only shows up once in tens of thousands of deadly beetles, and it has the ability to control it with insect flames. He knew there would definitely be one of those around here. He tells Lin Ze to stay put while he takes care of the monster, but Lin Ze yanks his cloak and says he came here to accept this mission, and that boss belongs to him. But the guy just calls him Kid and asks if he even knows who he is. Meanwhile, the monster doesn't care who's standing against it and soon attacks both of them, but it's stopped by the stone beast, making a pose like he's some kind of legend. Who the hell does he think he is to talk to him like that? In the end, he's got this giant stone monster at stage 9, rank 3. That Beetle King keeps charging at him, but his giant stone monster is still holding up. Suddenly, Linze whips out the Arctic chains, claiming he's the Beastmaster's apprentice. Linze completely messed up the fight. While the monster is standing its ground, it understands what's at stake. So now he realizes who Linze is, the one who passed the higher difficulty level, right? But this guy made it through the apprentice test. And after hundreds of battles, he passed the bronze level test. While Linze, with his sharp ears, claims he's gonna pass the test too, the two start butting heads. The girl tells them to cut it out. After all, the monster's coming for them. The monster manages to throw the giant rock pet far away and breaks the chains. It's all that stinky brat's fault. He's about to show the difference between him and this so-called Linze. Linze himself starts activating his spiritual technique, and the current strength of the giant rock monster is at rank 4, stage 2. Now, with his arms infused with some kind of magical rock, it means there's indeed a spiritual technique in play. He leaps right at the monster, using his body weight to collide with it, causing a huge explosion. Once the dust settles, there's the giant insect sprawled out, and the rock monster still standing. That guy just can't grasp high-level spiritual techniques. It's something not everyone can do. That's the real difference between Linze and a bronze-class beast tamer. Suddenly, the monster starts changing color and activates its technique, the piercing horn strike, the Deathbreaker. Now it's gone berserker, and its current combat power is equivalent to a level 4, stage 3 threat. That dude's stone golem is struggling hard, and my battle is getting tougher every second. But while he's complaining, Linze taps into the Arctic Circle, combined with some spiritual power. The attack hits hard and makes an impact, but that bug shifting attention away from the golem and going after Linze. As it gets closer, Linze activates the Arctic chains, but they're not strong enough to hold that monster back. He can't believe how easily the air chains got shattered, and just inches away from the monster grabbing them, the stone golem manages to stop it. They're even now. Even. Though the golem is pretty strong, the monster is too. Then, the monster turns around and charges at the golem, throwing it far away and smashing it against the rocky rocky walls of the cave. In other words, one less enemy for that bug. After this, I don't think that golem is getting up again. The girl starts panicking. That bug is way too strong and it's better to run. If they stick around, they're done for. The bronze beast tamer starts making excuses, saying he'll spare the monster's life today and come back to deal with it later. But Linze is determined to take down that monster. He's going to go first and stay put. The guy thinks he's going crazy because even his powered-up stone golem couldn't do anything against that monster. Linze looks at him and says the difference between them isn't that he's learned advanced enhancement techniques, but the guy just doesn't get what Linze is thinking. So Linze activates his explosive card. The power emanating from him is absorbed by both of them, and then that guy yells out from the back when he realizes he can also enhance his spiritual techniques. How can a beginner beast tamer do something like this? But his spiritual pet, besides being cute, is now mega powerful. The guy asks the girl who this guy is. Well, now his creature is at level 4, stage 3, just for 60 seconds, and with the spiritual techniques he has, that should be enough. The monster is approaching, roaring, and he activates the Arctic chains, locking the monster down. As your pet levels up, its force becomes way greater than before. It can't control that monster for too long, so take advantage of the chance the Arctic chains gave you and activate an impact spirit to start landing blows on the monster while your pet keeps it restrained. It keeps punching the monster with the impact, as there are now just 40 seconds left on the buff, but the monster breaks those chains, dark, and ready to kill both of them. The guy shouts for him to stop. If he continues, he could accumulate too much of his spiritual power and end up dying, especially since he's only used half of it so far. There's still 400 left. The guy is shocked. 400? That's just half of his spiritual power? Damn, this guy is really strong. But the girl thinks he's a genius and says, maybe we can actually kill this thing, man. We can. She's not doing anything but watching as that monster holds its ground, but the spiritual pet is just as tough. Now she uses Frost Nova, and the monster starts to freeze completely, but even with the power being super strong, they still can't manage to freeze that monster. Suddenly, that power causes a massive explosion, sending the monster flying. The guy wonders, what kind of power is that? The girl even falls back. After all, he's never seen a pet like this. The monster is tough, and when the dust settles, it's still alive, all banged up but still standing. The woman is in shock, starting to sweat bullets. My guy starts talking about how, in ancient times, mythical beasts teamed up in battles. Humans managed to kill the 5 major elemental beasts of that era. The 5 greatest elemental beasts disappeared. Could this be one of those beasts? Linze has just 30 seconds of buff left and it's time to finish off this monster. So he uses the frozen stakes. That's his final attack. The monster, realizing it's not worth it, he starts running. But do you really think that after all this, Linze is just going to let him go? No way! The combo attack hits the monster square in its shell and leaves it all cracked up. Even smoke is pouring out of its body. Now he's finally managed to take down a king of the insects. The girl comes running in, saying that Linze is her Greek god, while the guy claims he really has some strong eyes. Now the explosive seed's effect wears off and his pet's level drops, but she's a bit unsteady, so he rushes over and scoops her up in his arms, telling her she really did a great job and that her growth rate is at 100%, but it needs evolution material, an advanced ice crystal to complete the new evolution. While the pet sleeps, he thinks that now, at 100%, he just needs the materials to evolve. After she rests up, he'll go gather materials to see what her new evolution will be. The system isn't stingy with rewards. He earned 500 achievement points, a revitalization potion, and an evolution material. That was everything he needed. The system really takes care of you, huh? Of course, it's Linze's system. And now this guy comes up to him, calling him brother. Seriously, the guy has some nerve, asking if he can take credit for killing that monster. The girl steps in front and says no way, because it was Linze who took that monster down. But the guy offers to make a deal. He'll give him 10 for 1. The reason he wants to do this is that the association sent him to take down the monster, and if he didn't, his evaluation score would drop. So since that guy is willing to pay 15, it seems like the best option. Then he could buy his next pet. But even if he's going to agree, he can't rush into it. Maybe he can negotiate for a better deal. The guy says that amount is all his savings from the last 6 months. And if he accepts, the great looter will owe him a favor. Linze knows that favors come at a cost. So they wrap up the deal, and the guy sends the payment via Pix. Then, another person shows up, and we don't know how long he's been there, watching everything from the sidelines. One dude leaps and jumps into the cave, and check it out, he has a silver badge. The girl is shocked because she actually got to meet a legendary beast Beastmaster. Upset, the guy immediately starts talking about how they've met again, but Linze just says hi. He's flabbergasted, trying to wrap his head around how Linze knows the Lord. He steps closer and realizes the mission has been accomplished. Naturally, Loda mentions that they completed the mission without any injuries, while the Lord thinks that the monster should have been at least a level H. He remembers that the pet the kid had was only at level 2. The Lord apologizes again, saying he underestimated the difficulty of the task. That monster was intermediate, but they rated it as common. Linze says it doesn't matter. I mean, Brother Lo managed to keep them safe. The guy, scratching his head, agrees, saying it flatters him. The girl in the back thinks to herself that this is what's called self-equalization. The guy mentions that the association will reward them 1-to-1 for that mission, and on top of that, they need to take the monster's body back for research. Lucia realizes that this guy is about to make a lot of money, so Linze agrees and politely accepts the money. After all, if he refused, it could leave some hidden danger. But the Lord is wise and knows that Linze doesn't have a second pet, which means he needs the money. He considers it an investment in him, so he sends the pics. Linze thanks him, and the Lord grabs the monster's horn, slinging that carcass over his shoulder like it's nothing. Linze is shocked to see this. Wow, so Linze earned 2 Huan today? But he quickly corrects himself. That guy, 1 more please. Then they say their goodbyes. While Luda is about to send him some money, the girl can't believe she met 2 amazing people today. That trip was totally worth it. I think she actually met 3, but she doesn't realize it yet. She says goodbye, mentioning she needs to work really hard so that someday they can go on adventures together. He said that maybe, in the near future, there might be a chance for that. 2 pounds. That's how much he needs to buy a creature of class A or B. We arrive at the pet shop and he asks to check out the pets that are for sale. Then they head downstairs and she starts showing him the stock of animals. Everything's right there in the store. There are all kinds of animals, and they can take their time deciding which one he's going to pick. He starts looking at the animals, and apparently, the shop has a grade B, which should be the highest rating. He notices the bone snake, which has no evolutionary path, then takes a look at the mushroom. The snake is class B, and there's also a really weird creature, a flame imp, which has a hidden evolutionary path. But he knows that this pet isn't on the same level as the king or queen of snow. Soon enough, a vendor pops up, eager to sell her wares, and she mentions that he should really consider that fire imp, which is seen as an elite class B pet, super rare, and costs 16. Wow, that's an expensive creature. Oh, and just a reminder, that price of 16 also includes some materials for evolution. Linze gets curious because his pet was classified as class F, but he knows these classifications are assigned by beast experts and aren't completely reliable. Well, now his system detects that there's currently 1 king-level pet with a hidden evolutionary path. Finally, it looks like he's found something that feels really familiar, a rock-type monster. Its evolution goes to a giant rock-type monster. Basically, it boosts defense and resistance power. And there are also some elements he can reach, including the stone god. He might even reveal some traits of divinity, having the ability to control stone and earth in his next form. Of course, if certain conditions are met, he transforms into a rock ghost with a 100% growth rate. He just needs 20 intermediate earth elements, and he can also be an undead, weighing about 500 grams. Now he realizes the resemblance is striking. The pet of the Lular, the giant stone monster, evolved from this little thing, but it's just on the most common evolutionary path. That guy would never think his pet had the potential to evolve into a god. From another perspective, the perks of the Ice Crystal Soul are the Control Burst, which belongs to the mage type. If the stone type monster is a warrior type, suddenly the seller interrupts his thoughts by talking to that little monster. It can be carried and evolved, combined with simple, cheap materials. She decides to make an irresistible offer, 16 for 8. But after that, he needs to buy some materials too, and a few grams of undead powder. The girl points out that those materials aren't suitable for the stone monster he just got. And look, the essence of earth element is pretty pricey, and it's not worth using on a D-level pet. But he says he wants to buy it anyway. After all, it's going to be a gift for someone. The dude can't even lie. Wow, 20,000 gets deducted from his account. Ugh, these materials are so expensive. Mission accomplished. Now he has everything he needs. The Seal Pearl. He's just signed his second contract with his second pet and scored 300 more achievement points. So, a little later, that night, he's got all the materials gathered and needs that 100% growth rate from his second pet first. He has a total of 800 achievement points, and that's going to be enough for the first upgrade. So he spent 220 achievement points to level up the monster to level 2. The guy looks at that monster, which seems really weak and kind of silly. Who would have guessed it might be hiding some divine power within a hidden evolutionary path? He asks his pet to gobble up all those evolution materials so it can level up fast. Suddenly, that little rock monster starts devouring everything at lightning speed, but it left a bit of undead dust behind. The monster glances at the dust and says, "No way, I'm not eating that. Undead dust? No thanks." Oh, but it's going to eat it. He paid way too much for that. This monster sure is picky about its food, huh? The monster slams the ground and says it won't eat anything, and it looks like it's really angry. All that monster needs is a good lesson in manners. So he activates his other spirit pet, and she appears in front of him with a super friendly face, if you know what I mean. The little Snowball has recovered really well, and pretty quickly. The little guy is determined not to eat anything and charges at her, but it didn't last a second. It just got a light tap from that ice shard on its head and immediately backed down, starting to cry and run away. Man, what a hassle. It's like taming a stubborn kid. Poor monster didn't stand a chance to fight back and was forced to eat that undead dust. And it seems it actually tastes great. Look at that thing. The growth rate shot up to 100% and a black light starts to form. It begins to take shape. That little creature that was so small is starting to grow big. This is the first time I've ever seen a ghost rock monster. Wow, the design is really impressive. It has Earth Project skills, bullet launch, and crush impact. It's wondering whether to say yes or no to fighting since this rock-type monster can evolve into that, but the monster is still sore about having to eat that undead dust, and out of nowhere, it starts attacking and completely wrecks Linze's house. The monster's attack is fierce, but the little Snowball manages to dodge it, and the monster keeps smashing everything. Then, the little Snowball uses a shield to protect itself from the beast's power. The monster strains to see through the smoke, and only now realizes that it's using an ice shield. Lin Ze is going crazy back there. The guy just smashed his wall. The system alerts him that the ice crystal soul has now met the requirements to evolve. So he's ready to show that monster who really calls the shots and commands the little Snowball to evolve. It absorbs 10 advanced evolution crystals and begins its latest evolution. A bone-chilling wind strikes the rocky body of that ghost. Realizing that the little Snowball has evolved, he sees it's taken on a much cooler form now. Its name is now Snow Maiden, an ice type, level 4, stage 1, and its abilities are: the Ice Pendant has been upgraded to Ice Rain, which now deals area damage. The Ice Shield has been upgraded to Ice Crystal Mirror, which maintains defense and adds a ricochet ability, and that Arctic Domain has been upgraded to Blizzard, which boosts damage and duration of the Arctic Domain. A Storm Bruise in the Arctic Domain. This Ice Maiden is not playing around. Oh, this has definitely been the best upgrade yet, both in physical strength and stats, but the monster isn't intimidated at all and is ready to fight back. So, she just raises her hand and petrifies his legs, leaving him unable to move. Linze tells her to activate Ice Rain, and she does just that. That monster now feels backed into a corner. After all, it should have just respected the boss's orders. So he falls to his knees, begging for mercy. Linze has 2 divine-type spirit monsters, which are pretty interesting. One can control ice, and the other can control earth. The only thing they've got to do is obey him, or else they'll find out they don't matter at all. One of your pets signs a contract with another one. Linze continues with his question. Are you going to obey me, yes or no? While the monster trembles at its base, and since it can't speak, it just nods its head, doing so out of pure, spontaneous pressure, of course. As Linze says that it better never disrespect his orders again, suddenly someone knocks on the door. He goes to see who it is. Look at that. The neighbor has come to complain about the noise. It's late, and he's still making a racket, but the wall of his house is completely smashed. What happened? Linze apologizes and says he was just working out, but he'll cover the damages. The guy says it's not the first time nor the second, it's the third. He also wants compensation for the emotional distress he suffered, at least 30 or 11 right now. Man, this guy is asking for a lot, huh? How much is that wall worth? The dude gives him a slap on the chest and says he has 3 days to pay. Otherwise, that otherwise sounded pretty serious, folks. In the end, the monster, Rocha, standing at 7'2", is right there. One guy takes a look and sees a right hook ready to hit him, but now it's trouble. The guy didn't even have time to react. That punch barely missed because Linze told the monster to stop. That was close. One swing, and that guy would have been 6 feet under. As he sweats, he wonders what kind of pet this is. That pet looks like a monster. Linze apologizes again and says he'll train his pet properly. He asks again how much the damages are. The guy starts shaking, stutters, and says they're even now, forget it. No payment necessary. Linze smiles and says a man of character doesn't worry about such small details, right? Now we can be friends. Night falls and his house is still a total mess, while he's sleeping next to his spiritual pet, while the other one stands guard to learn a lesson. The night passes quickly, and he wakes up feeling like he had a pretty strange dream, thinking he was some kind of super idol. His pet hands him his phone, and on the other end, that girl says today is the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy of Beasts. Did he forget? Poor dude, he overslept and totally forgot. What an idiot. She tells him to meet her at the school gate and he rushes over. She waves him over, but people can't believe how this guy could be late for something as important as this test. Does he really think he's the hottest thing since sliced bread just because he passed his advanced exam? But she greets him with a punch right in the face, saying he sleeps too much. Lately, he's been so worn out, and the teacher asks if he's been practicing his spiritual techniques while the girl gets completely ignored in the background. Then she asks everyone to gather around. They are the elite of Ping'an High School, #1 in that exam. All she hopes is that everyone gives it their all. Whether they pass or not, they're still considered good students. She's super pumped, telling everyone to give their best, and Lin Ze is excited. He hopes to become the pride of Ping'an High School. Then, they hop on a bus straight to school. On the way, that girl asks why he didn't reply to those messages. She mentions that her fierce bird has evolved too. Can't wait to see what kind of evolution that is. The test is going to be a piece of cake. In other words, really easy. In Jiangning City, the houses are huge, and this isn't a small town. It's massive, but it seems like Linze didn't notice a thing. Poor guy. Seriously, I think he didn't see anything at all. Look at Zay's face. She looks at him and asks what he's staring at. Then she goes back to her seat, completely blushing, and so is he. A silence hangs in the air as their classmates in the back talk about the Imperial Academy of Beasts in Gingang. It's a huge, super luxurious academy. That's why everyone wants to go there. Some dream of living there forever. It wouldn't be too hard, right? Then this guy comes through asking everyone to make way amidst the commotion, saying that 17 students from high school. It's game time, Ping. They came to report in. Today, one of them just joined another team. The guy next to him is pretty chill, saying that 21 students from high school #3 showed up. That guy is Tan Yang and the girl is Gi. She's a total standout. She said she's the class leader and there's no chance they could lose against those guys, and she's right. So she introduces herself as the class leader from Pinggang High. Then I meet another group they call a bunch of hicks just because they're from a small town. Compared to Gin, Ping is way more remote than Gangxia, really far from everything and small too. This guy jumps off that statue, flipping onto the ground. That's the teacher in charge of the sign-ups. Last time, he ranked first. He congratulates everyone but warns them not to get too excited. The difficulty of the test here is totally different from anything they've faced before. The dropout rate is over 80%, which means only 10 people per group will make it. And those who pass the easy level, they're definitely getting eliminated. That's what everyone thinks. The guy who called them hicks earlier said no one from Ping High will pass that test. So the girl shouldn't worry, but she yells back that she's going to show him who the real hick is. Besides those two, who does the other girl think will make it? She's chewing her gum and spots a guy she thinks is really strong. She looks around to find more strong contenders and notices Linze wearing some really weird clothes, but she's not sure if he'll pass or not. That girl starts sensing the strength of that guy. It's off the charts, and she knows there's something he's hiding. But the guy himself says no hick farmer is even going to come close to Ping High. All they have to do now is rest up and eat well. Look at this. Someone is drooling from hunger. They've got a huge cafeteria that's free for everyone. But in that cafeteria, there's a guy with eagle eyes who can spot anything. Big things, that pair of big boobs really gets my attention. A guy tells him to shut up or tone it down, or he'll embarrass the whole school, while the other guy is just staring like a drooling puppy. In the meantime, the girl's there saying her big bro needs to eat more. She hands him a huge pile of meat, thinking he's gonna finish it all. Suddenly, 2 more girls show up asking if there's enough room for them to eat, and she talks like the 2 guys are a couple. The other girl turns beat red like, come on, don't say stupid stuff. The guy doesn't get how that ugly dude can be so popular. Now 2 more girls join the scene and he thinks he's way better looking than that guy. Dude, you're not as hot as you think. I guarantee it. But you think that's the end? Nope. Another person comes over and asks if they can sit there too, and the girl, her eyes sparkling like Gojo, tells him to take a seat. So now we've got a table for 6. His name is Zongchao, and he's from King Ping School. Zay asks what's up, but we know why he's there. That guy heard there's a high school student in town who aced the advanced test, and he's wondering if he'll show up again. But the guys start eyeing him suspiciously. Why is he asking that? Is he gathering intel? After all, no one's taken the test yet, so if he gets enough information, he could easily take out their high school. He tells the girls to chill, he just wants to make friends. The girl tells him to beat it, he's not gonna find anything out here. So, he scratches his head and says he has some good info for this crew too. He points and says that guy over there is the leader of the high school at Qingding, Li Pingguim. That dude passed the high-level apprentice assessment 2 months ago, and his pet is a poisonous herb monster. He heard that guy's ranked above 3, but the girls are freaking out. What's an average high school student doing with a rank 3 pet? No way. That guy's also famous because his family That really gave him a lot of high-level evolution material. The guys who are ranked number 1 aren't even compared to his competition, but the girl is there wondering what it's like to have a tier 3 beast. Her bird is just at tier 2, level 7, and there's a huge power gap between the two. And that other girl with the pink hair, oh man, she's trouble. She got her first pet in her junior year, and in just 3 months, she passed the advanced level assessment. She's got a dragon with a gross tier 2 pattern, stage 8. Wow. The other girl is shocked, like, how is it even possible to train a pet to tier 2 level 8 in half a year? Maybe she was already tier 2 when she signed the contract, which means that girl's really strong. Linze keeps eating and listening to their conversation. Then the girl notices people are talking about her. She even waves, giving a peace sign. Linze gets freaked out and realizes she knows they were talking about her. There's another master. In town, Kancha Tangyong, he's got a beast that can control 2 elements. Oh my gosh. If it was strong before, it's even worse now. That guy, the professor, said before, some pets are really precious and have unique traits, but most are in extremely dangerous areas and can't be tamed. Hold on. So does that mean there are wild pets that can be tamed? That's interesting. He remembers that the rock-type ghost was a combination of ghost and rock-type. It really seems worth developing, huh? The guy smiles and says he's shared everything he knows. Now, can they give any more info about the guy who cleared the higher difficulty? The girl smiles and says the person he's talking to is her, Linze Right, saying that guy hasn't shown up. The girls don't understand why that guy is hiding, while he apologizes, saying the person he's looking for isn't here and no one knows that guy at this table. Oh, the guy thanks them and says it's all good, since no one wants to talk. He's not going to force anyone. He just grabs his plate and decides to leave. So it looks like they're hiding something. The guy who's reached the higher difficulty level knows that the one who has overcome that challenge is among these guys. He goes over to his buddies saying they're going to test that guy later. The girl asks Linze why he didn't tell the truth. But Linze is wise and knows it's better to keep his anonymity. This way, he won't become an easy target. And what that guy said might not even be true. He's right. So they finish eating and decide to leave the cafeteria. The girl asks the two of them to join her for training later. They both agree. And she also invites Linze to her room that night, so the 4 of them can hang out together. But I think she's talking about training, right? While he's imagining, oh, the 4 of us in the room, it's going to be amazing. And that's all he needs, you know? No, but I don't think that's it. Then, out of nowhere, a guy comes up and slaps her butt, asking if he can also come to her room tonight. After all, he wants to train too, but what he didn't expect was a right hook right to the face. So he grabs her arm, saying she's the aggressive type. She really is his kind of girl. Everyone from the rival schools starts laughing, except Lin Ze. The guy is furious and tells him to let go of her arm immediately, but she tells him to forget it. After all, if he fights here, he'll definitely get punished. As the guy talks about, how the girls from his school are really pretty, he shows the middle finger and says that the guys just want to show them a little love, if you know what I mean. While he's smiling, all he sees in front of him is a fist, a punch that lands right on that guy's nose, sending him sprawling. The force of the hit was so strong that it was a punch for 2 knockdowns. As the other 2 friends call Linze to fight, "Oh, you can say whatever you want to me, but not to my girl. That's not how it works." The guys can't believe he's taking on 3, while the other one gets back up. Linze said he's not letting them go just yet. This guy calls him an idiot and starts yelling for his creature. Then another person shows up and stops that guy in his tracks. And guess who it is? His brother? The guy tells him to knock it off since he's embarrassing himself. The dude realizes that the punch wasn't from just anyone. It was from someone who's reached a whole new level. But Linze insists that this isn't over yet. The guy says he'll teach his buddy a lesson when he comes back. And if he has one more complaint, he can come talk to him. Looks like things are about to heat up between these 2 twins. One's famous, the other is still a nobody. The girl tells him to leave and not mix with this riffraff. Alright then, he takes off and asks that guy to keep things in check until the next exam. The guy just watches while the 3 girls gush about how awesome her brother is. He took care of that guy with just 1 hit. He looks calm on the outside, but inside he knows he's, found the infamous Linze. Then, sometime later, we see a bathtub overflowing with bubbles and the water looks really hot. Check out those 3 girls taking a bath. One of them asks for a back scrub. After all, that's the least she can do to thank her for the help with the training. Their pets are about to level up, so they'll get stronger and maybe even win. Then, another one suggests giving a massage as thanks. The first girl turns around and tells her not to mess around randomly. Well, I'm not sure where these girls girls are giving massages either. The next day, the master teacher gathered everyone together. There's a classroom, and he has some good news. The first group of candidates this year, based on their past performance, is the worst batch of students he's ever seen, and he's not expecting anything from them. He points his finger at those 3 losers, and the girl thinks it's all great. The guy says she's the one holding them back. The girl gets angry and says if she runs into that guy after the exam, he's going to see just how tough she really is. The next exam is coming up. In the illusion of the stone table, with no difficulty selection, the challenge will be called Secret Forest. As the name suggests, it's a forest filled with all sorts of creatures. Some big, some small, some mischievous, and others colossal. But the only thing that keeps popping into my head is, will there be any wild beasts that can be tamed? Once everyone enters the illusion, they'll see a score panel on their arm. This panel will rack up points based on the number of beasts killed. A level 1 beast gives you 10 points, a level 2 gives you 20, and a level 3 gives 40. In a forest like that, sometimes you're the hunter and sometimes you're the prey. If you die in there, you're out. There's also a stone table in the center of the forest that tracks the scores and coordinates of the top 10 players. Damn, everyone starts thinking there are level 3 beasts lurking around. If anyone runs into one of those, they'll be eliminated on the spot, but he keeps saying, the competition will last 4 hours, so the top 10 candidates will automatically be accepted based on their scores. Then this guy asks if they can only kill fierce beasts, or if they can take out other candidates too. The winner gets to keep all the points they collect. In other words, it's a PvP with a bit of backstabbing. Most of these students are weak and they're going nuts. How can they encourage us to kill each other? There are schools that are clearly in the top 10 and others that are at the bottom. Look who's happy now. They can go all out without fearing any penalties. The teacher asks for silence. After all, the real battlefield is way more brutal than this. And if anyone wants to back out, now's the time. The person who finishes first in the ranking will be awarded the title of leader of the newbies and will receive various perks. All that teacher wants is to see who will become the true king of all the students this year. He's already got a few candidates in mind, 5 to be exact. The girl is worried. It would be great if she could find Lin Ze. Even if she didn't make it into the top 10, she can still help him out. I think she should really focus on her own safety first. Once you enter the illusion, call for her, Guanling. She's got to use the fierce magical bird's flying ability to find him quickly. They formed the team with him efficiently and coherently, which is just her style. The professor tells everyone to sit down and be silent. Now they're about to enter the illusion dimension, and there he is. Lin Ze, in a dense, dark forest. He looks around, trying to figure out where he is. Quickly, he notices the stone tablet on his wrist showing the remaining time, 38 hours and 59 minutes. In other words, he's got 3 hours and 59 minutes left. The arm info can only show his current position and score, but it doesn't tell him if he made it into the top 10 or not. So everyone will head to that central stone tablet to find out his ranking. That area is definitely going to be the most dangerous at the end of this stage. So if anyone goes over to that tablet and just moves blindly, their coordinates will still be displayed. Oh, that's going to attract a lot of players. No doubt about it, it's going to turn into a war. The real purpose of this exam is to let the players go at each other, but that doesn't bother him because he's pretty strong, and no one's going to steal points from the strong unless they're stronger than him. Suddenly, someone hits him with a surprise attack, but it fails, hitting blindly. After all, he had his shield active and shattered the teeth of that python. It's a 2-headed beast monster, rank 1, stage 9. The python is crying because all she had were her teeth. His strategy was solid. Keeping the spirit guardian active doesn't drain too much power, so he summons the rock ghost to be his loyal guard. So, he's gonna get strong by keeping his real strength hidden and take the chance to test the true potential of Rock Phantom. Before he even realized it, that python got all wrapped up, and knowing it had no chance, it bolted out of there. He tells the Phantom to forget about that rank 1 snake, since a rank 9 isn't worth it. He needs to kill the highest tier of each rank. Doing that will save energy and ensure he scores way more points. Now, all he has to do is keep testing his monster and face even fiercer beasts. Oh, and the Rock Phantom is ready to fight. The spirit of that pet is super aggressive, but there's still one thing that worries him. What about that girl? Is she gonna manage to find him? Meanwhile, a little further away, she's already taken out several creatures and racked up 30 points. She's got 3 hours and 40 minutes left. She asks her magic phoenix to fly around and scout the area. Then, he spots the board amidst the forest as she wonders where Brother Lin might be. That's it. That's all there is. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more videos like this. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the next video. Our hero's pet beast is still on high alert like it's just out for a stroll, you know? Meanwhile, she focused on checking the surroundings, and our boy quickly noticed that the players were being toyed with by the beasts. Damn. The bird came back because the beasts can't stray too far from their owner, right? Crap. So, she figured she'd give it a shot, because sometimes you just have to take the risk. You feel me? She knew for sure that Ze was powerful enough to be in the top 10. Dudes, no pushover. Then she remembered to check Ze's coordinates on the stone tablet, but right then, a creature that looked like an ostrich charged at her from behind. What a mess. She jumped to dodge while our boy was running around all pumped with adrenaline. Man, she recalled that the golden-backed ostrich is rank 2, stage 5, and she couldn't let her guard down. She was pretty sure it wouldn't stand a chance against her fiery bird. She was at rank 2, stage 7, the real deal, and bam, her bird went in and landed a combo, scoring her 20 points with ease. But suddenly, something hit the bird. Total shock. She turned around to see where the attack came from and found out that this pet beast snatched the returning boomerang. Turns out it was Yue, the famous one. His pet was like a barbaric humanoid, another rank 2 stage 4. This dude casually took down Juan, and Juan instantly remembered him. She called stealing. Kills shameful, but the ex replied without a care that there was nothing in the rules saying he couldn't take that, and even mentioned he was planning to take her down too. He told his buddy to take out the stupid bird and went on the offensive. The buddy threw a boomerang and tried to instruct his bird to dodge quickly, but to everyone's surprise, the boomerang switched targets and came right at her. What the heck? She lost her balance. Definitely a plot twist. Then Yue rushed in and covered her mouth. Because of that, the crazy girl couldn't give any more commands to the gem bird. Yue explained that compared to regular beasts, humanoid ones have superior intelligence, and they act on their own, and his move was just to throw her off. An incredibly clever tactic. The other guy grabbed the bird's wings, moving in for the kill. He was just thinking about having some fun before taking her out. At that moment, they had only 3 hours and 28 minutes left. Total. Pressure, my dude? Meanwhile, Ze had about 40 points and was chilling. The rock ghost, on the other hand, was messing around with the body of a pig he had defeated. Ze noticed another player nearby and caught on right away. It was Chong, with his big-mouthed monster that looked like a crazy creature holding a beast-like monkey with massive claws. And the monster just gobbled up the monkey. What the heck, man? With that, Xiong's points shot up to 60. The guy was racking up wins left. And, right? Ze called out, full of confidence. Xiong, being clever, remembered him. Linze noticed and thought that he still didn't know his identity, planning to take advantage of Xiong's knowledge. Xiong thought the phantom beast was really cool, which only favored Ze even more. The kid asked if the beast was rare since he had never seen anything like it before. He wondered if Ze was the guy who had gone through the higher difficulty level, but from what he knew, that dude had a frost-type beast. But Ze quickly replied that his beast wasn't rare. It was just a common beast. He said it was a common D-rank beast that had only been upgraded to rank 2. Ze kept boosting his ego, making the kid feel all flattered. Grateful, Xiong started offering to help Ze rack up some points. The guy was so confident he thought he could make it into the top 10. Ze just responded that it sounded great, accepting it in good spirits. However, Xiong was smart. He figured that once Ze wasn't useful anymore, he'd find a way to take him out. And grab his points, sneaky bastard. Then the scene cuts to another part of the forest, where Guan had grabbed Yui's arm and threw him to the ground like trash. He tried to curse her out, but he was in deep trouble. Seeing her expression, he got freaked out. It was the face of someone who wasn't joking around. She stared him down as she spoke, remembering that her brother took action for the first time, but now she wasn't going to let him off so easily. Then she activated her demon eyes, and her flames turned into roses. Her bird transformed into a rose shape. Planning and looking all stylish, the bird flapped its wings like in an epic scene, and Ue, in despair, called out for Otto for help, but he was too scared to move, so Otto ran away. Ue shouted desperate for him to come back. Juan even mocked him, saying having a beast with its own intelligence wasn't really an advantage. You feel me? Our boy Yue surrendered to his fate and earnestly begged not to get hit where Ze got him, because, come on, that would be super cruel. Shortly after, a thunderous scream echoed all around. So with that defeat, Juan came out on top and ended up snagging some points on the leaderboard. On the stone board, it was clear that the big guy, Penguin, was totally dominating with 170 points. Right behind him was Xin Ui with 120 points, then Gan with 100, followed by Ning with 70, and Shuang in 5th place with 60. The teacher was watching the kids and realized that this group of candidates wasn't as weak as he'd thought. It was impressive that in less than an hour, someone had already broken the 100-point barrier. He took a glance and saw our boy Penguin walking through the forest. To make things even more interesting, he ran into a spotted tiger like a beast, rank 3 level 1. Holy cow, how scary. Next to it, a demon plant, the notorious poisonous Era, also rank 3, showed up to spice things up. The spotted tiger didn't waste any time and charged at them like there was no tomorrow. But then, the poisonous era stood its ground and wrapped its tendrils around one of the tiger's paws. The tiger managed to break free but took the chance to bite the vine. Animals are all instinct, right? Our boy Penguin, tired of this playing around, told the beast to stop and focus on finding the next prey. A monster froze with wide eyes, and then spikes shot out of its body, straight out of a horror movie. Dude, and wouldn't you know it, the tiger fell? What a mess. The poisonous era didn't waste any time and crawled up over the tiger's body. So, she got fully fed by it. With that move, Penguin's points jumped to 210. This guy is badass. He secured the win in the first round, leaving everyone eating dust. Among the leaves, the redstone board shone like a beacon, and guess who was there? Shin Ui and Yang, messing everything up, with Yang super happy that Shin Ui came in second. It's obvious he was expecting that, right? Stuck to him, she's a beast, but Shin Ui was worried because the kid still had 0 points, even though she had given him all those beasts. He casually replied that as long as they hunted the guys on the list and scored some points, that would be enough for him. Curious, she asked how they were going to hunt and who they'd start with first. Yong, with a strategic look, knew it was way too early to go after the penguin and his crew. That crew is from their school, so no, this time the priority is the Ningay Tim gang. He remembered a guy named Lin Ze, who was talented but also seemed off because he didn't see his own name. A friend mentioned this dude must be playing dirty. In other words, it was a typical move from someone trying to stay under the radar. He said he thought it was all just a bluff and, as usual, signaled it was time to go because Guan was nearby. He managed to track down a girl, Aleste, and they tried to catch her scent to see if they could snag her. Meanwhile, Guan was just chilling around with her little bird. She sensed a mantis cutting through the air on the left and a carnivorous plant on the right, which was super confusing. She pondered which side to go to find Ze, who was with Xiong. They came across a dried-up beast plant, rank 2, stage 4. Xiong figured it would be better to leave it alone and promised to help later, but honestly, the guy had a completely sinister plan. He plotted to launch a surprise attack and score points when Ze was about to finish off the beast. Can you believe that the ghost from the ridge punched that plant and brought it down immediately? Insane. The ghost was left speechless, not knowing whether to go for it or break down in tears. Poor Xiong could only stare at the guy tied up. Can you believe it? He knocked down that beast with just one punch. Incredible. There were still 2 hours and 20 minutes on the clock, and the saga continued. The teacher was just watching, right? He knew about Ze and recognized him as one of the best. In less than 2 hours, he dropped from rank 33 to 9th. He figured out how that happened when he heard someone mention Tiago. He remembered letting Ze attack first, but didn't expect him to take out the beast with just one punch. He was already complaining that he was left with nothing and asked Ze to share. Ze, already on the defensive, said that wasn't his intention. He calmly explained that because of the test that impacts their admission, he always makes sure to give it his all in every fight. Plus, he told Xiong that if he wanted points, the next target would be his. Xiong pouted like, come on, because he was planning to take out Ze and grab those points that were on the line. To spice things up even more, the system dropped a hint that a rare beast had been detected in the area. He figured that meant more points, and we all know everyone loves a few extra points. So, not too far from them, there was a golden tree trunk. They started heading toward the trunk. Man, Xiong was in shock. Like he couldn't believe they had actually found a real golden tree. He thought that would count as bonus points. But suddenly, the tree grabbed him while Ze made a slide jump to dodge the branches. The golden tree, besides being stunning, hung Xiong upside down. My dude, just when he thought it couldn't get worse, he opened his eyes and mouth and saw it was a dehydrated golden beast, like some sort of plant, a rank 3, stage 9, heavy-duty situation. He had no clue that was going to happen. Xiong yelled for his beast to come save him, but then he looked and saw his beast was caught as well. Oh my god! He kind of froze, thinking about what to do, and then realized the plant was draining all his spiritual energy. What the hell? So he told Ze to help out because things were getting ugly. But come on, Ze shot back that they agreed the next beast was his, right? No. Zhuan told him not to be like that because this beast was no joke. Then he suggested they team up to tackle the situation, but Ze just turned around and said he trusted himself and was going to bail. Poor Xiong didn't give up and kept begging for his life. Ze, are you crazy? My dude finally decided to help and asked what. Xiong was going to give him in return for his help. Xiong got all mad for him having the nerve to blackmail him. What's ridiculous is that he decided he had valuable information about others, and if Ze helped him out, he'd share it. So curious Ze asked him to spill the beans, and Xiong had no choice but to reveal it was about the penguins and Shini's unique spiritual techniques. But before he could say anything, he started begging for his life and for help again. Ze thought for a moment, wondering if it was like some rock enhancement skill that actually had real value. He called on his beast, a rock, and ordered it to use its crushing blows on the enemy's abdomen. The stone beast charged forward. It leaped when the branches tried to grab it. Then it sliced through the branches with one swift move. It was almost reaching the tree, but then a golden branch wrapped around its torso and pulled it away. More branches showed up, entangling the stone beast. Ze realized that his beast, Rank 2, Stage 9, was still getting its butt kicked by the weird creature. It was trying to break free, but it was a stalemate. No way out. He thought about calling the Snow Maiden to put an end to this ridiculous fight, but then he noticed a tremor. The stone beast was shaking. "What's up with that, my dude?" He teased the beast, asking if that was all it had. He told it to break free since there was no time to waste. The stone beast got angry, and the next move was shocking. At that moment, the stone was surrounded by dust, and it looked like it was about to get sad. A smoke started to rise from the key beast's head. Holy crap! And Xiong shouted that they were done for because the beast was nearly drained. They had an hour and 54 minutes left, and already 27 participants were out. He was curious about what kind of power a genius facing something nearly impossible could have. The smoke from the stone beast began to swirl and even looked like a dance. Ze was taken aback. The situation was turning around. The stone beast unlocked a new ability, a demonic spectral form that would last about 30 seconds. Xiong was dumbfounded, like, what the heck is this, man? Just as Ze had guessed, those with dual attributes, he's always got some special skills up his sleeve. He froze for a moment to see just how powerful that demon spectral form was, and the tree roared right then and there. It tried to stab the stone beast, but the branches went right through it, leaving it totally confused. So Ze, quick as ever, noticed that the demon spectral form, the stone, didn't have a physical body, which meant it could dodge physical damage and also wanted to take control of it. And on the screen, he saw the abilities. Had turned into stone projection, the crushing blow that wasn't available, and earth spikes. He ordered the beast to use the stone projection, aiming for the tree's eyes and abdomen. It activated its psychic power and, with an enviable force, sent the stones straight at the tree like it was the best shooting game, but with actual rocks. And the tree man just collapsed, taking Xiong down with it. Ze quickly noticed the rank had changed. Like, the damage it dealt was nothing compared to the dried golden beast. Wasn't that monster grabbing Xiong and running off with him? Just wrong, dude. He was freaking out because if his kid fell, he'd lose those points instantly. Ze, giving that killer look, took aim at the chaos unfolding, and the tree, now furious, shot branches like it wanted to start a new style of modern dance. Our MC, who wouldn't back down, summoned the Snow Maiden like it was a SOS. She appeared in front of him like a superhero, shielding our girl from the deadly branches. There was no way around it. He issued a command. No doubt about it. The maiden didn't hesitate and unleashed a snowstorm. Meanwhile, the 30 seconds for the stone beast were ticking down like the timer on an overly easy challenge. He called on the beast to use the crushing blow because after all that back and forth, it was time to go on the offensive. And just like that, while the tree was completely frozen, it was struck in the abdomen. The Snow Maiden kept up the support, forming a true gaming partnership. Ze then ordered the stone beast to activate the spectral form, because it was time to show what he's made of. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden attacked with a cascade of threads, launching ice crystals at the tree that was still kind of frozen inside. And as if that wasn't enough, Ze raised his fist, ready to deliver the next blow. He struck the tree with a spiritual energy hit that was like an anime ultimate attack, and with that, the tree finally went down, crushed to bits like confetti. The system confirmed that our guy had won, and there was no doubt about it. With this victory, the rock demon leveled up to rank 3, which is hard mode, and Ze gained a new insane ability called phantom duplication. Then the protagonist explains that he did all this to protect our hero. He sends his beast back first through the system and is totally pumped because besides escaping, he racked up some points too. At the same time, Professor Ray, who's the go-to guy for all things cool, had his eye on him, but there was only an hour and 20 minutes left, and Ze had already accumulated around 180 points. The professor was shocked, totally freaked out. He went to check out the ice beast that the kid had summoned and could see it had divine rank potential, you know? He was left wondering how a kid managed to pull that off. Ze also learned that a rank 3 beast earned 60 points, and because of what he did, he could no longer stay low-key. Suddenly, someone popped up asking what was going on, and it was Xiong, looking anxious, thinking Ze had wrecked the wilted golden beast. So, Xiong, all curious, asked where the Snow Maiden came from. Poor Ze didn't even remember to think about her. So since Xiong had already seen the scene, he couldn't keep it under wraps anymore. He decided to play it dumb and said he had no idea what was happening, and that it was the girl who had defeated the golden beast. Xiong, realizing she was also a beast, figured if her master was the legendary Lin Ze, they were screwed. He started getting worried, thinking they might be next. As they were leaving, Ze was left speechless, and in that moment, he had the snow girl pretend to attack the pet beast. She looked confused, and the creature, Xiong, turned pale when he saw her aiming at them while threatening with some ice crystals. Man, the kid panicked right away and started crying, thinking that if he got eliminated, it would be a disaster. He'd rather sacrifice Ze and run for his life. The monster beast swallowed Ze, and in disbelief, he asked why he did that. Xiong, all tactical, replied that it was to protect him, you know? Then he told the beast to go back first, and when Xiong thought he had enough distance, he felt like he had escaped. He even scored some points with Ze inside the beast's stomach, and, relaxing a bit, asked if everything was good now, but was surprised to see that Xiong was still holding firm. Feeling lazy, he created a barrier around himself, pondering what would happen next. After all, he expected Xiong to let him go fast. Then, Xiong panicked again, realizing the beast was still after them, and he was confused because the kid should have been digested ages ago. The beast's stomach growled, and out of nowhere, it puked Ze back up. Zhuo, astonished, asked how he got out alive, and Ze, totally chill, said it might have been the beast's digestion. Then Ze had an idea. If the monster was still chasing them, they could team up and take it down. Xiong was at a loss for words and thought Ze was kind of an idiot. So Ze casually said, it seemed like nothing was chasing them anymore, and asked about the exclusive spiritual technique he had mentioned some time back. Xiong suggested they check the stone tablet first to see if they made it into the top 10, and then they started talking on their way there. While walking, Xiong explained that the exclusive spiritual technique is a unique skill that only some really talented beast masters can pull off. This kind of technique can't be learned from a book because it depends on the physical makeup of the beast master, and since it's so rare, regular teachers don't even teach it. Ze asks what the unique spiritual techniques of the Shinigami are. Then, the penguin arrives at the stone plaque, and Xiong decides to be the first to reach the top. The penguin scores 370 points, followed by Shinigami with 340. Next is Yang with 250. And in fourth place, we have our Ze with 180 points. Just behind him is Dan from the NGO with 140, and Tiam with 130. There's also Ao from the NGO with 120, and finally Shinsichi with 100. They still have 58 minutes to run, and Xiong feels a bit down because his name isn't on the board. But he stays hopeful, thinking he still has a chance. He notices that the 10th place only has 100 points, and if he adds that idiot's points, he knows he can make it into the top 10. So he calls Ze over, and with his eyes wide open, he notices that Ze has 180 points marked on his arm. He can't believe what he sees. When he checks the stone plaque and realizes only Linze had that amount, the reality starts to sink in. He's trembling as he asks for the kid's name. Our boy then reveals his real name, Xiong. He can't believe it, especially when Ze says he wants to come along. He remembers that those who pass the super hard levels can take 2 vacations, and then it hits him that the kid has been hiding his power all this time. He realizes the ice beast was also his, and that he wants to take him down. Linze reminds him that if it weren't for him, he would have already been killed by the golden beast. So, he asks Xiong to share the information he has, but Xiong refuses. He orders the big mouth beast to crush Ze, but the stone beast seems to punch Xiong's beast, leaving him completely confused. To top it off, the Snow Maiden appears and freezes Xiong's pet beast. Xiong just drops to the ground in shock. Ze says that even if Xiong isn't something grand, they still count as a rare beast, rank 3, so he's going to catch it no matter what. Xiong decides to spill the beans and pleads to be let go, but Ze changes his mind. After thinking it over, he realizes he doesn't really care about the information anyway, because at the end of the day, all those spiritual techniques are pretty much the same. Xiong's like, wait, what, man? You know why? None of them stand a chance against Ze. He told the Snow Maiden to use the icy rain, and Xiang starts cursing out loud, but then some yellow vines pop up out of nowhere and stab the guy. That attack is from none other than Penem. Dude, like it's nothing. Our hero calls Ze out. He reveals he's been waiting for this guy for ages. So Xiang, acting all buddy-buddy, calls Ze boss and tells him to watch out for the ice element's pet monster. Ze's like, "What are you doing here, man?" He wasn't expecting to see him there. He seizes the opportunity to settle that unfinished business between them. Penguin, with that smug little grin, tells Xiang he can go back and rest. Xiang was ridiculously happy. He saw that his points were taken by the boss. You could say he didn't think it was a total loss and just bounced. Penguin's points shot up to 430, you know? Penguin encourages Ze to show his true power, promising they'll see who's gonna be the rookie of the year. But Ze responds that he doesn't care about that best rookie title, and if Penguin wanted it, he could just take it. Penguin took that as an admission of defeat. Where's the tough guy vibe from? This coward? He teases, saying he didn't expect Ze to be such a complete coward for real. He says that after taking out Ze, he's going to wipe out everyone in the higher rankings. Plus, he says he might even go after Shinigami, Wang, Gang, and Guan. Everyone. He got real fired up, confessing that the thrill of crushing them is addictive, right? But talking about Guan reminded Ze of her and the fear. He realized that ONG, Shinin, and Guan were all in the same area, which means Guan was in danger. Dude, then like a rocket, he shot off to the east, but Penguin, always in control, ordered his beast to block the way. The stakes got raised. Getting tangled up with the rock ghost and the barrier, Ze and Penguin didn't miss a chance to take a stab at him, thinking Ze was just some clown with a big name. He ordered his beast to drain Ze's powers out of pure malice. Ze, not having much patience, cursed the dude out. He really didn't want to play with Penguin. Then he had the Snow Maiden attack from behind in an epic move, and honestly, that left Penguin in shock. Dude, this guy's name is Penguin, but I'm just gonna call him Penguin. Bro, so 'cause it's easier, right? That's when the dude turned into an ice statue. What a mess. The beast from Poison Era didn't even see it coming and got caught off guard, and the Snow Maiden didn't waste any time turning it into an ice statue too. Then boom, the Ghost of Rock came in and smashed everything. Ze mentioned he already warned that he didn't have time to mess around with him. The melted ice, poor crushed voices. Someone stepped up and said that Ze's vitality was so strong that, seriously, he was still in the game. It was Lu Gong. He reminded Ze that he forgot to finish off Penguin and took advantage of that missed opportunity. What a clever move, man. He aimed at the right spots and sent his beast, which was an iron-armored dragon, like a rank 2 dragon, stage 9, to attack Penguin directly. The gang hoped Penguin's beast would come back, but they knew he didn't have that ability. He thought he had secured first place, but when he looked at his arm, where were the points? Nothing changed. He figured something was off. While his pet beast was confused with the vine moving around, he turned and bam, vine to the face. Totally confused, right? Penguin said he had no problem telling someone he'd already been eliminated. Then he revealed that his exclusive spiritual technique was mimicry synchronization. The gang, already fed up, sent their iron-armored dragon to attack. But when he saw there was no response, he checked and found his beast was stuck in the ground. And then poof, it turned to smoke. Meanwhile, our hero Ze was running like a madman, with the image of Xiang and the ONG putting his hand on his sister. If he did that, he'd hit the ground, but like, never. Meanwhile, Guan was just standing there, frozen in a bubble, and there was a young dragon with steel scales, rank 2, stage 8. She couldn't break free from the bubble created by a rank 3, stage 2 necromancer, specializing in ghosts and water. The mature ONG told Ing that he'd give her this task. If she got Guan's points, she'd become the head of a new squad. Shinigami, as always, asked why, joking that it could be because she's way too pretty and he doesn't have the guts to attack her, right? Angu fired back, saying he wasn't interested in other girls. Zero romance. Then Shinigami told them not to rush and that they should wait before taking action. Wong asked why. Curiosity was all over his face, but Ing just watched the forest, waiting for the big fish to bite the hook, and we know that always ends in chaos. Things got crazy, and they were attacked by spikes of earth. My guy Zhang, sensing the trouble, had a light bulb moment and quickly conjured a water shield to protect everyone. But the dragon beast, like a ninja, dodged that attack. That's when Ze showed up with all these ideas and called Shinin and Yang, telling them to unleash their reactions. Dude, they were speechless when they saw he had 2 pet beasts. What a wild thing. Even Guan, who was aware of the drama, was shocked. She warned Ze, saying those creatures were super strong and he needed to be careful. But Ze, totally chill, assured them he'd handle things smoothly. Then ONG, curious, asked if he was really Ze, the famous guy who supposedly beat the super hard difficulty level. Shinigami, all cheerful, confirmed it, showing she had been in the loop since the start. She sensed Ze was different from the others, you know? Now Yang was itching for a fight. He wanted to battle Ze to see his strength in action. But Shinigami, always wise, reminded him to be cautious because this guy wasn't your average Joe. Lin Ze, brimming with confidence. He said that if he won and gave the points to Shinigami, she would be the boss of the new class. And to top it off, he mentioned that he'd rather lose the points to her. So he told the necromancer to hold him back, like, because it wasn't working, bro. With that, he activated the water prison, and water swirled around Ze. But the dude stopped the water using the impact of his soul force. It was insane. And check it out, ONG was surprised to see Ze's spiritual technique was super strong. Just to make things even crazier, the stone beast rushed at him with no hesitation. Yang used the water pillar assault formation. Suddenly, a water spike shot up from the ground, ready for action. Then, he trapped the beast in the water prison, taking care of one of Ze's creatures. And, my dude, it didn't take long. Ze made the stone beast turn into a ghost form, and when he did that, the beast managed to escape the water prison way too fast. Then, Ze charged in, attacking with earth spikes. The necromancer also transformed into his ghost form. What a wild scene. Yang, feeling all-powerful, bragged that he was also immune to physical attacks. But Shinigami, feeling desperate, shouted at him to look behind. Man, he got caught off guard. The spikes appeared behind him, taking advantage of his slip-up. When he turned around, he saw the ghost clone and panic set in. Then Ze commented that it was a shame Yang wasn't immune to physical attacks. At that point, bro, it was the last straw. Yang got furious, you know? He ordered his beast to use the Death Spirit Seal, and that was it. With a powerful force, he unleashed a wicked attack and ended up sealing the stone beast and his clone, who didn't see the trouble coming. Ze, looking all annoyed, thought Yang was irritating. After that, he figured the Snow Maiden would have to step in. He told the stone beast to return to its normal form, or else it would be defeated. Yang underestimated Ze's ability, thinking it would be a walk-in, the park. Ze, with that impatient look, was ready to show his true power. Dude, it's about to go down. Shit's gonna hit the fan. Shini was watching intently as he summoned the Snow Maiden. Then, Shini realized that Ze wasn't someone they could face, and knew that if they kept going, they were gonna get knocked out of the game. So, Genie had an idea and told them to stop, offering to have a chat. Ze, looking all suspicious, furrowed his brow and wasn't feeling it. She told him they all made it into the top 10 and that there was no need for more fighting, especially since they'd all be classmates after this. But the Snow Maiden was still ready for battle. Shini told Young to free the girl, no beating around the bush, and ONG, a bit hesitant, responded that if he let her go and they teamed up, it would be even worse. Shinigami, in a panic, shouted for him to do what she said. No arguments. He followed the orders and canceled the water prison. So, Guan was free, and the drama was unfolding. The dragon beast jumped off its pet in a swift move. She thanked Ze for saving her. Ze made sure that while he was around, no one would dare touch her. Cool, solid. After that, he told the two that they could still save their sister, even if they got eliminated. Yugi, all fired up, was pissed about that statement and decided it was time to fight with everything he had. He then ordered Shinigami to attack first as part of the strategy, but Shinigami swiftly told Ze she had something that could please him. Ze just responded with a curious tone. Then, our heroine shares with our guy an exclusive spiritual technique, revealing that she could use her sensitivity to give him a boost and help unlock his unique ability. The protagonist replied in his usual style that, actually, it sounded like a good offer. Meanwhile, Yang, feeling pretty indignant, shouted that there was no way he was gonna help that idiot. He went so pale he looked like a crumpled piece of paper, man. Seeing our heroine blush only fueled his hatred for Ze. Moments later, someone else showed up to stir the pot. It was that damn penguin. He was all smiles, thinking that now everyone was together, and he could wipe them out in front of the penguin, which made Yang even angrier. He looked so enraged, it seemed like he could spit venom. In an effort to rally, he told Linze that they could team up and take first place. But then he realized things were getting messy and time was running out. Only 10 minutes left. The teacher, who had been lurking and watching everything unfold, wanted to save some new students, but the chance of them fighting each other could cost them some talent. He decided to give someone a nudge to intervene since they had just 10 minutes to cool things down. Then ONG, whispering to Shinim, asked if she was serious. He laid out a plan. Get the penguin to hold Honda so they could make a clean getaway. She, super excited, apologized because she genuinely wanted to help Ze. The boy was left completely stunned. He looked like he could eat dust. This made him think that maybe the girl liked him, so he resolved to take on the challenge solo. The penguin, all cocky, dared them to fight together, but someone put a stop to the whole nonsense. That person pointed out they didn't even need to fight because everyone was already accepted, and there was a special challenge mission prepared for them. Wow, as if that wasn't enough, a portal suddenly popped up out of nowhere, and like something out of a movie, someone stepped through. Oddly, while the students stood out, the king teacher wanted to see how far they could go. He brought in the second-year students, who were all intermediate-level fighters. They would have to battle them, and whoever won would earn a unique baptism. But even if they lost, they could still enroll. Guan, dissatisfied, yelled that it was unfair since they were considered students and were about to face veterans. My goodness, that's not fair. On top of that, everyone has been through a ton of battles and their beasts were worn out. My brother. But Ze seemed all fired up while everyone was talking about going for it. The penguin, with a sad look, said it was a shame he couldn't take them out. But now they were classmates, so there would still be chances to fight. Yang asked them to ace the second-year test. Shinigami asked Ze if that meant they were allies now. She gave him that smile, but honestly, Ze just looked like he was spaced out. You know that type of protagonist, right? Then Guan, that clueless one, interrupted, saying his brother hadn't agreed to that yet. Ze really wanted the baptism reward since it would make him super strong. But man, he noticed they only sent 4 when there were 5 of them, which honestly felt like they were being underestimated. He told Shinigami that if they wanted to be allies, they'd have to team up with his sister and go after the seniors. Shinigami and Guan started, complaining that they wanted to be with him. He told Guan he was going to face them alone, and if 2 girls joined in, he'd have a better chance at revenge. Then one of the newbies asked if the argument was over. He wanted to know who was going to fight him, and bluntly said if they all wanted to come at him at once, he wouldn't care. Yang was pumped to fight him. He saw it as an opportunity to impress Shinigami. Tao, noticing the bravery, cautioned him not to be reckless. Then the guy summoned something crazy, man. A wind god's praise cutter, an insect type, rank 3, stage 8. Zango, all fired up, pointed at the penguin and said she was watching him. The penguin, standing firm, replied he wouldn't go easy on her just because she was a girl. And there she goes summoning a thunder lion, a beast type, rank 3, stage 9. She blushed when the dude encouraged her to fight with everything she had. Shinigami used her ninja eyes and got straight to the point, saying that among the 2 that were left, the girl was the weakest. Then this super stylish dude with a pompadour called Ze out for a fight, saying his hairstyle was giving off bad vibes. Are you kidding me? Ze, all chill, agreed, but asked him to be nice. Dude, hold on. Meanwhile, the girl with blue hair remarked that the freshmen were cute. She started venting, saying she hated girls who were cuter than her. A bit jealous, huh? And warning that she wouldn't go easy in the fight, both girls felt a weird vibe in the air. Back in the exam room, the drama was just getting started. Our boy Cho Rum and his buddy Siang were feeling down in the dumps, sad, and got eliminated. Sean, dealing with the blow, accepted it. It was rough because there were some real talents there, and unless a miracle happened, elimination was pretty much a guarantee. Poor Siang was crying like a little kid, totally uncontrolled. The gang felt like trash and still had burning cheeks from embarrassment. The teacher noticed some names standing out, and suddenly somebody tapped him on the shoulder. It was the cool teacher Wemby. He told the teacher to let the next candidates waiting in line with him go ahead. The teacher knew Gao just wanted to poach some students after all the effort he put into selecting them, but Gao, being clever, responded that his methods were pretty extreme, and that could cost him some talent. He mentioned he still had 10 spots left, and to him, it wouldn't hurt to give a few candidates who had failed before another shot. The teacher told Gao to handle it himself, so Professor Gao announced he had good news for anyone who didn't make it. After all, he still had 10 open spots, and anyone who could pass the test would be accepted. That got everyone hyped up, feeling more enthusiastic. Siang, catching the vibe, thought, "Whoa, a miracle might just be happening." She nudged Cho, urging him to try harder, and everyone became super determined. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yang was just goofing around, complaining about how ridiculously uneven the levels were. But then, as if that wasn't enough, I laughed at Yang because he totally got wrecked. Then, out of nowhere, a lightning bolt zapped Yang. The dude was blown away by the penguin's resistance, but at the end of the day, he got fried. If things kept going like this, it was just going to be a boring slaughter. The penguin, on the other hand, didn't budge, my man. He just got completely defeated. The human realized he wasn't hearing anything anymore. Wee, honestly, was bad-mouthing those geniuses, saying how they thought they were all that, and told the girls that, like, the school wasn't lacking in geniuses. Just look around. And get this, her pet beast was a serious one, a berserker, a type 3 human ranked at stage 7. He even gave the girls a talking to, saying they should spend less time on makeup and more on training. Back in the exam room, Professor Gao disagreed with another teacher's methods. He thought that oppression just ruined everyone's confidence, but the other teacher claimed he was just trying to keep their spirits in check. Otherwise, when they got to school, they'd be way too cocky and forget there are always stronger folks out there. In Gao's eyes, seeing someone who wasn't affected by his methods was eye-opening. Zitian's pet beast was a flaming warhorse, like a Type 3 beast at stage 9, and it ended up turning into a frozen statue. The professor couldn't believe the turnaround. Ze called everyone over and announced that he beat the beast. Man, he was so stoked to have found a real gem. He'd seen lots of geniuses, but none like him. He started saying it was like seeing the 8 legendary prodigies of the Federation in their youth. Just inspiring. Gao even mentioned that at Ze's age, not even the 8 prodigies came close to this kind of strength. He asked the professor to put Ze in his class when the time came, but the other guy replied that wouldn't be fair, because anyone who placed in the top 10 should be put in accordance with the rules. In that moment, the system notified that the flaming warhorse had been defeated. 7 years without solid footing, and he couldn't believe he had lost. Guan was at a party only for Ze Shinigami's victory, even admitting he didn't expect him to be that strong. Aeyong was super frustrated. He noticed the brutal level difference, but decided that instead of wallowing, he would use that frustration as motivation for next time. Then, Tao jumped in, asking if Zetian had taken it easy. He just couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the unregistered student had wiped the floor with a veteran. Linze, bolder than ever, asked if they wanted to keep the fight going. Tao was already irked, totally furious. Wow, Ze just kept grinning and asked the three if they were planning to rush him all at once. Tao called our hero arrogant and sent his praying mantis to attack. Then, out of nowhere, the ghost Rocha arrived, charged in, and blocked the creature with a confidence straight out of a movie. Gao, who was watching the whole mess, decided to step in and ask them to stop the fight. If the chaos kept up, the veteran would lose face, and Ze would just end up making more enemies than he already had. Believe it or not, he agreed. Shortly after, he announced that the test was over, but Tao wasn't happy about it at all. He started shouting for the teacher and kept complaining that Ze was the only one who passed the test, but also gave some credit to everyone who tried. Tao yelled loudly, pointing his finger at Ze, promising that they'd settle this once he registered. Ze, completely calm, said there was no need for that fight to happen. With that sarcastic remark, the kid just made Tao even angrier. Man, he shouted that he wouldn't forget this and bolted out of there quickly. After all that commotion, Ze finally received his baptism rewards, and check this out. His constitution jumped from 8 to 10.8, and his soul power soared to 1080. And this is the builder, so it jumped from 5 to 9. And the teacher, of course, congratulated Ze for his weight loss at the gym. To top it all off, the system reported that the initiation was successfully completed. Ze earned about 500 achievement points and now had 1,180 points left. The growth of the Rocha ghost went up to 33%. How about that? Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden grew to 12%. No doubt a nice improvement. When he returned to the exam room, the scene was totally different. The crowd surrounded him, and the looks were a mix of admiration, curiosity, and even a bit of envy. Right there, it felt like he almost had a fan club, and Ze couldn't help but think this always happened when he woke up to such vibes. A woman grabbed his arm. It was Jainin, who said she felt there was still some untapped power in the Rocha ghost. She also suggested that if he wanted to know more, he should talk to her after the exam. He replied clearly, "Okay." Then the teacher showed up. He asked for silence and announced that the top 10 students were officially admitted, and then declared Pinguim as the best freshman of the bunch. Everyone applauded, but the looks on their faces were like, huh, how's that? They started wondering how this guy managed to pull that off, and it was no surprise to anyone. Pinguim knew that Ze had done way better than him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Professor Gao whispered that Ze deserved the top spot more. He thought it was unfair, but the teacher replied that you can't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Plus, the rules stated that the top place would be based on points, and Gao had to accept that. Then the teacher announced that those participating in the resurrection test should follow him. Those already in the top 10 could leave and wait for the entrance ceremony in 10 days. Gohan went over to comfort Chayan and Xiang, confident they were going to pass the resurrection test. Xiaomi wasted no time and went up to Ze. He admitted that he didn't have enough smarts to figure out who Ze was in the first place. He praised how our hero fought and made a proposal. Ze Curioso asked what that guy wanted. Xiong started saying he wanted to be his subordinate. Ze was shocked by the offer. Xiong, all excited, said that his respect for Ze was like the ocean. Jose replied he didn't accept subordinates, and besides, Xiong hadn't even qualified for enrollment yet. What a mess. Xiong, being all confident, assured him he'd pass and asked him to wait. Pinguim, watching the scene, decided to have a laugh, and after that, everyone said their goodbyes. Juan took the opportunity to suggest they should celebrate, like spend an entire day in the city. Ze, who was also tired, agreed they needed to relax a bit, you know? Juan said he would be back tomorrow and they'd hang out in the city that night. How awesome, man. Ze, excited, agreed with her suggestion, which made her blush. But then Ze grabbed his phone to check hotel prices right away, because life doesn't wait, man. The guy just went pale. Who knows how he blew all his cash last time, buying evolution materials for that stubborn rock beast. Now the situation's critical because he only had $300 on him. Bummer. Then the girl asked what was wrong and suggested they go grab a bite first. Soon after, they ended up at this fancy restaurant where they could dine alongside the beasts. Ze was stunned. Wow, he didn't even know places like that existed. Dude. Guan then said she had been wanting to get into that restaurant for ages. Look at that, she had the brilliant idea to call her Beast too, since they had been battling all day. And Ze, of course, agreed right away. Guan was completely shocked. Oh my god, she could hardly believe that little Snowball had grown so big. Then Guan asked how he managed that. Lin Ze just replied that his compatibility with the contracted beast was super high, but deep down he knew it was thanks to the system. Guan suggested it was time to place the order. Ze decided to dive into the menu, and oh man, he practically freaked out when he saw the prices. On the flip side, Rappa, the ghost of Rocha, was all hyped up, ready to chow down. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden was giving the bird some love, and it looked like the little guy was totally into it. The waitress approached, all smiles, to check if they were ready to order. Guan, brimming with confidence, ordered a ton of stuff. 5 minutes later, the food arrived. It was hilarious seeing Ze. He looked, so tense, his face was all worried. My brother showed up a bit later, and everyone just stuffed their faces. They were full to the brim, but Ze was still sweating bullets, wondering if they were just gonna bolt, which would be a total disaster because the bill came out to around 37 grand. What a blow. My brother, Guan, had a light bulb moment and offered to pay since he had saved up some cash. And man, Ze was so relieved. Our broke MC was saved once again. After all that chaos, they decided to take a stroll. And Guan was there, admiring the city view with this super bright look in her eyes. She said she was excited to study with him. How cute. Meanwhile, Ze was just racking his brain on how to come up with more cash, but he knew taking on missions right now would be way off for him. They passed by a noisy shop where someone was laughing loudly. It was wild. A figure inside was totally blown away by the scene. It was a ring, my friend. And guess what? A 4-armed freak was, crowned the winner against a Titan kangaroo, a rank 1 beast, stage 3. The 4-armed freak was grinning all proud. The referee asked if there were any challengers around and explained that if anyone could take down that 4-armed freak, all the prize money would be theirs, but they just had to pay a 300 entry fee. Whoever wins gets the whole prize of 50 grand. So, Ze saw a golden opportunity to make some quick cash. He summoned his pet phoenix, the ghost of the rock. My dude came in strong. The referee started explaining the rules, and guess what? No spiritual techniques or spells allowed, just straight up hand-to-hand combat. Ze turned to Guan and asked if she wanted to watch the whole fight. Obviously, she asked if he wanted to actually participate, like really get in there. And he, being clever, said he wouldn't refuse easy money, you know? The system confirmed that the 4-armed freak was rank 3, level 1, while his stone beast was rank 2, level 9. Then he got the brilliant idea to level up his pet. He put his hand on the beast, and my guy unleashed this powerful red glow, like he just summoned a demon. It got real. He leveled up to rank 3, level 3, but had to spend 780 achievement points. The higher the level, the more points he needed. That was a hassle. Guan, dying to know, asked how the beast leveled up so suddenly. Ze just said it was because the meal had been awesome. Nothing more. Guan, totally buying it, said they were definitely going to win. Then, the referee announced that a new challenger had appeared. Pressure was on for everyone to get up and applaud the courage of the new participant. He described Ze as this skinny kid with a red-haired stone freak, that crazy Ze. And of course, the guy underestimated them, thinking it'd be a walk in the park. Everyone burst out laughing, thinking the kid was crazier than a blind guy in a shootout. What a wild scene. Then people started asking where he had come from. The ghost of the rock let out a little burp, while the crowd kept mocking him. And get this, the 4-armed freak rose up, looking like a sea ogre with 4 arms. And believe it or not, the owner's name was Gentile. He sent a message to Ze, saying that if his beast killed the little creature, it was better not to come crying. Ze flashed that little smile he always had and told him to go all in. After all, he was excited too, and called the guy an arrogant brat because, they signed the waiver. The referee made that sly announcement to kick off the fight. Uncle told his beast to show its strength, like, "Let's go, Joe!" But the beast was the target and looked like a clumsy chicken. Then Ze realized that in terms of speed, the ghost of Rocha was winning with a kick, like it was nothing. But then, the leg got caught. The kid tried to throw a punch, but the monster blocked his fist. Suddenly, the ghost of Rocha was tossed up with ridiculous ease and thrown aside. The poor guy face-planted on the ground like, "Whoa, that hurt, man!" Ze got nervous, thinking, No, shh, you idiot." He made sure that the freak, despite its appearance, had the brute strength to take down plenty of more explosive beasts than that. Just as Ze suspected, the rules were totally in favor of the four-armed monster, and it was no wonder they were so confident, right? The freak got its fists ready like, "Come on, I'm ready for you, brother." And then the ghost of Rocha saw the athlete charging in and tried to back off, but the beast wouldn't let him and grabbed his leg. Then, with everything it had, it punched the kid twice. Chu joked with Ze, asking if that was the best he could do. The whole crowd went wild, while Juan was just worried. Ze thought that if they let everyone unleash their skills, the ghost of Rocha would put on a show against this brute. But luckily, the rules were strict. It's all about toughness here. He realized that in terms of brute strength, he was throwing it away, especially against an opponent with 4 arms, and they had to fight it out in close quarters. However, the last time the ghost of Rocha took a beating, it unlocked a new form. If Kishio said it, then it was right. It was worth a shot. Either he unlocks a new form or ends up on the ground. Because of the aberration, Ze asked if he was really fighting at full strength, teasing, questioning whether he'd always rely on the Snow Maiden to be the hero. The aberration got ready to stomp on the ghost's head, but the kid just lifted his head up. He stood up and charged in, throwing a punch that left everyone shocked. His rock-hard skin shattered, and he unlocked a ghost general form. And things just got wild. This would last at least 60 seconds, and his speed shot up by about 300%, but his defense dropped to 0. So yeah, it was looking pretty rough. But then, Ze got all hyped like, "Whoa, dude, what's going on?" He noticed that the stone armor on his body could break off at any moment. So anyway, the aberration came at him with both fists, but the ghost jumped like something out of a movie. Whoosh! He asked if the guy hadn't learned anything. The aberration almost grabbed him, but then, out of nowhere, he vanished. The uncle was left with his mouth hanging open, completely confused. The monstrous beast was even more bewildered than the crowd watching. It turned, glancing sideways, and to his surprise, it kicked him in the back. The rock ghost flashed a crazy smile and went all in, making the aberration shrink back. With just 10 seconds on the clock, Ze yelled at him to stop playing around and make it happen. So, the ghost charged forward and unleashed a lightning strike that looked like it could blow everything up. This made the aberration fall, like in a comedy scene. Just like that, the ghost advanced to rank 3, Stage 4, and the lightning strike was his trick, but he could only use it in ghost general form, so timing was crucial. After that, the ghost general form just waved goodbye, and Ze was in shock. He couldn't believe that just happened. The referee then declared the big winner of the match, and guess what? It was the 4-armed aberration. Damn, Ze was fuming, looking more like a ghost himself. And of course, everyone started asking why. Clearly, the aberration lost, and that was just ridiculous. Then some guy in the crowd explained that the kid had cheated and used a skill. Unfortunately, that's why he lost, right? The referee caught on to the violation. Man, the stunned crowd saw that the protagonist's pet beast had changed a bit, but some people started arguing that it just dropped the armor, so it couldn't be considered a spell, Guan, fed up with all the unfairness, yelled that it was totally unfair. Gil, picking up on that, shot back that the guy wouldn't get away with the cash just because he pulled off a little trick. Then our boy Ze, already knowing the beast battle was lost, proposed a good old-fashioned fistfight between them. And the best part, if he won, he'd get the prize all for himself. But before that, don't forget to hit like on this video. And Ju, with that cartoonish look, asked if he was really challenging him. The referee, completely taken aback, started saying he couldn't believe the guy actually proposed a personal fight. He then announced that Jean, the uncle, was a former professional wrestling champion. The crowd erupted in applause, excited to see a real showdown. Ze, all pumped up, commented that this was way more thrilling than any beast battle. The poor farm ghost looked sad about the whole situation, but Ze, trying to cheer him up, told him he had won and promised to take care of the next one. Touched by our hero's words, the ghost had a heartfelt expression. Then, the uncle signaled to the referee. If he wanted to be the first in history to challenge his own Chiyu. He shouted to the crowd that if Ze managed to win, he'd still take home the cash. Look, the crowd was already getting hyped up for the showdown, starting to chant for Chiyu to wipe the floor with him and leave blood all over the place. But our dear Ze was still all confident and waved to Guan. Chiyu, acting all casual, baited Ze to come at him. Before he could really enjoy himself, someone asked Ginny if she had truly fallen for Ze. It was ONG. With all the sincerity in the world, she replied that it wasn't his business and that she only saw Ze as a brother. Yang, not getting it, wondered how Ze could be worse than that skinny kid. He emphasized that she barely knew him and definitely didn't want her to get hurt. The strong and sturdy guy made it clear that it was her problem and even told Ze to go rest early. She watched him walk away, clearly displeased with that conversation, stomping off while vowing she'd get over Ze someday. On her way, she heard a call for help. It was a woman with blue hair and at her feet, a defeated flame dog, like a rank 1 fire creature stage 2. In a moment of authority, he kicked the monster he was holding, sending it crashing to the other side. He asked the woman if she was okay, and then wanted to know where that vicious beast had come from. The woman, a bit confused, replied that there was no vicious beast around. Realizing something was off, ONG stood up and got into an attack stance. Out of nowhere, a guy jumped down from the roof. He asked who he was and if that beast was under his control. The man, completely relaxed, started explaining that if a beast was used by humans, it was called good. If not, it was called Mara. ONG seized the chance to ask who decided that. The guy, speaking deliberately, told him that beasts live way longer than humans. But since humans love loyalty, some beasts refuse to submit to another master once their first one says goodbye, leaving them to live in loneliness. Yang was already fed up with this nonsense and decided to summon his pet beast. Then a man asked if he was Tang Yang. Yang, wide-eyed, was shocked that the guy knew his grandfather's name. Then, feeling brave, he just encouraged the man to surrender. Promising that he would take him to the Beast Tamers Association for a few slaps, his beast came up all eager, but the man, completely unfazed, told her to back off. He poked his finger on the head of the flame dog, and the little guy's mind started to warp. The creature got all messed up and soon turned into a vicious beast. Completely clueless about what was happening, the man started talking about how he was planning to roast people with Yang, but ended up unintentionally introducing himself. He wanted to see if Yang was worth using, and with his mind already reeling from so much information, he got overwhelmed. Before he knew it, he transformed into a threatening being, fully in survival mode, forcing everyone around. That's right! Don't forget to comment, like, and hit that thumbs up down below, because if this video does well, like always, we'll bring you part 3. Thanks for watching, and make sure to check out my next video. Back to the challenge, Lin Ze was faced with Galcion, who was there flexing all his muscles. He began a speech longer than the hunger. In the 3rd year, I won my first wrestling championship in the city of Tuona. In 32-42, I defeated the big guy from the city of Tambim Loilan. In total, for 3 consecutive years, I was the wrestling champion in the city of Guanim, and my nickname is Twisted Bears. Hearing this, Lin Ze furrowed his brow and started to analyze the fellow. The average strength of a person is between 2 and 4, but this one must be between 4 and 8. Meanwhile, Sion finished his presentation and realized that Lin Ze was the calmest of all. He made a big mistake by pointing his finger at the ring and with an air of superiority declared, "So that no one says I'm intimidating you, I will let you hit me first. Go on, hit me." Linze, the announcer, intervened with a calmness only he knew. "With my permission, go for it, but be careful not to hurt your hand." Linze looked at both of them, put his hands in his pockets, and gave that mischievous little smile. Galcion, full of himself, said, "Look at me, everyone see me," he proclaimed. After a moment of expectation, Linze replied, "Then I won't hold back," and bam! Linze's punch struck Galcion's mouth, who twisted and blood began to spout like a fountain. The guy simply flew far away, sliding on the ground without stopping. Finally, he lay paralyzed, eyes blank, cheeks sunken, tongue out, and half-conscious. The announcer, just like the crowd, took a while to process what had happened. What the hell is going on? Galcion was taken down with just one blow, leaving everyone in shock. The two Washing Jiguan celebrated the victory with high fives, but soon realized they had done the same thing. At that moment, they crossed their arms, closed their eyes, and turned their backs, puffing together. However, in the announcer's area, another issue arose. With his finger up, he shouted, "Wait a minute. Since I did not signal the start and Linze attacked first, he violated the rules. Therefore, the winner is Upon hearing that they could steal his victory, Lin Ze activated his cold mode. The announcer, already sweating cold, put a hand on his head. Oh no, I was confused. This young man did not break any rules. Thus, the winner of this round is Lin Ze. He was all happy. And she responded with a smile that shone brighter than a star. Upon leaving the challenge area, Lin Ze grabbed his phone, and at that moment, a notification popped up. He had received 50. With a big grin, he thought, finally, I have money to stay in a hotel. I'll finally be able to sleep in a decent place. Shortly after, he spotted Ruaninho and Kat and Sing approaching. Lin Ze, somewhat surprised, asked, "Hey, what's going on with you guys?" Without waiting a second, Kwashinge slapped him on the shoulder with a smile. "Good job! I didn't think you'd lock him down and defeat him." Anin, next to him, looked at Kwashinge with a curious expression. "We don't know each other well, do we?" Kwashinge, full of swagger, winked and replied, "But we've already formed a team. We've been teammates." Glimpsing at him, Ze raised his hand with a smile. "Soon we'll be classmates. So let me introduce myself again. Hi, I'm Gwashi-san. I hope we get along in the future." But Ani didn't seem excited about this at all, displaying his typical indifference. Lin Ze went straight to the point. "So are you coming?" Kwashinge replied confidently, "Of course I am. I'm here to help you activate your unique spiritual art." Ane was like, "Unique spiritual art?" Then Lin Ze quickly remembered he had a pending issue. "Yes," Kwashinge continued, "if you treat me as a friend, I'll help you with that." He didn't hesitate and suggested, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." They went to a luxurious building. More specifically, Lin Ze took the girls to a room that had a giant bed. With wide eyes, they asked, "What are we three doing in the same room?" Lin Ze, without beating around the bush, got straight to the point. "Let's get started." Shinji, already used to this attitude, nodded. "All right, let's get to the details. I have a psychic ability called perception. Since I was 7, I can feel a bunch of information that anyone normal wouldn't catch, like someone's breath, where the person is, and even some things that might happen in the future." Anin couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Wow, do you really have that ability? That's surreal." Shinji smiled with pride at the compliment, but was soon interrupted by the direct question, "But how can you help me?" Suddenly, she regained her composure, looked at him and said, "Close your eyes." He followed the instructions. At that moment, as she got closer, Kwatigi also closed hers. But a gentle pink energy enveloped the two of them. Despite witnessing that strange interaction, he whispered, "Hey, but Kwating." He gestured for silence and explained quietly, "He's already entered a special state." Then, Kwating detailed, "This is the only way I can feel his energy and guide him in the right direction." Still, the anime didn't seem comfortable with the situation. One of her cheeks was already puffed up in irritation. "Fine, I'll trust you this time," she said again. Akinj closed his eyes and moved closer. "My heart is racing. I need to concentrate and stay serious," she thought. Suddenly, perception began to create a strange distortion. When she opened her eyes, she gasped as she saw a motionless figure in that absolute silence. What is that? It was a human silhouette, but with a blue, cold, and completely translucent body. Startled by what she saw, Kwating brought her hand to her forehead, recalling the image, and said, "I saw a strange spiritual beast. It doesn't look like your ghost from the rock or the eternal dance of snow." That cold feeling in her stomach and the late hour made Kwating throw herself onto the only bed available. With a deep sigh, she let out, "Oh heavens, it's so late, right? Seriously, I'm just a girl with nowhere to go. If I step outside, I'll probably fall into the hands of some bad guys for sure." Katange winked, raised 3 fingers, and gave a cheeky smile. "Today you will let me stay here with you, right?" The ease with which she made decisions left Linze confused, scratching his head. But behind Kwating, Anino seemed somewhat stuck. It was rare to have a moment alone with his brother. Before anyone could refuse, Kwating grabbed both of them and decided in the most straightforward way possible. "Thanks for letting me stay, okay?" And of course, what could they do in the face of such playful behavior? Like a cat playing with mice, the two just resigned themselves, questioning life as they went along. Cut to the room where everything was already dark. The bed had 2 pillows, and Linze had to open his eyes wide and lie right there in the middle. Even though they had their eyes closed, only half asleep, Kwatanga kept one eye open, like a sentry. On the other side, the situation was the same, always waiting for something fun. Used to sleeping alone, Linze looked like a ghost with how pale he had become, but he tried to focus on what Kwatang said earlier, unification. It was time for the ghost of the rock and the eternal dance of the snow to merge, and he needed to activate his spiritual fusion technique. The dark and silent corridor seemed to be setting the stage. 10 days later, it was finally the day everyone would officially become students of the Ninja Academy. Some students flocked to the bulletin board to check for updates. The classes were already divided. Let me take a look. A screen clearly displayed 4 levels of classification, and the newcomers were being grouped. In the distance, Linze looked at the screen in search of his own name. Linze, and found his name in Class 1, alongside Ruanim's name. Then the two exchanged smiles of joy. Awesome, bro! In the same class again! How wonderful! Haha! Ashim appeared out of nowhere, trying to catch the duo's attention with a threatening grin and his hand raised. I've got good news too. I'm in Class 1. Anjinya had that look of someone who didn't want to hear about it. At that moment, Dende unexpectedly arrived, all bandaged up, looking at Koksinche. He said, "Bye," and Koksinche was startled to see his condition. "Did you fight with someone again?" It was Dandun. She didn't seem surprised and quickly explained, "I had to surrender to a tough rival," but then his expression soured when he saw he had fallen into Class 2. What could he do? It was destiny. But suddenly, Libanjo shouted, all nervous, "Luck! Luck! This is luck! If you hadn't put me with that guy, I would have already found a way to kill him." The atmosphere grew tense, but it was broken by Damon's firmness. "That's right! I want to start now!" He headed off to another place. At that moment, Ruanino happily approached his friends, Sanchayun and Lucia. "How cool! You all passed the exam," they replied. "We're in Class 4. Only Class 1 and 2 are the top ones, with more benefits. Because of our effort, we managed to pass." Lucy, quite excited, said, "Gigi, of course you are a crucial part for having trained us." At that exact moment, a voice echoed in the corridor. "I think you've seen me around here before." Professor In appeared on a stage, saying, "Seriously, from now on, I am the teacher of this special class, and I will guide you for the next 3 years. We will have many courses, and you can choose to participate or not, but you are required to attend and can never stop training, from time to time. We have capability assessments. Those who don't pass will be sent to a regular class." Looking at the crowd in front, he raised a finger and added, "Seriously. Moreover, the top 3 in the entrance exam will receive a special scholarship of 100,000 coins." Hearing money, Linze became alert, but the first to react was Ruanim, sitting next to him. "This academy, Jianim, is awesome. These scholarships are high. If we get one more, we could even buy a new high-level spiritual crossbow." The teacher continued his speech. "In addition, the school will offer various activities and combat practices that we can explore after classes. And there's one event I want to highlight, the simulated battle. Behind the building, there's a virtual combat pavilion that accommodates thousands of students. In these simulation battles, everyone will gain real combat experience and improve their skills with crossbows. And of course, there are the virtual eggs. The opponents will not just be students, but also beastmasters from the Federation. They captured the ranking, and great rewards are given there. More importantly, it's the key to selecting bronze, silver, and gold levels." Hearing this, Linze thought, "I need to find a way to elevate the rock ghost and the dancing snow as quickly as possible." Back in the classroom, Linze summoned the rock ghost and the dancing snow. With his finger poised, he activated the unification, hoping it would work. But the two stood there, mouths agape. The system fired. Unification failed. Insufficient compatibility level. Today marks the start of a new school day. The teacher was already ending the class, and Linze and Ruanim happily left the room. He was still thinking, "Let's hop into the virtual battle to train more." The door to the classroom closed behind Linze, and suddenly a group of excited students appeared, wanting to invite him. A senior in a blue dress was the first to arrive. "Linze, hey, want to join our winter club? We're among the best when it comes to ice beasts." Then a tall, crazy guy next to her said, "Come with us, Linze. We're from the Giant Rock Club. Let's learn together." Other students began to approach. "Hi, how about joining us? We're the Shadow Club. Don't be fooled. We have lots of dark-type beasts here." "Hi, we have several good and deep creatures for activity." Despite so many offers, Linze raised his hand, concerned. "Greetings, gentlemen, but for now I'm not in the mood to join any club at this moment." A strong step from a group approached and caught his attention. "Look, the Gaussian Association is coming." Abraham turned upon hearing and tuned into what was happening. Enze observed everything, curious about who the senpais of the Shadow Club were. He commented, "Don't tell me they're one of the 5 main clubs of Ryanim Academy. Each of them is elite, and the leader of..." The Gaussian Association is a 5th grade student, the 3rd best in the class. As they passed by, the crowd parted, and among them was someone he recognized. When they got closer, a very tall guy said, "You're Linze, right? This is Senpai Lan." Without waiting for a response, Linze, with Rinda beside him, closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, it's me, older brother." Among the crowd, Kwachinji had already sensed the commotion and thought, "It seems they're getting into trouble now. Damn, I didn't think Rindal, whom we saw last time, was part of the Gaosan Association." To convince the leader, Linze smiled and said, "Yes, I'm Linze. What's up? Let's get straight to the point." Lame stated, "Now I'm going to give you a chance. Join the Gaosan Association. Leave the past in the past. But there's a catch. We don't accept just anyone here." Rindal, clever, then intervened again. "Think carefully. The president wouldn't give this opportunity if you were worthless. They just presented a new invitation." Linze smiled again and firmly said no. It was clear that he was weighed down by things that troubled him, thinking that joining a club wouldn't add anything to his life, not even if it were a renowned club. He had no idea that his answer would catch them by surprise. The frog's face changed immediately. Some others were also left open-mouthed. He really said no to the Gaosan Association, throwing away such an opportunity. Among the onlookers, Indal was furious, pointing his finger and yelling, "If you don't join today, you'll be an enemy of our Gaosan Association." And Linze, in utter calmness, turned and began to walk away. Oh man, whatever. Ani, somewhat worried, looked at those guys, confirming that her brother really had decided to leave. Hans's face looked like he swallowed pepper, so red with anger, but not everyone was mad. Linze, without looking at the association, replied, "The sister, they have true strength. Let them use that to change my mind." Soon, the scene shifted to another place, tinged with a mysterious blue. Some students were seated in a lotus position, behind the large pillars, watching those who were meditating with their eyes closed. A niño with a soft voice said, "We have already found our place. The answer is with you." "All right, let's get started," said Ruaniño, closing his eyes with renewed determination. "I need to keep pace with Linze's development." Meanwhile, Linze became more serious and focused. A little later, he opened his eyes. The purple space around him began to distort, and gradually, an almost complete screen appeared next to him. The screen displayed his personal information: name, Linze, gender, male, level, student, combat points, 1 victory, 0 ranking, 573 out of 620. Upon seeing this data, Linze was surprised, stroking his chin. There are so many people in this virtual battle. He pointed to the screen and, with a little smile, began to formulate his goal. "So, my objective will be to enter the top 10. At that moment, the screen confirmed that the matchmaking was complete. Since it was new, time went quickly. Matchmaking successful. The battle begins in 10 seconds. Linze, get ready." The space began to open up, revealing a vast plain, and Linze spotted the shadow of someone not too far away. A thought popped into his head. It must be a rookie. Looking ahead, his eyes met the kid, still confused. Linze's opponent made an initial assessment. "You're looking everywhere. It's your first time in a virtual battle, isn't it?" Linze, shaking his head uncertainly, confirmed. Just because of that, a dangerous smile appeared on the opponent's face. "Today, I'm going to make you realize what it is to be defeated," he said as a light appeared in his hand. "There are always some rookies starting the course. Today, it seems I've gotten lucky. I already know how this works." He opened his hand, and something was about to appear. It was a giant boar with huge tusks like 2 swords. As soon as it was summoned, it opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. On the computer screen, the creature's information appeared. A boar with steel tusks. Beast system, 2nd degree, 1st stage. After showing an imposing presence, the summoner emphasized, "Let's go all out." The rival looked quite dangerous. Linze squinted, and his hand began to glow. He thought to himself, 2nd level, but only at the beginning. That's why they paired me with a rookie like myself. The creature he had summoned was the Ghost of the Rock, with a stern expression. The boar quickly got up, snorting, but the Ghost of the Rock didn't react. He just seemed tired of everything. The rival, still full of confidence, pointed to the sky and shouted, "I'll show you the age difference between us." The difference was glaring. With a light kick from the Ghost of the Rock, the boar fainted, rolling over on its back, while the opponent could only watch in disbelief. The opponent was terrified, holding his head in confusion, not understanding how this had happened. The Ghost of the Rock continued to defeat numerous spiritual beasts of the other participants. Among them, one stood out, humanoid, 2nd level, 3rd stage. With this victory, Linze's rank rose to 573. With red eyes, the Demon Eye attacked another challenger, a wild Linze, 2nd level beast, 6th stage. The ranking rose to 572, thanks to his 2 attributes. When he exhausted his earth power, he instantly switched to demonic power. Columns of black earth began to erupt from the ground. The first creature to receive a blow to the face was a rotting tree. a plant beast. Second level, 9th stage. The ranking increased to 548, 325. This endless process only ended when the ghost of the rock collapsed in exhaustion. Thus, after 2 days, the results showed that the ghost of the rock had risen to 3rd level, 7th stage. The Eternal Snow Dance reached the 4th level, 2nd stage, with a rank of 99. Finally entering the top 100, Linze stood with his arms crossed, watching the ghost of the rock resting in the virtual space. New thoughts emerged in his mind. Without showing any emotion, the 2 days of intense combat had propelled the ghost of the rock up 3 stages at once. "Let's call it a day, he must really be tired," confirmed the demon's eyes, filled with exhaustion. Even before being withdrawn, a giant announcement appeared on someone's screen. Today, a super rookie entered the top 100 in just 3 days. Comments began to flood the news network. "It's unbelievable. He really is a boy with iron hands. Man, his win rate is 100%. I heard he's barely a first-year student. Can you believe it? It's shocking. Does anyone here know more about this guy?" Meanwhile, in the secondary space, Ruaninho, who had just woken up, looked at his brother with half-closed eyes and asked, "Hey brother, how long have you been awake?" But someone interrupted the conversation. It was Labanjum, who arrived with a cocky grin, jumping right in. "Isn't that our little buddy?" Linze, upon standing up, threw a greeting. "Aren't you the #1 male champion?" Labanjum, full of confidence, smiled even wider, closing his eyes. He said, "Wow, you're pretty dedicated, huh? Worked late, but I brought you good news. Don't be too shocked." Linze was confused and asked, "Did you drop out of school?" Labanjum wasn't mad about the interruption. On the contrary, he felt even prouder. He raised 3 fingers and proclaimed, "I only took 3 days to get into the top 500. Wow, seriously?" Linze replied. At that moment, Ruan grabbed his phone to check the information and was stunned. Labanjum was relishing the feeling of pleasure. The surprise returned when an unexpected news headline appeared on the screen. "My brother has already entered the top 100. I got the notification." Man, Labanjum just froze. His face turned pale, like he was paralyzed in place. Belinze and Aning went outside. On the way, there was a new exchange of ideas. "Hey brother, my current rank is around 180, you know? No matter how hard I try, it's tough to climb. That's why I want to form a contract with a new spiritual beast. Got any tips for me?" Lenda was surprised by this. "And when did you meet the conditions to open a contract with another beast?" Andre threw a friendly line and replied, "Brother, remember I'm the only one in class at the advanced level and I was approved." Linze's cheek turned super red. He rubbed his face all confused. Then suddenly an important thought popped into his head. A level that is tough for one is super tough for another. He chuckled lightly and said to Ruan, "Of course I remember, I was just messing around. Let's get back to what really matters." Then Linze asked seriously, "By the way, have you decided which beast you're going to make the second contract with?" Wanning naturally replied, "I'm not thinking about the rarity and compatibility with my demon flamebird yet." Linze smiled confidently and said, "Relax, I'll help you choose a good spiritual beast. I kept that idea in my mind. It's time to help Wanning find a beast with a hidden evolution route." Wanning, excited, looked at him and said, "All right, brother, this weekend we're going together to the beast shop. Done deal." A little later, Linze saw Quattro G arriving at the bridge and waved to his sister as she came out. Hashim G alone made a few jokes. "Wow, you two are really close, huh? Always stuck together, even training together." Linze looked at her, and as she approached, she continued, "Together in class, together at mealtime. Hey, can I ask you a question?" Stopping in front of him, Quachindi posed a crucial question. "What's going on with you two now?" Linze was confused and didn't answer anything. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to leave to rest." But Quachinge suddenly grabbed his hands and said, "We might be in trouble." Linze was startled. He recalled the silhouette of someone pointing at the sky with a finger. Quachinge explained, "Some time ago, Dandan was attacked by a mysterious figure. However, from what was reported, anything that is dedicated seems to be targeted by this person." Linze, confused, asked, "Who is this person? What is their intention?" Wakens shook his head. "I don't know. What we do know is that he is quite strong and has a strange technique that transforms beasts into demons. In short, I came to give you a heads up to stay alert." It was already late, so Linze said goodbye, signed off, and thanked. "Thanks for the concern. I got it, man." With a thoughtful expression, Quatinji showed the anxiety he felt. "The demonic transformation I saw came from Ruanim. This is directly linked and is causing me a great unease. The next day, in the simulated combat area, Lin Ze positioned himself in Lotus and began to meditate. Today, my goal is to enter the top 10. He entered the virtual field, and this time, the Snow Maiden came out for combat, ready to attack with her ice. He quickly climbed the rankings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious man was reviewing information. Lin Ze, first-year student, 18 years old, simulated dual ranking 100, win rate 100%, spiritual clues, attribute, ice and unidentified stone, unknown special ability. He picked up the phone and continued the investigation. The mysterious guy smiled intriguingly. This is interesting. I need to find him soon. New information arrived on successful pairing. The system sent him to a desert where a new rival emerged. The opponent was completely hooded, with a skull symbol on his face. Lin Ze stroked his chin and commented. The opponent, without saying a word, summoned his beasts. The first was a strange brown turtle, caiman, spiny land turtle, 4th grade, 1st stage. The second was a horned bluefish, water dragonfish, 4th grade, 1st stage. At that moment, the rival spoke, but Lin Ze just smiled and raised his hand to the opponent. 2 against 2. Now that's fair. Then, the Snow Maiden and the Rocky Demon entered the battlefield. Her cutting thread and his pressure dominated the sand. Seeing the opponent's spiritual beasts, Lin Ze frowned and thought, 2 4th grade creatures. It seems that those who enter the top 10 are all experts. I wonder how strong those up there are. Noticing the change in the rival's face, he said, First, hello, you are Lin Ze, right? I didn't expect you to get this far. Not bad. But then, he pointed at him with his finger. Before, you were just a weakling who could barely win and get into the top 10. You're going to be one of the truly strong ones, and then you'll be ready to work with us. However, these words did not impact Lin Ze. He closed his eyes, scratched his ear, and said, Don't decide for others, no more nonsense, let's start this. The rival raised his hand high and changed his tone. Let me teach you something. There's always a sky above the sky. There's always someone stronger. At that moment, the water dragonfish launched a giant column of water, unannounced. But this was always easy for Lin Ze. The Snow Maiden instantly froze everything, turning it into ice. But in the blink of an eye, the ice broke without warning. The Ghost of Rock exploded with fury, eyes glowing red, and astonishingly, the spiny turtle launched blades of earth with its spikes. The Ghost of Rock, feeling disturbed, decided to transform his whole body into demonic mode. But the turtle's charge stopped abruptly. The Snow Maiden created an ice shield, blocking everything. A simple movement pushed the turtle backward. Then the Snow Maiden realized she had another enemy. The water dragonfish created a massive whirlpool, trapping her. Meanwhile, the turtle made another charge. The rock ghost launched spikes of earth, but the turtle was so resilient that it turned the demon's attempts into mere toys. The turtle kept trying to attack the Snow Maiden, then she grew serious in a peculiar way. Her hand transformed into ice, and with agility, unleashed a freezing storm, which the ice shards struck the water dragon, while the turtle had a quarter of its shell frozen. The opponent saw and applauded, Not bad at all, you really have talent. The rivals' beasts worked together in synergy. Looks like I need to make the Snow Maiden and the Rock Ghost work better together. As he predicted, this rival extended 5 fingers instead of 1, and his voice turned serious. Now the real fight begins. After that, the spiky earth turtle connected and blended with the water of the dragon. When the mixture reached the right consistency, the mud gathered and formed an even larger, more imposing turtle than the previous one. The opponent, with arms wide open, exuded confidence. It was as if he were dancing in everyone's face. Ze, witnessing the scene, felt a bit lost, like a boy who lost his cell phone. He thought, wow, this skill is so powerful that it's opening my mind to a new level of combat. The giant turtle, with all its weight, coiled and charged at the target, like an out-of-control tractor. This time, the one trying to block was the rock ghost, but he could only raise his hand before being crushed. It was no use. His body was crushed like paper in the trash. The tension in the air was palpable, like when you forget your cell phone password and feel anxious. Linze gathered all the energy she had in her hands and shouted, "Extreme frozen field!" The Snow Maiden formed within this field, which trapped the rival and unleashed a brutal spiritual impact. But the opponent, full of bravado, laughed and commented, "Ha ha, my shell is tougher than any spiritual beast." He further stated that the frozen mud was as hard as steel. "Resilience is this crazy guy's strong suit, kid. You're still at the basics. You have a lot to learn." He said this with a big grin. Then, the rival sent thermal pressure of water, and it was like a volcano. Eructating, the water dragonfish launched a blast of scalding water forward as if they were in a dance-off. Lin Ze, clever, identified the trouble and prepared to block. There, the bastard fish even released hot water that melted the ice. The turtle wasted no time and charged forward, looking like a thunderbolt, ready to explode. Linze thought, crap, I can't use the icy field again so soon. And in a pinch, he launched a defensive technique, sending his companion to take cover behind him. Then, boom! A huge explosion occurred when the attacks collided, and guess who got screwed? It was Lin Ze, who flew away like a ventriloquist dummy. The opponent was there, arms crossed as if he were just watching the show. He praised, "Man, you did well on that, but you're still a bit out of the game." Nevedansa Eterna was angrier than ever, but Lin Ze tried to calm her down. He said, "Relax, it's all good. No need to freak out." In the meantime, it just confirmed that he was okay, even after. The beating, "Yeah, we lost, but there's still time to train and get stronger," he said firmly, yet his ranking dropped to 10. "Hey, kid, you're about to get booted out of the battle in 30 seconds. There was still the ghost of Rocha who was sucked in by the opponent. Earlier, the mysterious trickster gave some encouragement. "Look, in the decisive moment, you sacrificed your life for the good of the team. That made sense to the boss, which is why he chose you." He then extended his hand and made an invitation. "Linze, join us in the symbiosis group. We're going to unlock your potential and help you level up." Linze was a bit suspicious. The symbiosis group sounds more like a little student club, you know? "I want to know what your true intentions are." But the guy just demanded, "Look, Linze, just answer yes or no. Time's running out. What's your choice, dude?" Linze thought, I'll beat him myself without relying on anyone. Before leaving, the opponent announced his defeat. It spread like wildfire. The newbie quickly reached the top 10, and that stirred up a commotion. Comments began to pop up. "Look, a first-year student already with this strength. Ha ha ha! That arrogant kid knew he was going to fall." And the veterans gave him the lesson. Just laughter. Someone even asked, "Does anyone have information about the newbie?" Labanjam read all of this and approached slowly. "Cutting to the point, Linze, you've met with the symbiosis group, right?" Linze put his hand in his pocket and asked, "And you joined them too?" Labanjam, with a grumpy expression, replied, "Hey, don't underestimate me, man." He sent a message. "Anyone who tries to show off in front of me is going to pay the price." Linze, unshaken, asked, "Do you know where this group comes from?" But Labanjam turned his back and walked away. "I'll find out for myself," he said. And Linze was left thinking, "Okay, I guess I'm just staying here. This group seems pretty numerous, but what could their real plan be?" He remembered that Quattro Singe had said something similar. The image of the masked man, who seemed to be the mystery of the moment, came to mind. "Maybe I can get information about him around here," Linze thought. He lowered his gaze, worried. "If this keeps up, I feel like trouble is brewing." At that moment, the Phantom of the Rock was at level 3, 7 steps, while the Snow Maiden was at level 4 and had already accumulated 1,000 points. But it wasn't enough to raise the Phantom of the Rock to level 4. Moreover, without the materials, there would be no ascension. The panel displayed the spirit of the Great Earth. Would it be the next evolution? Requirements: level 3, 90 steps, maturity 1, 0, 0, X, 1, 3, 0, and 3 spiritual condensation stones. Doing the math, Linze realized, if I'm going to buy all this, I'll need at least 400,000 coins. And at that exact moment, someone shouted, "Big brother!" It was Su Xian, who poked at his brother's psychological wound. "I saw that you were defeated. Is that true? It seems someone surpassed you, huh?" Linze put his hand on his forehead and remarked, "I'm not invincible either, Su Xian." But he quickly changed the subject, asking, "Do you know how to get superior earth essence and spiritual condensation stones?" Salsone looked shocked and said, "Those things are way too rare, man. How many do you need?" Linze fired back, "I need 30 superior earth essences and 3 spiritual condensation stones." Salsone's face went pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Man, even if you were to steal, you wouldn't find all that." But suddenly, a brilliant idea struck. "Wait a minute, brother. I know a place where you can get those materials. I'll take you there. Done. Обновленный текст Lumina площадка 14-17 октября 2022 года. Без оценки." Linze smiled excitedly. "Call me and I'll go with you." Salsone was like, "It's now or never." Together they headed towards the mountain. Lijum was just rock, no greenery around. There, Salsone led Linze to a crack and began to tell the story. Man, before the ancient wars, these cracks appeared everywhere. These openings can lead to other worlds, and it's said that our spiritual beasts come from them. Not only that, the Association of Beastmasters and other academies has already mastered some of these entrances. Thanks to them, they've managed to keep the resources, but there are some zones that are sealed to this day. Many have entered to gather resources, but never returned. That's why some cracks have been locked up. He pointed to a larger and closer crack. Linze got straight to the point. "Seriously, Do you really think that if we enter this crack, we'll find what we need? Pulling out the manual that had been passed down through generations, Salson smiled confidently. Of course, strong people have confirmed this, man. He traveled far to gather this information, dude. Inside this secret realm, there is indeed earth essence and spiritual condensation stones. Linze, excited, patted Salson on the shoulder. Thanks, let's go together. And so the atmosphere lightened. Both moved towards the destination, ready for the adventure. And there the crack was right ahead, like a door to another world. Then both approached the crack as if preparing to face a brawl. Leaning in, Linze seemed to have already made a firm decision, like a rock. But suddenly, Salson pulled him back, worried about the situation. Big brother, stop thinking only about adventure and think for a moment. If there's a danger of that proportion inside, it's going to be a bind. Linze looked at him, and yet his determination didn't waver at all. As long as I can grab that material, I don't care about the risk, man. If you're scared, you can go back home. Being the carefree guy he was, Linze found himself facing an internal battle within Salson. After a while, Salson clenched his fist and shouted, "I'm going too! We're in this together! I'm sure we'll achieve great things and get rich!" Hearing this, Linze gave a thumbs up, a big grin on his face. Soon, with firm determination, Linze was the first to jump into the crack, followed by Salson. As soon as they appeared on the other side, Linze was already standing, while Salson was on his knees, out of breath. Suddenly, Salson spotted some shining stones, like an emerald glow high above. Without a second thought, he called his monster Bokasa. The little creature extended its arm and grabbed one of the stones like a true hunter. Upon closer inspection, the man was like, "Wow, this is a low-level crystal, perfect for upgrading low-level spirit beasts, especially those of earth and rock. Although it doesn't usually sell for much, it can only be bought, and here it's free, brother." Then, Linze, all excited, shouted, "Let's get more! Let's get more!" But dude, if it's falling from the sky, it's probably rain or crap, right? Linze frowned, sensing trouble in the air. Soon he heard a strange noise coming from the wall where the crystals came from. A shiny climbing lizard appeared, just like the gems. Another crystalline creature, a second-degree earth beast, level 4. What a beauty. Analyzing it, Linze reflected, these initial materials come from other spiritual animals, so the evolution materials are parts of beasts, dude. He asked, second degree, 4th level, can Bokasa handle this? Then, the monster Bokasa, without mercy or pity, swallowed it all down easily. Salson was confident. Big brother, don't underestimate my Bokasa. He's fierce. Now, we just need to wait for what he has to say. But things got tough, and the creature spat out a lizard that had curled up, forming a ball. The monster Bokao made a complaining face like, "Come on, I can't swallow this." Salson, catching the message, realized he's saying, "It's hard to eat." Linze, with a snap, understood that he could communicate with the beast. After being spat out, the lizard started to scream in a bizarre way, non-stop. Linze just watched as more lizards appeared, surrounding them. Meanwhile, the dog began to feel the pressure of the situation. "Big brother, my Bokasa isn't going to handle this crowd. I think it's better if you take a step back." Then, the dance of eternal snow unleashed ice all around. The ground turned into a frozen battlefield, the beasts became ice statues, and the rock ghosts shattered them with fragments everywhere. Salson grabbed some pieces and exclaimed, all excited. He turned to Linze, and with determination stated his proposal. "I'll take 7 and you'll take 3. Seriously, the spirit of the beast had already devoured several things. But Linze got real. Throw it all away. Man, Salson's eyes went wide like, I can't believe this. These crystals might not be worth much, but they are great for training. To explain, Linze picked up a larger fragment and took a look at it. The space inside their mouths is limited. These low-level materials are trash. There must be much better stuff in this secret realm. When we find it, you can grab as many as you want. The stone ghost lifted a crystal, examined it, and tossed it on the ground. She resigned. The big-mouthed monster spit out everything it had swallowed, like a cascade of crystals. Salson quickly got the vision. As he delved deeper, the blue walls started turning green. Linze observed and kept to himself, thinking, it seems that neither the essence of the upper earth nor the beasts are here. The further they went, the more the mix of green and blue increased. But soon they noticed a strange movement beneath their feet. Damn! It's this, dude! Salson was shocked. Even with the quick reaction, they couldn't avoid the attack of a creature that bit Bokasa's. At that moment, speed was everything. Linze jumped to dodge the attack, and his stone ghost went after another creature, but 3 of those things were already surrounding them. Linze received the system message, Granite Serpent, Earth Element, 3rd grade, 4th stage. Linze assessed himself and thought, these beasts only bite once and get out on the feet. We can only defend ourselves. The mess is quite passive now. Stay alert when they appear. Then, Salson panicked upon seeing his beast trapped. Damn it! I need to free my bokasas! I'm going in! At that moment, another granite serpent emerged and swallowed Salsung whole. With tears in his eyes, he extended his hand, shouting, "Older brother, save me!" The familiar feeling fell over Linze, and a drop of sweat rolled down, filled with memories. The sharp intuition was an expert's thing. As soon as a serpent attacked, the protective aura activated, but they didn't let it slip this time. He signaled to the stone ghost who held the serpent, surprising the beast, but it couldn't stand still. The snow maiden unleashed a rain of ice needles. A signal. The demon recoiled and the needles flew through the serpent, which had no reaction. With this change, Salsung was at a loss for what to do. The stone ghost wasn't going to use its demonic state. Why, big brother? You made the creature leap back with tough skin. The serpent burrowed to escape, but the demon grabbed it on the way up. Only another launched itself at him while he was distracted. As soon as it came out of the ground, that huge mouth closed around him with no other way out. The demon let go of the first and grabbed the second. Just when it seemed he had escaped, the sausage yelled, "Come back here!" Then, Linze's eyes narrowed with determination. The phantom of the rock stood firm, waiting for the attack. The signal had been given. It was time for action. The frozen ground unleashed and froze the soil, trapping several serpents in ice. The phantom of the rock, in demonic form, remained intact after the attack. When the cold turned into white clouds, everything fell silent. The phantom of the rock returned to its normal form. Then, Salshan figured out his brother's play. He used the demon as bait. When the serpents emerged, they ended up trapped in the ice and the demon tore them apart. The system notifies you defeated a giant granite serpent and even gained 2 units of superior earth essence. Dude, Linze calculated in his head that he only needed to hunt 28 more. While the guy was analyzing the situation, So Chiao, all pumped up with his hands up, shouted, "Big brother, something strange is going on here. The serpents were making some really weird moves, man." Then, So Chiao and his wide-mouthed monster were released, but there was only sinister darkness around. "Where are we?" thought So Chiao. "Where's the exit, my brother?" When they realized the situation, they screamed in panic upon seeing those red eyes staring at them. Confused, the monster shrank and hugged So Chiao as if he were the last cookie in the package. The granite serpents had already surrounded both of them, closing in. "Damn! I should have known we weren't supposed to come to this place. This isn't looking good at all." Just when it seemed the situation was, going south, a light descended from the sky and the serpents were distracted. It was a hole made by Lin Ze. "Big brother!" the two shouted excitedly. "You came to save us!" Dude, the serpents barely had a chance to close their gigantic jaws. With a strange smile, Linze pointed. 28, that's enough. This should suffice, he thought. So Xiao down below gathered courage and said, "Big brother, I knew you wouldn't leave me hanging." But as soon as he said that, several granite serpents appeared. Out of nowhere? Attention shot up, panic took hold, and tears began to roll down like rain. "I'm going to die, it's all over! Linze, do something!" he pleaded from above. Linze, all zen, calmly responded. She understood the play, reached out her hand, and began to concentrate energy. Thousands of ice arrows started to appear in the air, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Susion, still traumatized, hadn't recovered from the scare. Looking at the wide-mouthed monster, he asked, "Do you think we're going to die here?" "Bro, say something!" The ice arrows began to fall and struck the serpent all at once. Then, the system made the update. "You have received Superior Earth Essence X2. Despite keeping calm on the outside, Linze was thrumming with joy on the inside. The young serpents were weak, but with this, he already had 9 of the 30 he needed. Finally, Susion re-emerged from the hole along with his beast. Breathless, he collapsed on the ground, exhausted. "Linze, I'm alive!" Wow, the adrenaline rejuvenated the boy. With tears in his eyes, he clasped his hands together. "Linze, older brother, you're like a blood brother to me." But in a sinister twist, a giant serpent appeared and tossed them through the air. Linze screamed, "Susion!" Panic took over, and he could only lament, with the calm that was already to be expected. Linze quickly gave another order. The rock ghost teleported next to Susion, holding him, and with one motion, threw them out of danger. They fell with a thunderous crash. Then, the rock ghost looked ahead, where a giant granite serpent was blocking the exit. The beast raised its arm, ready to attack, while Linze, all calm, was there with a little smile. "The eternal dance of snow, rocky demon. It's time to show what you've learned in training." The rock ghost positioned his fingers while the eternal dance of snow prepared. 1, 2 steps. But just when they were ready, the monster decided to attack first. The target was the rock ghost, who activated transformation mode. While the eternal dance of snow dodged, she raised her hands and condensed her icy power. An ice field exploded, trapping the giant serpent and limiting its movements. The rock ghost saw the opening and launched himself upward. Indignant, his eyes sparkled and his body transformed, resembling a meteorite, causing chaos. When the impact rolled, the serpent's head shook. He emerged from the other side with a muscular and shiny skin, while the system displayed the updates. 3rd-degree rock specter, growth of over 24%. He cleared a nest of large, enormous snakes. Reward, 500 accumulation points, superior earth essence X10, and spiritual condensation stone. Chun, Lin Ze's confidence received an upgrade. Man, he raised his fist with that big grin. With those 30 materials, the rock specter could finally evolve. After investing the points, he met the requirements. Soqiao was even happier and shouted, "Older brother, you are amazing." He set off in search of treasure. "We're definitely going to find a lot of good stuff." But amidst the happiness, a strange voice cut through the mood. A guy in a green robe appeared, clapping slowly. Wow, what an incredible battle. He was a mysterious figure who had nearly given Damon a run for his money. He raised a finger and said, "Lin Ze, you've truly impressed me." The young man frowned, worried about this appearance. "Who are you, and how do you know who I am?" "Man, you didn't even introduce yourself, and you're already talking a lot." The other one fell silent for a few seconds and then let out a somewhat strange smile. "Who am I? You've surely heard of our group." Lin Ze grew suspicious, recalling another member of that so-called symbiosis organization. Just then, before he could respond, Soqiao shouted from behind, "Hey, are you also part of the symbiosis organization?" Lin Ze turned around, surprised. "Wait, you know about him?" "Soqiao, obviously I know. 2 days ago I was tasked by the boss to investigate this organization. They attack those with spiritual beasts and take the creatures away. Their philosophy is to liberate the beasts. They say that true freedom is symbiosis." Lin Ze's face turned serious, and behind, the guy, a creature with a strange aura, resembled a rock specter. Soqiao's conclusion was spot on. It's the extremist association for beast protection from the symbiosis organization. The guy began to speak about how, since the catastrophe hundreds of years ago, several beasts had descended upon their continent through some dimensional rifts, and look, those that could be tamed by humans. They were called pets, while those that could not be tamed were called fierce beasts. He ends up calling the lynx human, and asks why society is so obsessed with distinguishing between the superiority and inferiority of others and of itself. They even insist on classifying other species into arbitrary levels of value. That world is extremely unfair, and he created the symbiosis group to break this entire injustice. In that world, he continues saying that Lin Ze has a lot of talent, and asks the boy if he wants to join the symbiosis group, and in exchange, he will stimulate his inner potential. But that's not all. He can also unleash the true nature of his pets, thus allowing them to evolve into true kings. Lin Ze is in disbelief at all this information. His creatures are too. How could this guy know the hidden evolutionary paths of the Snow Maiden and the Rock Ghost? Apparently something is not right there. Lin Ze is sure that this guy is just trying to mess with his emotions. But one thing is for sure, he's right. This world is very unfair. After all, the strong always take advantage of the weak, but he absolutely does not want to join this organization manipulated by others. Suddenly, the other guy starts shouting, telling Lin Ze not to pay attention to the nonsense this guy is saying. These guys use this kind of speech to deceive people. They are nothing but a terrorist group. If they had this ability, they would have toppled the Beast Tamers Association and ruled the entire world of beast tamers a long time ago. The guy there agrees. It seems this guy doesn't believe him. Well then, very well. He waves his arm and his beast starts to tremble. He takes the rock giant, snake-like, classification 2, stage 7. He begins to caress it, and suddenly, a light starts to appear, and the monster begins to transform, getting larger and larger. It starts to roar and shake, accumulating a lot of power. Everyone is in shock. In fact, Lin Ze stretches out his arms and tells everyone to watch closely as he shouts for his pet to break free from its chains and be reborn. That pet is now monstrous, revealing its true nature. This is the first step towards evolution. A rock snake, rank 5, stage 1. Wow, Lin Ze. In shock, that snake monster's rank increased by 3 levels. A spiritual technique that can summon fierce beasts and pet beasts. There's no doubt that this guy was the one who attacked Tan Yang. One guy points his finger and sends his monster forward to show what it's capable of. Now the monster starts growling, and several stakes shoot up from the ground, breaking everything there. The Snow Maiden manages to protect our group using a crystal mirror, but suddenly, the chubby guy starts to hug the rock ghost, screaming that everyone is in trouble. This time, even his monster hugs him back. Are you crazy? If he had known this earlier, he would have taken the big-mouthed monster to eat before leaving. But suddenly everyone starts to hear the monster. Apparently, it's saying that its whole body hurts a lot. Even the chubby guy is saying he can hear the whisper of despair and pain from that snake. Is it really saying that its body hurts all over? Linze starts shouting, saying they are seeking equality, but their actions are to control the weak and use them for their own benefit. Is that what he calls justice? The snake monster continues to struggle on the ground and tries to run, but Linze tells the little snow maiden to freeze it with the blizzard. Then the stone ghost seizes the opportunity to find its weakness, and she does just that. She uses the blizzard to freeze that monster. After all, the snow maiden is at level 15, level 4, stage 2. The giant rock snake is at level 5, stage 1, ice type versus earth type. Who will win? Under normal circumstances, we can infinitely buy another berserker card. The snake remains intact. It starts to roar as Linze searches through his system to try. Finding a solution for the giant stone snake is not a true rank 5. This stage isn't mistaken. A spiritual technique that extracts the potential from a pet beast will certainly provoke a significant negative reaction. So he confirms to consume all skill points to enhance the growth of the stone phantom. The growth rate of the stone phantom has been increased, rising from level 8, rank 3, stage 8, rank 3, stage 9, 100% growth. My brother, now this guy really looks like a phantom, undoubtedly a ghost demon. He charges at the beast demon in the fight as well. He's relentless while Linze thinks that the overall form of the phantom can increase the speed of the stone phantom by 300%, but at the same time, defense will be reduced by 100%, turning it into a glass cannon. He directs the snow maiden to act quickly, and she concentrates her power to cooperate with the rock phantom while he continues dodging all attacks. Focused on his target. Radon, the snow maiden, keeps protecting him as well, focused on the increased fusion rate and the skills that have been unlocked. Ice Core Collision, a powerful attack skill that injects ice energy into a rock core, filling it with extremely cold energy that explodes upon hitting the enemy. The consumption of spiritual energy will be determined by the charging time. So does that mean he now has a combo skill? That's right, this video ends here. I hope you enjoyed it. That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment on the video, and subscribe. Thank you, and stay tuned for the next video. The demonic snake was still alive, for he could hear her moaning. He decided to take a peek, and the NGO hesitated, but eventually went along. There was the demonic snake, injured, pleading for help and in pain. Zong went over and warned Lin Ze, encouraging him, "Go and end her suffering." Lin Ze made a pained face and focused his energy at the tips of his fingers, launching a precise attack at the snake's head. At that moment, the system announced that he had unlocked an achievement. He defeated the demonic snake, leveled up, and also earned around 1,000 achievement points, in addition to 10 top-quality elemental essences, and even an explosive seed card. Why not, right? Furthermore, he helped the snake find relief, earning 500 achievement points, 2 spiritual nutrition stones, a soul crystal, and a recovery elixir. He saw the snake returning to its original state, now with 2 more spiritual nutrition stones in its pocket. The rock ghost was ready for an upgrade. Lin Ze had several rewards, but inside he was still troubled. The man in the long robe approached and noticed that Zhou was angry. He commented that vacation tamers needed the holiday kills to get items, and of course that made Linze even more annoyed. Nadon, Zero from the snow, was also upset and was already gathering energy to unleash ice crystals, but Linze tried to calm her down. He acknowledged that everyone depended on this cycle, but more than that, he truly detested people like the robed man, who spoke of equality, yet exploited the weak mercilessly. It was pathetic. Filled with hatred, Linze called the symbiosis group a bunch of hypocrites. The man accepted that the conversation wasn't going anywhere, but thought that the girl with demonic spirit magic could talk to him. Linze quickly realized that Ning was in danger, so the robed man made a gesture, but Linze shouted for the snow maiden to hold him, and from there it was bound to be an explosion. When the smoke cleared, they realized that the man had managed to escape. Unfortunately, my friend, meanwhile, at the Holiday Tamers Academy, Jungling Ninjutsu was freaking out and asking the students if they had seen Ning. The students were in shock at the tension he was displaying and noticed that the guy was nervous. Yang, feeling bothered, decided to leave the edges to ask Ze what was going on. Ze, in the eye of the storm, told her that he had seen a man attack Yang and that the next target could be Ning. Then Gina remembered Ning, who had said she was going to the virtual battle hall. Ze rushed there immediately and decided to stick together. Yang, completely lost, didn't understand what was happening. Zong, on a mission to explain everything, left Yang speechless. Young was furious because he hadn't been informed earlier and he bolted out to help because he didn't want that to happen again, right? They were all looking for the like that you still haven't left on my video. Dude, are you kidding me? So just drop the like already. Everyone was searching all over for Ning, and then Pinguim, clever as always, overheard everything and said he knew where she was. Pinguim dropped the truth. If they wanted Ning's location, they would have to beg, and only if he was in a good mood. He was going to help. Are you kidding me? This guy has no shame. You see, Zai? Already irritated, she grabbed the guy's collar and laid it out straight. What's up, man? What kind of phrase is that? Asking him to speak up already. With that, Pinguim was left with no choice and confessed he had crossed paths with her earlier. He heard Ning's friend, Zhang, saying they were on their way to the pet store. Then it hit him that he had gone along. But when Zai couldn't contact him by phone at all, he completely lost it. He soon assigned Sean the mission of notifying the school for everyone to go out looking for the girl. Meanwhile, Ning was starting to regain consciousness, but she didn't even know where she was until she saw the ground and an object lying on it. That triggered her alarms. Then some tough-looking guys approached and asked if she was awake. Ning, not holding back, shot back asking who they were and why they were kidnapping her. The men, mocking, said this wasn't a kidnapping. They just wanted to be friends, if you know what I mean. They mentioned they were from the symbiosis group. Seeing this, Nick shouted that nobody wanted to be their friend and demanded that they let her go. She knew that the firepower of the demon flame bird could melt any plant, so she was already thinking of calling the creature to burn the vines that were holding her. But in an instant, an absurd pain took over her body, or black robe guy, as if she had entered a torture contest. He warned that the venomous era had already injected the poison into her, so if she didn't want to be paralyzed, it was better not to make an effort to channel her spiritual power. She then decided that she first had to buy time, wait for the poison to ease up a bit. The creature said it just wanted her to join the symbiosis group for a noble cause, if you know what I mean. Noble for him, right? He needed her power to face an unfair world. Unfair for whom, my brother? For the creatures, I guess? They heard she had a unique spirit technique capable of demonizing beasts, so they wanted her to collaborate and answer the questions honestly. She found herself wondering why her beloved beast could only turn into a demon because of a skill from the demon flame bird. The masked guy realized she wasn't willing to cooperate, so he decided he would have to use some more direct methods, if you know what I mean. Aneg shouted for them to stop and insisted that he had no idea about any spiritual technique. Then suddenly the door flew open with the force of Linze and he appeared threatening the guys and demanding they let her go. Her dog even let out a really cute bark. Wow, a new pet. A superstar crew turned to the door. Ling felt much more relieved to see Lin Ze exploding over that situation. A masked man was left speechless when he saw Lin Ze and realized that the boss had told him they would meet. At the same time, Lin Ze, lost in memories, recalled the masked guy he had seen on the Yi battlefield. The man noticed the presence of the spiritual Martin, which was a level 2 creature, stage 3. At that moment, everything made sense. Linze had managed to find him because he was using a skill called Spiritual Scent, which tracks the smell of a target, regardless of imposed obstacles. The fresher the trace, the more effective the tracking. The masked man came to his senses and realized he had alarmed a bunch of people. Wow, now this guy is in deeper trouble. So, their choice was to join forces to defeat Linze. And to spice up that story even more, the poison ivy started roaring, and no one informed Linze about the poison ivy. Demon, which had a poison capable of blocking spiritual power. The demon lunged at Linze, but he was quick and dodged the attack. Then, the Snow Maiden and the Rock Phantom counterattacked together. They reminded Linze that this wasn't a simulated battle, and that injury or even death could occur. See, that was a real battle. The masked man used a combined skill of water and earth and made things escalate, creating a hellish sandstorm. He already considered himself the top dog, saying that his pets were level 4, and that Linze was no match for them. He threatened Linze, telling him to behave or the pain would increase. The intense heat immobilized the Snow Maiden, so it was time for the Rock Phantom to take control of the situation. Linze jabbed at the masked man, who couldn't believe that his pets were the only level 4 ones. Before all this, the Rock Phantom had already been eligible to evolve, you know? But, because of the desperation to search for Ning, he ended up not consuming that spiritual nourishment stone. Well, our dear Ze failed in that preparation, right, my friend? So, he decided to let the Rock Phantom eat the stone and evolve. At that moment, the system notified that the evolution conditions had been met. The Rock Phantom evolved into the Earth Spirit, and Ning thought that her brother's pets were leveling up at an absurd speed. She also noticed that the Mud Turtle had become afraid to charge forward. The masked guy was bewildered by that situation. He had never seen a warrior turtle act like that. How come? There shouldn't be restrictions among creatures of the same type. Isn't it? Linze confirmed that this shouldn't happen, but the spirit of the earth was not a mere beast of rocky type with great style, and had gained a new ability called Earthly Majesty. This ability punishes everyone of the stone type in the area with divine pressure. When an enemy was nearby, everyone of the stone type shrunk back due to the pressure felt. The members of the symbiosis group were in despair at that moment, realizing it was not wise to face Ning head-on, so they decided to retreat. The crazy guy in the black cloak ordered the demon ivy to wrap its vines on the ground. ground. One to Ning, determined not to be a burden to her brother, noticed that the toxin had already eased, so she called the demon Firebird. She cut the vines of demon ivy with a precise strike, and then informed Lin Ze that they were fine, and that Chang-Won was just sleeping. Further instructing, she asked to ensure they were captured. The members of the symbiosis group, with a leap behind the ear, decided that the best course of action was to retreat, as that search team should be on their way. The guys were using a poisonous mist from the demon known as Poison Ivy. Well, Ze, with his keen eye, figured out that their intention was to sneak away. So they were already outside the building when the masked one started picking on the man in the black cloak, accusing him of failing to keep the woman under control. This infuriated the black cloak, retorting that the guy's pet was also a mystery you. No, not to mention anything else, as he retreated before the opponent could be attacked and bolted. My brother, he bailed, and amidst hallucinations and laughter, the two exchanged jabs as they ran. That masked one wouldn't let up and remarked that Linze's creature's evolution was strange. If the other wasn't afraid, he should at least speak up and stop talking nonsense, because the mist from the demon Poison Ivy would soon dissipate. They would be in the crosshairs. The atmosphere heated up, and out of nowhere, the spirit of the earth appeared in their path, catching everyone by surprise. The spirit confronted them with a firm gaze and shouted, the echo of the scream resonating throughout the group, shattering that silence. Later that same night, Ning couldn't hold back his curiosity and insisted on discussing the unique demonization spirit technique he'd heard about and what the great mission they were hinting at was. The guys bound with ice chains and with their mouths covered were clearly in trouble. Lin Ze recalled that this demonization spirit technique belonged to the hooded man and began to wonder how this could be connected to Ning, giving them an opportunity to speak the truth. Ze crumpled, released them, which made the hooded man tremble and soon open his mouth. He revealed that a spy had passed on the information that a hotshot candidate from the Yongning Beast Domination Academy had great potential. An unfortunate soul with the mask, whose mouth was stuffed, was shocked by how easily his comrade confessed, but the masked man didn't stop there. He went on to say that most of the members of the symbiosis group were low-level creature tamers, and their beasts were nothing you'd see in a movie, you know? And to get stronger, they needed to combine a more robust power. Ning drew their attention because his beast had been demonized during the evaluation, and his spirit technique was the key to their success. Demonization promises a much fiercer combat power. He wanted to know if they truly understood what that represented. Tired of all this talk, Ning made it clear that it was about the power of the demonic Firebird. Then Linze questioned why they were still aiming at Ning if they had already mastered that demonization technique. One of the guys admitted that the demonization they used wasn't really the true spirit technique, but rather a strange and curious artifact. Linze, curious, wanted to know more about this artifact, and the man said he would hand it over if he let him go. The masked man tried to speak, but all that came out was muffled babbling. His agony was palpable. My brother, then Linze, wasted no time and slapped him in the face. Take that! Shut up! The blow led to a bump on the unfortunate man's head, who became dizzy, and Ze was furious, thinking it absurd that they still had the audacity to negotiate with them. These guys are locked up, right? They have no bargaining power there. So he ordered the Snow Maiden to conduct a body search. The guy froze when the Snow Maiden touched him. In the end, he revealed that he had an artifact in his pocket. The IEE. Snow Maiden remembered that she had obtained the fragment from the fishermen hundreds of years ago, when the interdimensional rift appeared, along with the invasion of the strange beasts. Back then, mysterious crystals emerged. These crystals are known to contain a type of powerful energy, being used as materials in the evolution of pet beasts and possibly for other purposes. Ning asked what it was, since he had never seen that in the Encyclopedia of Strange Items. The strange items refer to supernatural artifacts that have unique powers. They appeared during the Great Cataclysm, a consequence of the rift that collided with this world. Their functions vary. Some have an enormous internal space, far beyond their apparent size, serving to store rare and precious items that can enhance the combat power of tamers and also of their pet beasts, like spiritual herbs and ores. You know? According to the system, the crystal was primarily used as an evolution material. The other uses were limited to creating demonized beasts. At that moment, Ning's demonic flame bird started making noise. It seemed very interested in the material, which could be related to its evolution. So, Zai decided to pass the crystal to Ning, thinking it was some kind of evolution material. Shortly after, he turned his attention back to the masked figure and commented on the bird's demonization ability, the demonic flame. But before he could finish, someone interrupted him. It was Shin, and she asked if everyone was okay. Yang, Jian, and Yang accompanied Linze, who replied that they were fine and that the suspects had been captured. The suspects, however, assured that they weren't well. No, the guy was in a jam, right? Just now they explained that Xiaomi 1 was calm, only affected by the dazing fog of the poisonous demon, and would wake up as soon as the poison dissipated. At that moment, the spiritual mastiff, a type of beast, walked towards the entrance, as Yun Yang, the captain of the 23 search team from the Beast Domination Association, made his entrance. He ordered the area to be sealed off and to check on the injured. He approached Lin Ze, who asked who he was, and he introduced himself as Yun Yang, the captain of the 23 team from the Beast Domination Association in Ningguang City. He had heard from the director that Lin Ze was an outstanding student among the freshmen of that year. He thanked him for the information about the symbiosis group and expressed his intention to request a reward for him. Lin Ze shook his hand and also commented that he had taken on the case and might need his help in the investigation. Lin Ze was fully on board with that. Finally, Ian informed that he would send someone to take Lin Ze to the treatment center for another evaluation, just to ensure there were no internal injuries. One of the captives began to resist, not wanting to leave the mask behind. Later that day at the treatment center, Xiaomi 1 finally opened her eyes. Ning recounted everything that had happened. She had only felt a knot in her head while walking and suddenly found herself there in the center. She expressed her gratitude upon realizing that Zai noticed something was wrong and came to her aid. Ning felt a weight in her heart for involving that girl in the mess, but deep down she knew it wasn't solely her responsibility, as Zai and Yang were also in the sights of that symbiosis group. Shin's mind was spinning like a hurricane as she reflected on what was happening. Did the approach of the symbiosis group towards Ning have any connection to the demonic spiritualization technique she had seen? What intrigued her the most was the scene she had witnessed earlier. It was time to have a serious talk with Zai and Ning when they left the room. They walked to a hallway. Sean and one of them started talking, reminiscing about the time they helped the two explore the potential of their spiritual techniques. However, the mention of that time caught Zai off guard, and Ning, who was also there, said he had only noticed some shadows but didn't share everything. In reality, what he had seen was Ning displaying demonic characteristics, with demonic beasts bowing at his feet. Xiaoyang apologized for the strange scene, as he hadn't imagined it would be so impactful. He had devised a plan to research and better understand everything before sharing. Ning, in turn, commented that he had only heard rumors about demonic creatures. Shan Yung then explained that these creatures belonged to a special branch known for their rapid growth. However, these beasts were known for their violent and cruel nature. After being domesticated, many tamers often lost control and became cruel themselves. The sale of these pets eventually became prohibited. Some materials regarding the evolution of these creatures were also under strict confidentiality and rigorous control. Zai, who had been in contact with a man who owned a demonic beast, remarked that the man seemed to keep a cool head. However, there was a story of a tamer who was consumed by the power of his own beast. The situation of the symbiotic group seemed like a case of a beast that had a negative reaction to the power it received. He turned to Ling and asked how she had demonized the demonic flame bird. Then Ling began to explain that this ability was acquired after a fierce beast evolved into a demonic flame bird. This bird was at level 2, stage 7, and after that demonization could reach level 3, stage 2, but would only last for a minute. So, with her current spiritual power, she had the ability to use it once a day. Leon had already witnessed members of the symbiotic group demonizing fierce beasts, and the results were always unstable, accompanied by significant setbacks. It seems like they were trying to dominate power, and that could explain their intentions toward Ning. Chao Yun, realizing the complexity of that situation, commented that the world is full of wonders and that the evolution of spiritual techniques was just the beginning. She tried to lighten the mood, advising them not to be afraid, but what was important now was for them to strengthen themselves. She suggested that no one could discover more about their power if they managed to contract a second pet. If it truly was a spiritual technique capable of enhancing their beasts, it could become an unbeatable force. She looked on with deep sadness, aware that if this were true, the symbiosis group would not leave her in peace easily. But at the same time, she understood that gaining strength was the best way out. With a determined look, she thought that when the soldiers arrived, she would face an army, and when difficulties arose, she would create defenses. She had an optimistic vision of growth, of taking the reins of her destiny. Thus, she headed toward Linze to ask for help with a test that would start after the school year began. The demon flame bird was stuck at stage 7 of rank 2, unable to progress, poor thing. So she was searching for a second pet and this was the perfect opportunity for Lin Ze to observe the bird more closely. Since it was already quite late and all the beast shops were closed, Chow Yun suggested they go the next day, since they still had 3 days until the test. On the other hand, Lin Ze recalled that he knew of a shop that was open 24 hours, which also offered preliminary evaluation services for beasts. He proposed they head down there. On the way, Lin Ze pondered about some beasts that apparently didn't have special evolutionary paths. He realized that even the same types of pets did not necessarily possess those hidden evolutionary paths. Upon entering the shop, Ning surveyed the environment and surroundings. The pet seemed quite ordinary. Lin Ze then focused his attention on the demon flamebird. Then he touched its beak and immediately identified its possible evolutions. One of the subsequent evolutions would be the path of the burning feathered eagle, which would enhance its basic attributes toward agility. The other proposed evolution was the crimson flame eagle, with the potential to reach rank 5. But there was also the path of the demonic phoenix from the fires of hell, which sought to awaken an ancient internal lineage focused on flame control. And, my friends, the next stage in this evolution could take the bird to rank 9. Currently, the path of the flame bird was the demonic phoenix from the fires of hell, and Lince wondered how Ning had activated this path. Initially, the flame bird was supposed to follow the trajectory of the burning feathered eagle, while the hidden form was linked to the demonic type, as having already begun evolving as the demonic phoenix from the fires of hell meant there was no turning back. Unfortunately, they could either let the bird continue evolving or force a training regimen with a second pet so that the evolution of the demonic flame bird would culminate in a crimson flame demon owl. A growth rate increase of 100%, 3 crimson flame bird feathers, and 5 intermediate fire elemental essences were necessary, in addition to a means to awaken the lineage. Linze also recalled that when she evolved the little Snowball and the stone monster, she didn't need those special materials, which made her wonder if the special nature of the demonic type was responsible. It was then that Linze called Ning and revealed that she had awakened a special spiritual technique that allowed him to glimpse some potential evolutionary paths of a beast while in a specific state. Wow! The girl, upon hearing this, was in shock, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together in her mind. It now made sense to her why the little Snowball evolved into what it had. The guy tried to downplay the situation, saying it was just a vague feeling and required a hell of a lot of spiritual energy, but he knew he couldn't say more. That had a powerful system. Moreover, if that incredible ability were discovered, the fear of being dragged into that association of beast tamers, of being exploited to the bone, weighed heavily. You see, Lin Ze let slip that he had noticed something from that demon flame bird, a fierce force that seemed to be dormant inside. This evolutionary path was absurdly strong and clashed with the common fiery feathered eagle, but my gosh, it was also a path that reeked of danger, you know? He also mentioned that he could feel how this power was full of wildness and uncertainties. As it evolved, this power could bond with the demon type. Ning was attentive and asked if he was saying it could evolve into a dual-type pet beast, like fire mixed with demon. Ah, the crazy guy is going to be angry too, you know? She remembered that this was rare, but not entirely impossible. He added that, to awaken that power, he needed a very ancient means. Now, she understood why she had never evolved. But, regardless, she knew she had to control this force. The thought of which resource to use to unleash her potential popped into her head, and she had an idea. They made a quick stop at home for her to grab the fisherman's fragment. The system said that any ancient method worked, and the fisherman's fragment should be the key. But Linze was still wondering how to tell Ning about this. He had used that excuse of spiritual technique before, but he had already used it to sense the paths. ISEKAI eventually noticed the fluctuations of energy within the crystal, which made her think that there was indeed a connection with that demon flame bird. But it wasn't just resonance. The creature really wanted that item. They were even stunned when the bird devoured everything and then transformed into purple flames. A tremendous revolution was happening, and he started to panic because the fire was coming toward them. Linze ordered to raise a barrier. He told her that there was no need to be afraid. As soon as the fire formed, he revealed the newly evolved form of the demon flame bird. The demon flame owl, Crimson, of fire type, level 3, stage 1, nobody opened their arms as if welcoming a great friend, too happy he had successfully evolved. Ze promised that he would take a look again when he evolved next time. She, all affectionate, gave him a pat, but soon her expression changed. She realized that the situation was not good. The room had turned into a disaster zone. Then the scene cuts, and they finally found the hotel receptionist, who warned them that next time they trained with their beasts, it would be better to send them to a professional training place. And the bill for the destruction of the room? Ah, that had to be paid. The bonus that the Beast Taming Association had given was gone in the blink of an eye. Once this guy destroys the wall, the next time this guy has already burned the room. Furthermore, he felt he needed to earn more money, and quickly. But if he kept breaking things like this, he would need a lot of money indeed. Meanwhile, in a sinister warehouse, the leader of the symbiosis group was there, touching a huge purple crystal. A member arrived and informed him that 2 of his guys had been captured by the search group, and he, already knowing, asked what they should do next. The answer was clear. Pass the message for everyone to refrain from any action for now. The right time would come, and those people would come to them on their own. Meanwhile, Linze was training calmly after the secret realm trial had ended. 3. First assessment of the new semester was about to happen. If the class did well, they could earn a scholarship of 100,000. Not to mention that it would improve their standings in the virtual battles and could secure some cool prizes and cash as well. When he entered the virtual battlefield, his stats appeared: 10,970 points. He had already played 10,970 matches, with an absurd win rate of 99%. Oh, I just remembered that story about our boy Happy Face, who's here on the channel. Also, if you want to watch, believe me, he was ranked at 11,985, but he hadn't played in a few days, and his position had dropped almost 2,000. Determined, he set out to parallel his efforts, wanting to climb and reach the next level directly. His small goal before that evaluation was to enter the top 100. The Earth Spirit faced a human-type angel of rank 2, stage 3, and managed to improve his rank to 10,038. Then, he faced a cloud-swallowing turtle of animal type, rank 3, stage 1, which was defeated by the Snow Maiden, raising his rank to 8,890. Then the 3-headed dark dog appeared, rank 3, stage 3, and the Earth Spirit cleaned house, improving his rank to 5,903. He kept climbing until reaching 37th place. Everyone was commenting on the speed at which he climbed the rankings. He soared from 10,000 to the top 100 in a single day with a win rate of 99.9. Well, it's more like 100%, right? It was a true frenzy. Everyone couldn't stop commenting, impressed by how fast the guy was winning, like 1 match every 30 seconds on average. Ha 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 ha. Then, slow down there, huh? Slow down there, my brother. Then, it only took a minute. Wow, that's insane. Some crazy guys were betting he would reach the top 10 before the sun set, while others thought it was impossible. Then there was a guy who wasn't foolish and knew that Lin Ze was a rookie who had just become the sensation recently. And this particular guy had an ice bat ranked as 4, stage 3, and a sacred light elf also rank 4, but at stage 1. He dared to enter the battlefield against Lin Ze and didn't miss the chance to express his admiration. This guy was Zhao Liao, who was ranked 9th and bragged, saying he would be the one to put an end to Lin Ze's winning streak. But Lin Ze, completely calm, just said it was time to start. This attitude of his made the lion furious, and he also felt annoyed because Lin Ze only brought a pet beast. So the lion challenged Lin Ze to bring the other one without batting an eye. The snow dance surrounded the lion and his pet in a crystal, and bam! That guy was knocked down defeated. Ze, all excited, praised the Snow Maiden and gave her a gentle pat on the head. And the little thing was enjoying it, you see? She liked a bit of affection. The Snow Maiden was a level 4, stage 4, with a growth rate at 100%, and her next evolution would be the Blue Ice Maiden. The requirements were a growth rate of 100%, 30 superior ice element essences, and a blue tier of ice. With so many intense battles, her growth rate had skyrocketed. As soon as Lin Ze managed to gather the necessary materials, he could proceed with the evolution. Then, at the same time, he was bombarded with that notification about his Bronze Glory ranking. He had jumped into the top 10 in the Bronze area of the Glory Kingdom, and even earned the staggering amount of 1,500 achievement points, 3 Spirit Crystal Body Enhancement Crystals, and a Spiritual Power Potion. He was beaming with that reward, and also with that achievement he had activated, which was part of one of his missions. His plan was to buy the materials for the Snow Maiden the next day, and use the Spirit Crystals to enhance his attributes. In the library, the president of the Dragon Heart Society, Zhang Manim, greeted Xin-Ai and asked if Xin-Ai was interested in partnering up for the test next week. Xin-Ai agreed. In fact, she was nervous because she couldn't find a good team, and she was almost deciding not to go. She asked who was on the team. Manaman revealed that it would only be the 2 of them and Leng Giao, and they needed 2 more people. On top of that, she wanted Xin Ryan to invite Lin Ze. Xin-Ai realized that Manima's true target was Lin Ze. She wanted to be beside the competitor who was causing the biggest stir in the virtual realm. Back to our MC, he used 7 Spirit Power Crystals and 6 Body Enhancement Crystals. Now Lin Ze's constitution reached 13.5 and his spirit 15. His spiritual power was at maximum, 15 out of 15, and his spiritual arts had gone up to level 4 of the Spiritual Guardian. He had a level 3 spiritual arrow and a level 2 spiritual impact. His pets were the Snow Maiden and the Rock Phantom. In total, he had 4,500 conquest points. His spirit level increased and his spiritual power limit also rose. He was happy after all. The potential of the Snow Maiden, along with the Rock Phantom, would be even further enhanced. The power of martial arts would also get a boost. He went to the shop and right away asked the receptionist for a blue ice tear. The attendant informed him that the last one had just been sold. This item was quite rare, and the next air reinforcement wouldn't arrive for another month. Too long, man. To make matters worse, Geen was also in the shop. She approached and asked if he had found a team yet, to which he replied that he had not. Then, she saw an opportunity and invited him to join their team. Manhwa came forward and said she had heard a lot about him. She introduced herself as the president of the Dragon Heart Club and a second-year student. With her was the vice president, who was also in her second year. Our guy chatted with the senior, but soon made it clear that he did not intend to form a team. Linze thought it was too complicated to split the rewards with a team full of strangers, you know? If he brought Ning along, he knew it would be smooth for both of them to enjoy the secret realm. Ginny asked if he didn't want to go to the secret realm. She said that, to ensure safety, the tests organized by the academy needed teams of at least 5 people. He was shocked by that rule, and Ginny suspected that he was thinking of going alone. Then, Leon intervened and asked if he had tried to buy the blue ice tears earlier. She showed him the item and told him to join their team, promising to give it to him as a reward after the test, along with 10 more ice-type materials. Wow, Linze was stunned by that offer. It was too tempting, but he felt a bit weird, you know? Then, Leon added that they would give him an extra share of all the rewards before he could weigh in. The quick Leon had already replied that he could bring Ning, and the deal was sealed. The three would meet next Monday. Linze was left speechless by how easy everything was happening. The big day of the test finally arrived, and the students gathered in front of a cave that displayed a magnificent door. Manhwa commented that she too had been stunned for a while staring at the door. Curious, Linze asked what fierce beast was carved into it. She explained that, according to the Federation of Beast Tamers, no one had ever seen that monster, but the Beast Masters called it the Beast of the Void. Linze remembered the instructor who had cleared his throat and asked everyone to calm down. The instructor announced that the first test of the semester in the secret realm was about to begin, and that all who had signed up should prepare for the challenge. In this test, they would have the freedom to share all the materials they found among themselves, with no obligation to return them to the school. Everyone cheered upon hearing this. The instructor continued explaining that the secret realm of Red Earth was divided into 5 rings, where danger increased as one approached the center. Each ring had a gate that led to the next, featuring unique environments and ferocious beasts. He left one last message: entering the innermost ring without authorization was not allowed. The trial would last 7 days, and they could choose to exit at any time. Their team went to the secret Etisya, realm of Red Earth, specifically to the 5th ring. Lion summoned his pets, which were a lightning dragon beast and a frost spike dragon. Manhwa summoned her beast to protect the area, a dragon lion and 2 spirits, a crimson giant and a silver centaur. Linze was surprised to see that she had 3 rank 4 pets. She introduced herself as the second best among the second-year students, and assured that she would keep the whole group protected. To Linze's several beasts, she couldn't help but admire their power. She remarked that the Snow Maiden was beautiful, and the Earth Spirit was even more interesting. What made the creatures seem shy? Ning asked Shinny if she wasn't going to call her pet beasts. Shinny simply declared that she possessed a secret artifact, a hairpin in the shape of an X. Ning found that rather strange. Then Shinny told her that the hairpin was a spatial item, and the mist she had inside was an artifact known as the Spirit of Mist, a combat item. With that, Shinny could connect and have protection, as well as attack with an equivalent to a rank 4 crossbow. Nagino was astonished and also amazed. It really seemed like a very powerful artifact. She thought it must be incredibly expensive, but Neiman mentioned that Shinny was the heir to an impressive family, so she probably owned really cool and costly items. Linze and Ning were surprised to find that a wealthy person was so close to them. However, Linze thought that before increasing his strength, he needed access to spatial artifacts as soon as he got the chance. Lion then suggested that they move forward. On the way, they encountered a mummy that had been defeated. It was a fierce rank 2 beast of that area, with a total of 15 killed at once. Many human footprints were around, indicating that a formidable team had passed through. Zine said that this situation spared them from problems with the fierce beasts, and so they continued on. Lanya and Manhwa lagged a bit behind. Manhwa noticed that Lanya seemed thoughtful. Elian revealed that she had never seen Zai or Ning's pet beasts before. This surprised Manhwa, especially since Elian, the supposed pet beast, didn't even recognize those creatures. Manhwa suggested that the 3 pet beasts could be extremely rare and perhaps had never been seen. Lanya wasn't sure about that. The evolutionary path of beasts was still a mystery, and some large families had their own methods of breeding their own beasts. The secret about that pet beast breeding was typically confidential among the beastmasters. Unless one had a very close relationship, it shouldn't be asked. Even so, their curiosity was immense. At the 4th road, they encountered a dark necromancer, a stage 3, level 4, which was an evolved form of mummy. The Snow Maiden attacked and struck him with a single blow. Lin Ze then suggested that they let him handle that situation to gain practical experience. It was a great opportunity to train his spiritual skills. Suddenly, a mummy crawled out of the sand. In an instant, the Bad, Earth Spirit, pushed it back to where it belonged. Linze made a point of praising them. It was a fantastic opportunity to boost their growth rate. Manhwa and Lilian looked at Linze, acknowledging that his manners were quite refined. An hour later, they came across a large wall. Manhwa commented that this wall, known as the Pale Wall, was part of the legacy of the Great Cataclysm. It separates the 3rd and 4th rings, and around the central area of the 1st ring, everything was enclosed by these walls. To enter the 3rd ring, they had to pass through there first. The Pale Wall had 4 entrances, and after some time searching, they managed to find the door. The Earth Spirit was responsible for opening the concrete door. Emanuela couldn't help but find it extremely convenient to have such a powerful pet by her side. It would make those things much easier. Previously, one of them had been near trying to push those old broken doors for a long time. Upon crossing the portal, they encountered a place filled with bare, tall tree trunks. Neng Yong made sure to warn that in the 3rd ring, things would get heavier, as the beasts around were fierce and the danger levels dubious. My friend, furthermore, there was a sinister creature, an undead spirit called the Pale Lord. One Pale Lord was a problem, but what really made everyone's hair stand on end was his ability to command other creatures. When this guy appeared, he came along with a bunch of Pale Guardians. His objective was to reach the 2nd ring, so it was better not to waste energy unnecessarily. Manaman suggested that they avoid getting into trouble and move quickly, but she lightened up, commenting that most of the time, the Pale Lord spent most of his time sleeping underground and rarely showed his face. So, with a bit of luck, they wouldn't have to count on him. The 3 quickly responded together that it could be tempting fate. At those words, she laughed, asking to ignore what she had said, and felt confident that nothing bad would happen. Still, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, my friend Manhwa noticed a strange movement in that forest, and shortly afterward, a Pale Guardian, a level 7 undead, appeared. Are you crazy? As soon as she opened her mouth, the creature showed up. My brother, nobody turned pale, and Manhwa's words became reality. The quick animal affirmed that it had no intention of considering its own doom. Shinny questioned what they should do, suggesting running as an option. Linian made it clear that the Pale Guardian was fast, and these undead beasts did not know what fatigue was. Engaging in a duel in the jungle didn't seem like a good idea in his view, so the best approach would be to face the challenge head-on. Thus, they took their positions for battle. The lightning dragon was agile and tore apart the approaching skeleton. Manhwa summoned his giant crimson spirit, which threw an explosive fireball, taking out several Pale Guardians. Shiny also joined the fight, hurling the Pale Guardians, and the Snow Maiden froze everything that appeared in her Arctic domain. The Earth Spirit took care of smashing the ice statues, and Shiny stood open-mouthed upon realizing that they were mastering a wide range of attack skills. He thought about how strong the Pale Lord, who was leading this whole mess, must be, but he had a nagging feeling when he couldn't spot him. So, he commanded his pet to take a look at where the Pale Lord was. The beast flew and soon spotted something, and there he was. As soon as the beast returned, it reported that the Pale Lord was to the southwest, less than 100 meters away, and there he went moving towards them. Then he prepared to intercept them, using the spirits and thorns of the earth, blocking the skeletal horse. But Linze noticed something curious. He had just burned 12 conquest points instantly, and received the notification that the spiritual arrow was now at level 6. He noticed that the Pale Lord was wounded, and would soon need to defend himself while everyone attacked with their crossbows. With the Pale Lord's new resource, he would add spiritual power beyond the basic cost, sanctifying the spiritual techniques at the maximum level that could generate up to 400 extra power points. That Earth Spirit and the Snow Maiden were holding the Pale Lord, and they wanted to take advantage of the opening to deliver a finishing blow and kill him in a single attack. Anna noticed the fluctuation of spiritual power and saw the spiritual arrow. Then she began to say that the power of the basic spiritual arrow would not be enough to defeat a Pale Lord and suggested that they should opt for an exhausting fight. Instead, Linze explained that they would soon venture into the second ring and a long fight would drain their beast's energy. Moreover, the Pale Lord was injured. He had a feeling that there might be other teams nearby, so they needed to end the chaos quickly. For those who do not have many skills, firing a spiritual arrow with 1 or 2 points of power is nothing special, but with a charge of 1,500 points of spiritual power that he had, 400 points compressed into a level 6 spiritual arrow was enough to send the Pale Lord crashing to the ground. He released the spiritual arrow, and the Pale Lord was struck directly in the chest and fell off the skeletal horse. The girls were in awe to see that the spiritual arrow instantly took down a Pale Lord. Leon then realized that he hadn't used as much force as last time when he shot against a level 3 necromancer. There, he managed to control and inject the spiritual power to increase the damage. Come to think of it, they really needed to train that spiritual arrow at least up to level 6. Lin Ze, even as a freshman, started to question how this was possible. However, some skeletons tried to escape, but Lin Ze noticed them. He began unleashing a barrage of icy rains and stones, like a fireworks display, finishing off the last remaining Pale Guardians. Manhwa was left in shock, unable to believe that everything had been resolved so quickly. Ning, Chan, and Han were super proud of Ze, and he quickly told them to run and gather the trophies because it was time to bail. Tao's reaction was one of such surprise upon seeing him there. At that moment, everyone turned their heads to Tao, who immediately accused them of dishonesty, claiming there was some cheating involved in stealing the prey from the Gaoshan group. Manhwa recognized Luan Han, the member of the Gaoshan club. She casually commented that it was quite a coincidence to find him there, but then Han shouted demanding they stop sucking up and return the spoils, with his friends helping to apply pressure. He insisted that all the materials left by the Pale Lord should be handed over right away. Manhwa questioned whether they were really suggesting that the Pale Lord should belong to them. One of the guys reminded him that, in fact, stealing someone else's prey within a secret realm was prohibited. He then reinforced that he was sure the Dragon Hilt Club hadn't forgotten this rule. Calmly, Manhwa argued that it was simply an unwritten rule. Moreover, she pointed out that there was a clause stating that if the prey escaped, the hunt was considered a failure. So, from the moment they let the Pale Lord escape, he was no longer theirs. Immediately, Sydney jumped into the conversation, sticking out his tongue and mocking them, saying it was hilarious that they couldn't keep their prey and were now trying to get it back. He was furious, right? The guy was offended and threatened to shut her up. But quickly, one of his companions interrupted him, advising him not to be so impulsive. Still, On didn't buy the idea of just leaving him alone. He reaffirmed that the Pale Lord was clearly theirs when his partner asked what the plan would be. It was clear that the idea of taking by force was not out of the question. They would have no advantage in a direct fight, considering they were in a secret realm. So he proposed that there were other ways to make them suffer, and since Zai, who always mocked them, was there, he suggested they could unite. Hearing this, An couldn't help but smile. The guy continued explaining that they planned to closely follow them, waiting for a moment to deliver a nice present. Meanwhile, Manhwa was taking a look at the body and found there the pale bone pearls. With that, they were ready to get rich, as those pearls were worth a good amount. At this point, Linze asked if there was any conflict going on between Dragon Hill and the Ghost Club. Manimal informed that the two clubs had always lived in friction, with disputes happening frequently. In fact, several of those situations had occurred in the past. Noticing Xingguo's somewhat strange reaction, Liang Han asked Linze if he also held any grudge against the Ghost Club group. Linze preferred not to go into details, and instead suggested they follow the plan. As they crossed the deep wall toward the second ring, they were about to enter the next area, their destination, the Valley of Grey Blood. This area was rich in rare material known as Grey Bloodstone, which was worth around 5,000 per kilogram. 3 hours passed, and they arrived at the Valley of Grey Blood with Shin's spatial terrafata, managing to carry a good amount of materials. Still, they were advised not to relax. From that moment on, their focus had to be doubled, as they anticipated the appearance of many level 5 beasts. Linze realized that both the level and density of the beasts within the secret realm were indeed much higher than in the jungle. In less than half a day, the growth rate of the Earth Spirit had already increased by 12%. The secret realm of the school imposed a strict limit on the number of participants, but the Association of the Berserker Tamers did not have such a rule, although entry required a payment. Still, the journey was worth it. They continued their trek and soon arrived at a vein of blood-red gray stone. The stone ghost threw a punch at the rock, separating the precious stones from the rest. Manhwa, impressed, praised how amazing Lin Ze's pets were. She suggested they collect the materials for now. In response, Shini offered the remaining space in his artifact to hold more stones. Tao and the other club members watched from atop the cliff, noting that there was no intention to move. Rao questioned what they should do next. Tao replied that reaching the second circular entrance was sufficient. According to the plan, they just needed to attract that problem to themselves. With that, they began to execute their sinister plan. The flying pets started to wander around. At the same time, the lightning dragon beast began to get agitated, signaling that something was wrong. Liang noticed that the situation was unusual as the pets were acting strangely. Immediately, Manhwa defended herself, saying she hadn't caused anything since she hadn't said anything either. Meanwhile, Linze realized that the Snow Maiden and the Stone Ghost also remained calm. Suddenly, Ning's expression turned terrified, and without wasting any time, Linze asked what was going on. The Snow Maiden stood still and unleashed a dragon. In an instant, she clarified that the red owl of the demonic flame had detected a dragon approaching right when she spoke. The dragon began to gather monstrous energy in its mouth. Quickly, everyone noticed that it was targeting them and was about to attack. The dragon focused its aim on them. Linze shouted for everyone to group around him. Suddenly, a devastating wave of purple flames was unleashed. Linze activated the ice crystal mirror and the spiritual guardian, creating a double-layered protective barrier. It had cost 1,800 conquest points. The spiritual guardian was at level 8, now unlocking a new ability that allowed it to infuse spiritual power. In addition to the original cost, further strengthening the defense at this level, the maximum infusion of spiritual power was 600 points. The three women were paralyzed, as if they had been shocked. Linze knew the situation was serious. He had barely managed to block that wave of energy, and the dragon was already preparing its next attack. A rain of purple energy was descending upon them. The stone phantom wasted no time and summoned ghost clones. As one of the clones positioned itself for the falling purple energy, it activated the lightning collision, causing the explosion to occur in mid-air. The stone phantom, with its imposing attitude, activated the earthly majesty. This ability imposed divine pressure coming from the Earth's core, affecting all enemies in the vicinity. The rock-type adversaries suffered a level suppression, with their efficiency showing the difference in levels. The dragon turned and let out a deafening roar. It attempted to attack the stone phantom, but the blow had no effect. It became incorporeal. Lin Yang, alert, recognized the creature as the stone dragon Ignis, an adult and a type of dark rock, certainly at level 8, one tier above them. Lin Ze finally understood why the earthly majesty had not worked. It explained that the stone dragon Ignis was the lord of the first ring and would not leave its territory without a good reason. She suspected that they had deliberately drawn it out, especially upon noticing that several flying pet beasts had suddenly appeared from the sky. She considered that other teams had a plan behind this. No one added that only Academy students had access to the secret realm, limiting the list of possible culprits. They all soon reached the same conclusion. It was the Gaoshan Club. Shini was convinced that the actions of that club were so malicious they clearly wanted to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the Gaoshan Club was in the midst of an attack. One of its members was begging for help, but his companions had abandoned him and ran. Tao was terrified while a red dragon chased them. He ran as fast as he could, screaming as if there were no tomorrow. Well done, no one noticed that situation. He reported that the other stone dragon, Ignis, was chasing Glupakal-chan. Its location wasn't far. It was heading towards them. This could only mean one thing. They had deliberately drawn the stone dragon Ignis there. Leginhan, ever shrewd, began to piece things together. They had found the male dragon. The creature that was chasing the Club Gaoshan was the female. Dragons were generally solitary creatures, except during mating season. During this time, male and female dragons stayed together until the eggs hatched. The reason they appeared in the second ring was that they chose that area to cover their eggs or the ground. It must have targeted the dragon eggs, as they were connected to their parents. The dragons pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Tao was completely lost in that situation. He froze upon seeing the other dragon in front of him, while the members of the Dragon Heart Club were still alive. This realization only heightened his fury, and with things in this state, he decided to take them all down with him. He quickly warned Lin Ze that Ritao was trying to lure the dragon. Without thinking twice, they pummeled him. Ao was speechless, unable to process that Lin Ze had actually done that. But in the moment of distraction, the dragon attacked, and Linze realized it was too late. The dragon eggs had been stolen, and the dragons would no longer spare them. they were in trouble. Meanwhile, Lanium called upon the dragon Ice Thorns and Ice Spikes simultaneously. The beast dragon Blitz Relampago joined the attack and unleashed a devastating electric storm. The dragon was hit squarely, and the intense pressure created fierce winds that exploded outward. However, as soon as the attack ceased, the beast dragon Blitz Relampago let out a shrill scream. The dragon slowly turned its gaze towards him and countered with a devastating breath of fire. The beast dragon Blitz Lightning was instantly turned to stone. A few seconds later, the dragon shattered it, and then Lengyung spat blood. My friend Ling revealed that all of this was the result of the backlash from the death of one of those pet beasts. Lengyung, with an expression of urgency, warned that the dragon had used that blood mist, Ignis, which is the most powerful ability of a stone Ignis dragon. The situation was sinister. It was also seen that there was someone with a high level of resistance to these abnormal statuses. Any creature that was not stronger would become like a stone statue as soon as the blood mist collided with them. One of the pet beasts was already petrified from the waist down. Within seconds, the little beast was completely transformed into stone. Manamo, in critical condition, was spitting blood. If that continued, it would be a catastrophe. It was a matter of time until the situation became even more complicated. Ning's demonic flame, the Crimson Owl, was struggling with all its might to escape the spreading mist. It dodged between the two gigantic dragons, a task that was absurdly insane. No one helped Lengyung to get up, but the reality was harsh. The Crimson Owl would not hold on much longer. Today was not a viable option. In speed, it was impossible to outpace the two enormous dragons. At that moment, Manamo had an idea. She pulled out a beautifully decorated bell and announced that she would hold the dragons while the rest fled. Jimin recognized it immediately. It was the sinister artifact known as the Bell of 1,000 Layers. When activated, it would trap anyone, but the cost was very high. The user would become paralyzed, unable to move. Manamo calmly said that sacrificing herself was preferable to everyone being doomed. A heavy silence fell over the group. She stared at Lin Ze with a firm look and asked why he was still hesitating. She insisted that he take the others and leave, and even made sure to guarantee that Lillian would deliver the blue tear as she promised. As soon as he escaped, Lin Ze felt incapable of leaving his friends behind. Now, more importantly, he couldn't believe he had come to this point, so he summoned the Snow Maiden and the Rock Phantom, activating the fusion of spiritual art. A strong wind rose, making visibility difficult in the midst of the storm. The Snow Maiden and the Rock Phantom merged, bringing the cold giant Absol to life. At rank 6, stage 2, he would last 60 seconds. Manamo was left dumbfounded at the sight. Shinny was on the opposite vibe, appearing excited. It was the same pet beast she had sensed before. Chulengion's unique spiritual technique recognized that the aura emanating meant that it was definitely, at least, rank 6. Still, against two rank 8 Ignis and Rock's dragons, the situation didn't seem to favor them. But our protagonist had not yet given up. He activated an explosion seed card. The crystalline blue body of the cold giant Absol began to glow, emanating waves of intense cold. My rank rose to rank 8, my friend, stage 4. Good lord, the guy is so overpowered. She also noticed that this explosion seed card would last about 60 seconds, but she wasn't stunned, unable even to process how he had jumped from rank 4 to rank 6 and was now at rank 8. Are you crazy, my brother, in such a short time? Everyone was wondering if that card was some kind of rare artifact that would elevate the rank instantly, without wasting time. Linze commanded the cold giant, Absol, to take out the two dragons. The giant launched into the air, rising with explosive strength, and then, my friend, he activated a special ability called Absolute Zero. This ability caused brutal ice damage that deeply froze any enemy it caught. The two dragons were thrown against the ground. One of them screamed in fury, trying to get up with panic in its eyes, but without giving the creature time to recover, the spirit of the ice giant Absol attacked with the technique called Ice Ground. Binding of Absol Arctic. This ability reduced any enemy that entered its area of effect. The dragons were instantly frozen, turning into ice statues. The spirit continued to deliver heavy punches, mercilessly attacking the dragons. That scene was terrifying, my brother. Linze's companions were completely speechless. After the rain finally stopped, the bodies of the dragons were filled with holes. But at that same moment, the duration of the explosive seed card expired, releasing the spirit of the giant ice Absol. The Snow Maiden and the Stone Ghost reappeared, each on their own. Both fainted. Against the pet beast, he rescued the Stone Ghost, while Lin Ze held the Snow Maiden so she wouldn't touch the ground. He congratulated them on their great work and commented that they had performed much better. The spiritual fusion art consumed quite a bit of energy, you see, so he asked them to rest. Manamo still couldn't believe what had happened. The Ignis rock dragons had been defeated in such a crushing manner. She was about to ask about the card, but Lengrian interrupted her. She explained that most artifacts of this type could only boost a pet's strength by 3 or 4 stages. However, the artifact Lin Ze used allowed his beasts to surpass class limits. The amplification was jaw-dropping. Even families that dominated the cult might not have such powerful artifacts. Shinan added that he had never seen anything like it before. Len Yang told everyone to keep it cool and not tell anyone. So, easy. My brother, all good? Shinin, Manhwa, and Ninge, of course, agreed right away. Shortly after, Lin Ze, with that sparkle in his eyes, asked if they could gather all the materials. There was a colossal artifact of things. Dragon fangs, blood, horns, scales, skin, and even dragon meat. Manhwa and Chininya's eyes almost sparkled as they got excited about collecting everything. However, while they were watching it all, Linze felt that something was missing. Wait, where was that dragon egg? He went over to one that was all twisted on the ground. It was in a bizarre position, with a body half turned. You know what I mean? Ning asked what he was doing, and when she saw, she was in shock. It was the spatial artifact. Linze quickly realized what it was, and Ning hurried him, saying, "Let's see what's valuable in there." The artifacts didn't have this blood recognition thing, you know, so anyone could use them. Focusing his mind, Linze tuned into his senses, and the next second, well, he was pulled into another dimension. The place was 12 square meters, like a very spacious room and bigger than he expected. He also immediately saw an item that caught his attention. It was a rock ignis dragon egg. The characteristics of the egg were dark and rocky. It needed to have everything to maintain the primordial power of its lineage and also increase physical strength like a big monster. While he mastered the elemental energy of darkness, the next stage of growth was approaching. The advancement of pureblood dragons was on another level, my friend, completely different from common pets. Their growth was divided into several stages: hatchling, juvenile dragon, young dragon, adult dragon, mature dragon, ancient dragon, and finally, my friend, primordial dragon. These stages represented growth phases. They had nothing to do with actual age, and our fierce Linze was mega happy because he finally had his third pet. As soon as he left the secret realm, he would participate in the Beast Master assessment. The dragon egg had been hidden inside this artifact. It was already clear why the dragon mother wouldn't stop chasing them. The lion had commented that everything had gone well because of him, and as promised, everything they obtained on the mission, including the egg, would belong to Linze, and there would still be the materials they had already agreed on. Also, Linze mentioned that the egg and the cold blue tear were already a huge prize, and he could divide the rest with the crew. Armani, very close, held his hand and blurted that they could return to the secret realm any day. But their life was one, and without Linze, no one there would have survived, regardless of how rare the materials were. The hero was quite emotional about what Manhwa said, yet he still didn't accept it, and she insisted. In the end, he agreed to keep 80% of the total. Are you crazy or what? All right, you're giving me 80%. That's fine, you're crazy, man. Ning remembered that dragons like to hoard treasures and suggested they check out the dragon's den area, the demon fire. Cross had already located the dragon's nest, so Ning said it was worth taking a look. Everyone agreed it was a cool idea, you know? Before long, they reached the cave. Jane made a strange face and commented that it was quite different from what the tales said. There was no treasure hoard at all. The lion explained that the dragon's nest was more for reproduction, you know? Dragons preferred to keep energy replenishing crystals there. At that moment, Linze felt tempted to grab some, but Ning had a strange sense of familiarity. She felt an aura, but I didn't notice anything. She said the source of the aura was coming from behind a wall. As soon as she reached out and touched the wall, it opened and she froze. Stunned, Shinan blinked, taken by surprise. Wait, can dragons make secret doors? This is very strange. Linze, on the other hand, thought it was made by someone else. The idea that someone might have lived there made him uneasy, but of course, the secret realm could only be accessed by those from the academy. So when he looked at what was beyond, he was shocked. The corridor was dark, filled with strange marks, hanging chains, and a dark aura tightening around them. In the center of a magic circle, there was an egg with a sinister appearance. Ning started to act strange, saying the egg was calling to her. Wow! Ling Gyong tensed as soon as she saw it. It was a demonic beast egg. Staying there was a bad idea, so she ordered them to grab the egg and leave immediately. Not long after they exited the secret realm, Shin was surprised to see them come back so soon, especially since they had said they would stay for the full 7 days. Legion simply commented that it was time to take a break, you know? But the guy couldn't shake off how rushed they were to get back to the academy. Legion exchanged some words with Shu, saying they would turn all the money they could into cash, and, as promised, he would hand over his share and no one else's. She also passed him the ice blue tear and 10 more ice element essences, And regarding the egg they got from the right dragon's nest, she told them to wait and not to hatch it right away. That was a pet demon beast egg. Moreover, she had her suspicions that the secret camera was connected to the Red Moon group. Legion also joined that conversation about the Fallen and that Red Moon group, which was an infernal cult with all Fallen members. If that group was just a headache, the Red Moon group was like the devil himself trying to drag the world down. Their shadow was behind a bunch of huge terrorist attacks that shocked the Alliance. Countless lives of civilians and monster masters were lost due to their manipulations. Those demon beast eggs would only appear with very specific summoning rituals, you know? But suddenly, one showed up in the secret realm of the school. Are you kidding me, man? Someone put it there too, right? For sure. Could it have been this group? Ian questioned if she meant there were members of the Red Moon group hiding at the school. Of course there are. She asserted that this would be the worst-case scenario. It was also possible that the shadows of a ritual had slipped into the secret realm. Regarding the demon egg, she suggested finding an opportunity to report it and destroy it quickly. Manhwa, getting to the heavier part, told them to keep in touch, and of course, they would be welcome to the Dragonheart Club at any time. As they said their goodbyes, Ning turned to Linze and asked what his plans were. Linze explained that he intended to buy what was missing. Since his pet beasts were about to evolve, night fell, and a huge pile of superior ice element essences occupied his bed. He handed everything over to the Snow Maiden. She happily devoured it all and flashed a seductive smile, amusing the guy. The rock ghost felt all shy seeing this. When Ze sighed and commented that she was up to her tricks again with that whole stack of items, he still felt like something was missing, you know? Then he remembered that he hadn't claimed his conquest rewards yet after defeating the two stone dragons, Ignis, Coxie. Giant Ice Spirit, Absol, had unlocked a new achievement. The guy was in such a rush to leave that he hadn't properly checked the rewards. Then the system just notified him that the achievement had been unlocked. It was from the Dragon Slayer mission, which required him to be the first to take down a dragon-type beast. The rewards were 500 conquest points, 10 low-quality dark element essences, and a dragon fang, the dragon blood, and a dragon heart. Another achievement came from the Ant Shaking a Tree mission, which required him to defeat an opponent with double the level of his best beast. The rewards were about 1,500 conquest points, an explosive seed card, a revitalization potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. He was pleased with those generous rewards. The rewards from the Dragon Slayer were all essential materials for dragon evolution and would be a huge help when it came to hatching the stone dragon, Ignis. Even though he had used an explosive seed card before, an Ant Shaking a Tree had offered another one. Besides that, there was also a resurrection potion, an amazing item full of vital power. Once consumed, it healed all wounds instantly and worked for both beast masters and their pets. The growth crystal was a special item that accelerated the growth potential of a pet beast. When used, it increased the chosen beast's growth rate by 10%, and this effect only applied to pets below level 7. There was also the Strange Evolution Stone, a crystal that bestowed the power of evolution. After absorbing, it could awaken a beast's evolution potential, making it evolve all at once. However, after evolving, the creature could not surpass level 5. Linze felt relieved. The rewards arrived just in time for him to hire his third pet beast, especially the evolution stone, which was worth gold. But then, out of nowhere, he noticed that the situation was odd. His bed exploded. The Snow Maiden was evolving. She rose majestically, with white hair flowing like ice, as sharp blue ice. Crystals emerged all over her body. A cold energy enveloped her, tranquil yet powerful, making the air around her shimmer with freezing power. She had evolved into Ice Blue Maiden. Now she was at level 5, stage 1, with a growth rate of 0%. The next level of evolution was Arctic Princess. The requirements were a growth rate of 100%, 30 low-grade ice elemental stones, and an Arctic Millennium. Ze asked if there was any strange resonance between her and the merger of the Rock Phantom. He was aware that just because her level was higher, it didn't guarantee that the soul fusion technique would work. She shook her head, and that was a great sign. It meant that when they unlocked the fusion, even beasts of different levels could unite. She was already at level 5, while the Rock Phantom was still a bit below evolving. The Rock Phantom was at level 4, stage 5, with a growth rate in the 73% range. His next evolution was to Rock God, Soldier, and for that, he needed to achieve a 100% growth rate, gather 10 low-grade earth elemental stones, and an item called Infinite Earth. With the power they had now, the two were ready for the assessment the next day at the Beastmaster Examination Center. Suddenly, a guy cleared his throat and asked for silence, introducing himself as Yeshua Ping. Wow, these names are getting more and more complicated to say. He began explaining to the candidates that it was time for them to choose the difficulty of the test. Based on tradition, he gave wise advice. to choose the difficulty most suitable for each person's strength. He asserted that it was better not to overdo it and waste such an opportunity. He asked the assistant if the selections were finalized. The assistant confirmed that everything was ready. On the crystal before them, the results appeared. One person moved on to the higher difficulty, 4 to the high difficulty, 34 to the medium difficulty, and 24 to the low difficulty. Ping then questioned whether anyone had really chosen the higher difficulty. The man confirmed it was a first-year student named Zhang Ning, or rather Lin Ze. 2 months ago, the Pingyang branch had reported that a candidate had passed the higher difficulty apprentice assessment. The guy recalled that person's name, Lin Ze, indeed. Our dear Ze. He had heard a lot about this boy's achievements. Everyone was calling him a prodigy. That wasn't an exaggeration. The question was, could Lin Ze pass the higher difficulty assessment in bronze? So, he asked all candidates to prepare, as that assessment was about to begin. The countdown rolled. Lin Ze wondered if the duel would be in arena mode. Then, the evaluation finally started. And look at that, there were 5 stages in the higher difficulty, and the crowd was warned to stay alert. Right at the start, a ferocious abyssal rat appeared, a shadow-type beast with level 3 fire stage 9. And wouldn't you know it, a flood of rats showed up. The Snow Maiden inhaled and unleashed a wave of ice. That freezing breath came crashing down on the swarm of rats. The Snow Maiden's sigh released a new ability that generated a cloud of icy snow, wreaking havoc as if it were a fan of extreme cold that hit everyone. It was then that the host announced the first stage was clear, and what challenged next? From the cell came another creature, a multi-headed lizard beast, level 4, stage 2. The Snow Maiden, agile as ever, raised her finger and sent a rain of ice, piercing through the lizard and making clean holes. Then a shadow of the night appeared. A dark-type beast, level 4, stage 5. It was there, frozen in the air, before it could even move. The next creature was a demon ghost, also dark-type, level 4, stage 8, and the Snow Maiden quickly trapped it with an ice chain, and the challenge kept going on relentlessly. Joping was in shock with all of that. The demon ghost was a powerful beast, and man, it was eliminated in the blink of an eye. And it wasn't just him. Every ferocious beast there had been taken down with a single strike. It was a complete wipeout. My brother Joping wondered if Lin Ze's pet beast had surpassed level 5. Well, I guess he's right, but it's still a little far off, even though he had just turned 18. Only a man in a black suit mentioned that it had been the same deal in Lin Ze's first assessment. He had also passed the higher difficulty level. As if doing nothing, that cradle taming association from the city of Pingwei had even extended an invitation, but Lin Ze declined. Now go ahead. Pingwei, understand why Lin Ze chose the higher difficulty again, but the final boss, a bronze dragon of level 5, wasn't going to be a joke. Then, Joping's shock peaked when the screen showed the final move frozen and a rock ghost delivering a kick. The guy was completely stunned. Thus, Limon passed. Wow, how was it so fast? He just called his second beast and won. The man behind Joping complained, saying he was so close to finishing off his beast. The other guy next to him commented that he never imagined that the easy difficulty would be so sinister and that the final challenge was a ferocious beast of level 3, stage 7. Meanwhile, the other guy nearby was all hyped up, announcing that he had made it. Now he was a beastmaster. Bronze, he chose the high difficulty, and of the 4 candidates who tried, he apparently was the only one who succeeded. Suddenly, someone in the crowd noticed something bizarre. Looking at the bronze dragon on the screen, they realized that, given its size, the beast was much more powerful. But next to it, the guy seemed to be in shock, unable to believe what he had just seen. Lin Ze, on his part, he was officially congratulated for passing the superior bronze assessment with quite an achievement. He saw his physical score jump from 13.5 to 18.5, and his spirit didn't lag behind. It leaped from 15 to an impressive 23. His beloved beast saw a staggering 30-point increase in growth rate, and the progression of the Ice Snow Maiden reached the same 30% mark. Lin Ze leveled up to level 5, stage 3. The relief was real. After the assessment, he left the venue surrounded by several excited people. Meanwhile, Zoping approached and enthusiastically praised him, introducing himself as one of the examiners of that test. He shared a bit of his own experience, saying that at the same age, Lin Ze had only 2 level 3 beasts. Thus, Lin Ze became the first beast tamer of the Federation to pass the superior difficulty bronze assessment. Zoping, impressed, asked if he would be interested in joining the Association of Beast Tamers. Lin Ze, firm in his decision, replied that for now he wanted to focus solely on his cultivation. Zoping laughed at the situation and acknowledged that he had been a bit too persistent, remembering that Lin Ze had already turned down an offer from the association earlier in Pingwei City. So, without further ado, Zoping handed Lin Ze his business card, saying that if he ever changed his mind, the door would always be open. Lin Ze thanked him again, satisfied with that interaction. Very night at home, he settled in the living room with his two summoned beasts by his side. With the dragon egg in hand, Lin Ze recalled Lin Yang's words who had guided him. As soon as he injected spiritual power into the egg, it would hatch, allowing them to form a contract. Determined, he began channeling his spiritual power into the egg, but it didn't take long for him to realize the enormous cost. Even with his 2,300 spiritual power, the pressure was intense. A common, bronze-level beast tamer would likely have exhausted themselves in the blink of an eye. But out of nowhere, the egg started to shake. Everyone turned their attention to the scene. Cracks began to spread across the egg's shell until it shattered completely. And then, the little cute black dragon emerged, looking around with a confused expression. The creature even swallowed its own shell. It was a rock ignis dragon. Despite being just a little dark, rocky hatchling, it was level 1, stage 1, with a growth rate of 0%. Its abilities were Dragon Breath and Rock Claw. Linze didn't hesitate to reach out and stroke the little dragon's head. The dragon's lineage focused on unlocking an evolutionary power within it, continuously improving its physique and strength while enhancing control over the dark elements. The maximum potential of this lineage was at the king grade. The next evolution form was the juvenile rock ignis dragon. For that, a 100% growth rate, 5 low-grade dark elemental essences, and a dragon tooth would be needed. He didn't care if there were other evolutionary paths. After all, his potential was already at the king grade, and even if there were hidden paths, he believed they wouldn't surpass what they had. The blue ice maiden and the rock spirit observed as the rock ignis dragon burped and rolled over, relaxing. Although it was only at level 1, stage 1, Linze was aware that pure dragons evolved quickly in their early stages, and that he already possessed the necessary materials for evolution. First, he planned to use the conquest points to increase the dragon's growth rate. With the materials he already had, he could take his dragon straight to level 3. Scolding the dragon lightly for burping so loudly, Linze stepped out into the open field. The rock ignis dragon waited patiently nearby. The outing was necessary because if he tried to improve it at home, the creature could suddenly grow and cause immense destruction. Now he had learned, right? After paying for all the repairs, he confirmed that he would use the conquest points to increase the growth rate of the rock ignis dragon, and he clicked to confirm. He had already consumed the evolution materials. What remained was to boost the growth rate. Then, the rock ignis dragon began to shine, unleashing devastating power. Linze was left speechless. The fluctuations of energy were insane, like a fierce storm. Dust flew everywhere, completely blocking his sight. When the situation finally calmed down, the result was revealed. The evolution of the rock ignis dragon was a success. The dragon grew and reached grade 3, stage 3. He looked at Linze, and Linze greeted him, while the dragon lowered its head in a sign of obedience. He realized how much his new friend had grown, and how well behaved it was. Then, giving him a beautiful evolution stone, he remembered that an evolution stone was a strange crystal that contained an evolution power. After our little dragon absorbed that tough stone, he managed to awaken all the potential he had kept inside, instantly evolving. It was as if the creature grew all at once, and the evolution was mandatory, with a level that could not go beyond grade 5. And look at that, the rock ignis dragon not only improved but became an adult dragon, reaching grade 4, stage 4. Now, his growth rate was reset, but with insane powers like Dragon Breath, an attack that released dark energy, detonating everything in the area. And it didn't stop there. With the rock-breaking claw, he could crush metal and rock opponents, causing extra damage with pure strength. He also had an attack, the Spiral of Shadows, which could bind everyone with dark elements, inflicting damage that even physical defense couldn't withstand. The Death Claws formed a monstrous hand made of darkness, crushing anyone who was in the way, applying a curse of corrosion and fear. It was a pity that the Blood Snow was still locked away. Linze suspected that this had to do with the dragon's level not being high enough, but still, that dragon and the 2 grade 4 beasts, along with 1 grade 5, were incredibly powerful. In this phase, Linze called the dragon rock ignis and asked if it could control the size of its body. The dragon made a sound that seemed like a yes, and soon the creature began to shrink down to a tiny size. Now, the dragon fit in Lin Ze's hands, who, relieved, thought that otherwise it would have been impossible to take the dragon home. A few days later in class, the blonde teacher arrived with a message. In a week, the school's annual competition would take place. The classroom erupted in excitement when a system screen appeared in front of Lin Ze. He unlocked an insane mission to achieve first place in the competition and become the best student at the Zhangning Academy. And well, the rewards were very good. 1,500 achievement points, a spiritual technique scroll, and a random artifact. Moreover, it was still possible to unlock more achievements along the way. Lin Ze raised his hand and asked if lower grade students could register. The teacher smiled and confirmed that any student could participate, regardless of their grade. But the competition was an elimination format, and most first-year students had a better chance of gaining experience than winning, except for the exceptional ones, namely, our famous Lin Ze. This information deflated everyone. They all knew who was going to crush it, especially after the name of student Zhao was mentioned. They were all from the same class, but the power difference within the class was brutal. Just a few days ago, Zhao had already smashed the bronze level assessment. The guy was insane, also sinister. Then, Shinigami called Zai to form the team, and Shinigami did the same. In the next moment, the two girls started pulling the guy, each grabbing one of his arms and arguing. Yang watched this with internal anger, not believing that Shinigami was sticking to another. The penguin was spying through the door with narrowed eyes, secretly vowing to take down Lin Ze. On the opposite side, a dark and ritualistic setting with flickering candles, blue ground, strange spiders, skulls hanging from the ceiling, and strange symbols covering the walls. It was clearly a place of summoning or forbidden magic. There, a group of hooded figures gathered around a long table with skulls and dark artifacts scattered about. The atmosphere felt like a secret cult, completely tense and mysterious. One of them broke the silence by saying that Xing Tao had disappeared. This guy was one of the deacons of the Red Moon group. So, if you liked the video, of course, leave your like, comment down below. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and let us know what you thought of the video down below. Thank you for watching, and of course, if this video does well, there will be a continuation, my friend. And stay tuned for the next video.